more weight with him now. And we said, would anyone do a 16-month bull beef system? About 50% of the people said they'd go down that route, that they definitely wouldn't go the 22-month route. With him. The benefit of him is under 16 months you have your U plus bonuses, you have your 12 quality insurance bonus, put him on the grid, and that's where you want him. The other thing, I suppose, putting him into a 22-month bull system is that he'd come out heavy next year. You put him in and he's probably going to be in the carcass weight that's going to go above where they want it.
Okay.
Now, ideally from the 16-month bull system, 10 months of age, you'd want him around the 400 kilos now.
Right.
So he's probably a bit behind, but as I said, he's gained 50 kilos after coming from the mart, after being weaned, and really in the last few weeks he's really started, I suppose, to push on.
Okay.
This fella, on the day, he was 250 kilos and cost 820. He I suppose he's
2 months ago.
2 months ago.
Today he's weighing
300 kilos. So he's done well. He'd never be as good as a calf as that, and we didn't want him. We wanted a sort of easier type fleshing calf, plainer type calf to show, I suppose, the difference. Very good quality farmer's calf. There was very, very good quality trade at the time, and we've seen that all years. And Nathan has really seen it in the market watch figures. Is that the animals that are making good money is that sort of 300 kilos. A lot of farmers in the market for them, and there's maybe more value in a heavier type of animal. But he cost 820 the day we bought him. He took the brunt, I suppose, of weaning a lot harder than this fella. He's a February born calf, wasn't getting meal beforehand, and it took him a few weeks to get into it, so it did. And I suppose the message in that is if anyone says coming up to weaning, I suppose nights are getting cold and there's a bit of pressure first on calves and the cow. The cow, I suppose, cattle mag is a big thing, but the calf, definitely if you can give a bit of meal before weaning, 1 to 2 kilos of meal, it helps them transition a lot better through it. He's getting about 1 to 2 kilos of meal, say, since then and coming up to the ploughing. If, I suppose, as grass quality goes down, 1 kilo to 2 kilos of meal, 2 kilos if you have poor quality grass, 1 kilo if you have good quality grass. If you fed this fella your 3 kilos of meal, you won't get your same investment. And I suppose if you're going to maybe go and sell them, what you'll find is you'll get fat here and puppy fat around the tail head. And if anyone is buying any farmers, you don't want that. I suppose you want to buy an animal that will go on rather than an animal that will go back and maybe lose weight or lose condition.
What's the plan for him there, Mike?
Plan for him, I suppose, target him as a steer system. He'll be castrated, say, in the next week or two. Again, I suppose, target of 0.6, 0.7 kilos over the winter. Silage, average to good quality, 70 DMD and about 1 to 2 kilos of meal. And that's, I suppose,
kind of a store job over the winter.
A store job over the winter, get him out early.
Yeah.
And this fella, actually, he's sort of easier fleshing type animal. He's not going to be a huge carcass weight either. He'll be a good, say, very good forward store this time next year.
Yeah.
And he'll probably next Christmas time you could have him out again, so you're good. And cause he won't be a massive bullock. He will do good. As I say, he's young, but he is a bit bellyish as well. He's R grade probably is at best is what you're looking at.
Okay, I mean, I might bring in Joe Burke there from Board Media maybe to talk about a bit about the export trade, Joe, in terms of maybe that red fella, if he came back on the market now, is there a bit more demand for those export type calves now at the moment?
There is a little bit more demand, all right, just in the last few weeks. Live exports for the year to date, though, Jack, have been a good bit slower. And that's mainly a reflection of just farmer demand. Farmers have been getting better prices for finished cattle. On average, prime cattle prices here in Ireland are up between 9 and 10%. So as a result of that, just farmers are a bit more optimistic in their restocking when they go out to buy cattle. That has fueled a bit of an increase in the price of store cattle and the price of weanlings. And in general, that price increase hasn't materialised anywhere else other than just Ireland, to some small extent as well too in the UK, but elsewhere around continental Europe, for example in France or in Italy or in Spain, their beef prices for most of the year have tended to be a good bit below the Irish beef price. So, just Irish farmers have tended to be better buyers, better bidders than what the export buyers have been. So last year there would have been 240,000 cattle exported live.
That's calves, weanings, the whole lot.
Yeah, including everything. About 60% of those would have been calves, and the remainder then a mix of store cattle and finished cattle and weanlings as well too.
Okay.
This time of the year, weanlings tend to represent the most important export category, really. And traditionally you'd have seen a lot of very good quality weanlings, likes of that red limousine or limousine Charolais Cross weanling there, going to the Italian market.
Yeah.
Italy has a requirement for those type of weanlings. They import an awful lot of them from France, Charolais and limousine weanlings. France would be the main supplier, and they'd be our main competitor outside there. And that's the kind of quality. A good U plus bull, probably a small little bit heavier than that would be no harm. They'd still take a weanling bull up to 400, even up to 440 or 50 kilos. And just good quality animals that would have the potential to put on weight without laying down fat. Good long, muscly type of animals like that. And as Darren touched on, the prices, that are payable by exporters, that they have been put to the pin of their collar really to be able to compete with the Irish farmers. But €3 a kilo is achievable, all right, by exporters for that type of calf. The Italian market being the main market. You'd also have weanlings being exported to Tunisia and to Morocco as well in North Africa. So they'd be lesser markets.
So they can buy that animal in the Irish market, €3 a kilo, put their cost on top of that, 100, 150 euros, and still make a margin sending it into Italy.
It has been very difficult, all right, and that's part of the reason why exports are down, and exports to Italy are down by nearly 50%. It has picked up, and the figures for last week were just circulated there very recently, and there were 700 weanlings sent to Italy, which doesn't sound like a big number in the overall context, Jack. It's not a huge number, but it's a big pick-up on where we had been earlier on in the summer. And that's a reflection mainly of the fact that there has been an outbreak of blue tongue disease in France. France being the main exporter down there, that has curtailed them, that's restricted their ability to export weanlings down to Italy. So that'll hopefully present a benefit, certainly in the short term anyway, in order to hopefully see a bit of a recovery in the level of live exports. The other market as well too that would have been important in recent years would have been exports to the Libyan market, would have been plainer weanlings now. That animal, he'd probably have been even better quality now than most of what would have been going there. A lot of dairy cross bulls. But obviously with the turmoil in North Africa and the Middle East, Jack, what's happening, last year there was 18,000 bulls would have gone to Libya, and that's virtually, at a standstill now. It's unlikely to see any big recovery there. The main markets, likely to continue to be Italy and a few smaller North African markets, but it's not going to be for boatloads of stock, it's going to be for lorry loads, and it'll present, an extra bit of competition anyway in those weanling sales for those very good quality weanlings. But, the farmer buyers are likely to continue to be the main customers for those weanlings.
Joe, just to finish off on the exports of the weanlings, you said 700 per week last week. Relative to other years, is that up or down in terms of numbers going out of the country?
Yeah, it's still down a lot. At this time of the year, it wouldn't have been uncommon to see 1,400, 1,500 weanlings going out to Italy a week. So we're still a lot lower than where we traditionally might have been in recent years, Jack.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, Joe. 4 animals have walked into the ring here. They're a little bit closer to the slaughter line. You've obviously 2 dairy bred and 2 suckler bred animals. Take us through the 4 animals and what's the message?
Right, very good, Jack. What we're looking at here are 2 Charolais animals, obviously from the suckler herd. The 2 Charolais are 2 very good quality bullocks that came from ICBF in Tully in Kildare. So over there they're on a feeding trial. They're fed there for 90 days on a certain diet. Simple enough commercial type diet, 7 or 8 kilos a meal, and then forage then after that, hay and silage. And their intakes as well as their performance, their daily live weight gain is measured. And those 2 animals, the orange bullock is 23 months of age and the white bullock there is 21 months of age. So, I'll focus on them now in a minute. The main message that we'll come back to in relation to that maybe focuses on carcass specifications and the main market requirements in terms of what customers are looking for our beef. The other 2 animals then, Jack, I'll touch on them in a bit more detail in a minute, but they're 2 animals from a dairy background. A Frisian bullock here, he's a year and a half old, he's March 2014, so he's just coming up the year and a half, and he's very typical of a lot of the year and a half old Frisian bullocks that you're likely to see around the country. He's obviously a good bit back from the suckler bred animals. He's going to be a lesser type of animal in terms of his conformation, and he's going to be a lighter animal when he's finished, but that's very typical of what's around the country. And then the black whited animal, he's a Hereford from a dairy background, and again a year and a half old. So the 2 dairy bred animals, Jack, are obviously lighter. They're from a dairy background,
younger,
and they're younger. They're only a year and a half. This bullock here, an exceptional quality bullock. You can see the depth of body that he has. Is some amount of meat going the whole depth of his body. He's an exceptional conformation animal as well too, Jack. He's definitely a U grade when he's going to be slaughtered very shortly over the next couple of weeks by ICBF as part of their trial. And just the weight of him will surprise a lot, because he doesn't look to be a lot taller or longer, or in a lot of ways he's quite similar to the other bullock, the white bullock. The main difference being the width of him. He's a good bit thicker across his loin and across his hind quarter, and just the depth as well too of the body as well too, that he's solid all the way down through, and he's very well finished bullock. So I had a few people over here who were quite accurate in their guesstimate of the weight of some of the weanlings, so I'm going to ask you to throw weight on that nice orange Charlie bullock, lads.
Either this will catch him out if they're a fraud now. They could be related to Darren Carty now, and he's given up the answer to the last question.
He is a heavy bullock now. Bear that in mind now in your guess. Yeah, very close with a guess here of 840 kilos. He's spot on. You tutored him well there, Darren. He's actually just over 850 kilos even, but maybe he lost a few kilos as well too here during the week.
Ploughing effect,
been walked around. So he's a massive bullock. He's a huge bullock, Jack. Any of us would be very happy to have him at home on our farms, because he's worth a lot of money. When he's slaughtered, he's going to come into about 470 kilos of carcass weight, and he's a U grade bullock as well too. So he's going to be well up in terms of his value on the grid and everything like that. The key thing though to emphasise about him is that he goes over and above the requirements of most of our customers now. It would have been grand years ago, for most of our markets, when, as Phelim O'Neill, the Farmers Journal market specialist, is going to tell us a bit about it, but historically there wasn't a big differentiation between the beef maybe coming from a very heavy animal and then a lighter animal, or a heifer and a bullock. Nowadays though, more and more of our customers, when they're buying steak meat, have a preference from an animal of a kind of a moderate or a medium carcass weight, not a very heavy carcass weight. And the key difference between the two cattle there, the white Charlie bullock there is just over 700 kilos. So he's a full 150 kilos lighter than the orange Charlie bullock, Jack.
Now he's a different type of animal, Joe. Like, he's not as fleshed out, obviously.
No, he's not as well finished, and he's not quite as extreme in his conformation either. He's more of an R plus kind of conformation animal. Maybe if he was kept on a bit longer, you might suggest, he might get into a U. He's a lovely straight type of an animal. He doesn't have the same flesh. He's not, just as well conformed in terms of his shoulder, or as well developed in his hind quarter either. But even, he's already been fed though, Jack, fairly intensively for about 3 months or nearly 100 days. So he is carrying a small bit of flesh. You'd say, in another few weeks, if he was slaughtered, he'd be a 3. He'd be a 2+ even if he was slaughtered already. Even though he mightn't be carrying the flesh on the tail head, he has it along his rib, he has it along his loin. He's not far off being finished. The key difference though really between the two cattle, Jack, is that on the loin cuts along here, which is where the high value steak meat is to be found on these cattle, that if this animal is slaughtered now and he's going to be about 470 kilos carcass weight, that the steak cuts here are very, very big. The strip loin, which is this muscle that runs along here, is the highest value steak cut in the animal. That's going to be very big. You're going to have 2 10-kilo strip loins, one on either side of the animal, and that most customers are looking for a strip loin between 6 and 7.5 kilos.
Okay.
So it's a lot bigger than what most of them are looking for. In some cases it'll be downgraded, it'll be sold at a lesser price, maybe as a roasting joint, instead of going for steaks, because the steaks are going to be too big. They're going to have too wide of an eye muscle.
Okay, Joe, you've built him up to be the best bullock in the world, and you're after telling us all now that he's not the real deal as far as the market's required.
He's not really what the market is looking for anymore.
You agree?
Just picking up on Joe's point there, and it's hard enough to stand here and feel a complete fraud by saying anything critical about that animal. It is such a perfect specimen. But I suppose what I'm looking at isn't so much the quality of the animal, that's an absolute given, but it's the suitability for the present markets that Irish beef's sold in. And if we take a step back, and I suppose I'm kicking around one of the advantages of being as old as I am, I've seen the beef trade starting from the 1980s onwards, when you couldn't breed an animal big enough, broad enough, heavy enough. Our main customers, they went into intervention for later sale, or they went into aids to private storage to be sold outside of the European market with the assistance of EU support. That's long since gone. Really, in the last 15 years, any support that has came from the European Union has went direct to the farmer, and beef has had to go out and find and fight its own way into world markets. Now, Irish beef, and through the promotional efforts of Board Bia, has had great success in terms of developing markets both in the UK and the wider continental market. But the difficulty of supplying those markets is you have to meet what the European and UK consumer want and what the supermarkets are buying for them. And this is where the problem arises in the context of a quality animal like this. In terms of talking the weight, the 850 live weight steer, we slaughtered the comrade of that type of beast a couple of weeks ago here just to have some beef cuts to demonstrate today. And if you go up to the Board Bia stand, you will see a range of cuts of beef and indeed lamb of various specifications. I've just taken out 2 here by way of example. Now, anybody looking at this steak here will say that's an absolute perfect steak, or certainly I would anyway, and I suspect a lot of you men around the ring would say the same thing. If you put that out to me on a plate, I'd say thank you very much, that's absolutely perfect. The trouble is, for a mainstream consumer that's walking around a supermarket picking up a product to put in their basket to take home, you get one steak there, one quality steak. It retails at €10.41 for that pack. And that's to fit in. It's the most expensive, it's the most tender cut on the animal, and there's the least portion of it on the animal. As Joe explained earlier there, on that size of an animal you could expect to get 20 or 22 kilos of beef.
And there's a half kilo in that film, is there? Yeah.
There is, absolutely. It's that there's weighing in at 0.52 of a kilo, just over half a kilo. So that's where the problem is, and that's assuming that you get the full retail price. Now, if we just look now at what I suppose the European consumer, UK consumer is putting in their basket when they do that walk down the supermarket aisle, it's a pack something similar to this here. And you can see right away here the main difference in this pack and the one that I showed earlier. The two's more or less the same weight, but this one here has 2 steaks in it. They don't look anywhere near as big or as shapely. They're of a plainer animal, something more akin to the white Charlie here, or indeed even some of the plainer ones still. It's just these might be just the same confirmation as that. Now, these here, they meet the consumer's expectation. They retail actually at €10.25 a kilo. So in terms of the price sensitive consumer, this is the pack that they're picking up. You're filling 2 plates instead of 1, albeit with the lesser product. And I suppose in terms of producing an animal, and it's not a reflection on the quality of the animal, this is the absolutely superb animal, but the reality is of markets going forward, where we have to look at the mainstream market, will be for that type. Now, that's not to say that there's absolutely no place for the heavier animal. There is, but we need to think of the heavier animal in the context of the way we might think of Aberdeen Angus schemes or Hereford schemes or some of the other niche breeds. It will be a niche market from this point forward, and anyone that wants to breed and produce and grow the heavyweight cattle need to make sure that they have an outlet for them in advance, and it's a planned production system.
Okay, Joe, you have a question here very near us. Have you related on this topic?
I do, and it's actually very relevant as well too to what Phelim has just described about niche markets. I have a question here, Phelim, about heavy carcass cows. I was asked, how come this isn't a problem? Like, you know, if you have a big cow there, she's still been a very good trade all year, and you know, I suppose that we haven't seen a fall off in the price of cows. And for example, a good R or a good U grade cow, she's coming into a very, you know, similar price even to some of the prime cattle. Yeah. Is that a bit like the niche markets, or what's the explanation for that?
It is immediately next door to what you might describe as a niche market. First and foremost, of that number of cows, there's not that terrible many of them. There is a number of them, but there's not that terrible many. We've seen I suppose what you might call your more typical suckler cow that went through the ring here earlier. Good quality cow, but not the supersized one. The other thing is to be aware in terms of where markets are in continental Europe. You will find in many parts of France and Spain that there is actually a preference for steaks to come of a more mature animal. A top quality cow that's well covered, well finished, will find a home there. So that's why there's an outlet in that. And of course the manufacturing beef of that top quality cow is every bit as valuable as the manufacturing beef, the 4/4 beef of this top quality steer animal here.
Okay, so there's a couple of points there, maybe why they made as good as money. Have we another question related to the two suckler bred animals in the ring? If there's nothing jumping out, we just move on to the 2 dairy bred. Joe, just in terms of telling us what we have here, and I suppose what's the plan maybe for those 2 animals?
Yeah, definitely, Jack. As Phelim said there are niche market opportunities. And you know, this represents a growing number of the animals that we have. This here is a Hereford cross animal out of the dairy herd. and the number of calf registrations to both Angus and Hereford have increased significantly. They're both up by nearly 20% this year. Most of those animals, again, born to the dairy herd. So it's obviously going to be a slightly superior conformation animal to the pure Frisian. This lad here, you'd be hoping that he'd get into an O+ in terms of his conformation by the time he's finished. He's 470 kilos, Jack, at the moment. He's a year and a half old. He's, again, good job done on him. He's a nice little bit of a bullock. He's never going to be a huge carcass. So the issue in relation to carcass weight limits is never going to
be an issue for that type of animal.
Be an issue for him.
Yeah.
Probably the plan for him now, Jack, at this stage would be that he'd continue to get good grazing for another month outside, not to let him go back or to kind of get hard on himself or anything like that. That, as soon as grass quality would start to deteriorate, whether that be at the end of October or start of November, he'd be put into the shed. He'd be built up onto 5 or 6 kilos a meal along with good quality grass silage, 70 DMD, and he'd be fed on that diet for about 3 months. So he'd be there until probably middle of February, maybe the end of February, and slaughtered then at that stage. He'll only be 21 or 2 months at that stage, Jack. So, it's an efficient production system. He'll be slaughtered at 21 or 2 months, as opposed to an awful lot of cattle in the country are still being carried on to 27, 28 months of age. And the key thing about him is he's going to be eligible for the premium bonus schemes. He's going to be eligible maybe for a bonus of 20 cents a kilo at that time of the year, Jack.
Right.
Based on the base price plus a bonus plus the inspec QA bonus as well too, he's up a good bit ahead of what the ordinary QPS base price is then at that stage of the year.
But he's only the 300 kilo carcass relative to the 400.
That's right. He's probably at that time going to be around 600 kilos live weight. He'll probably only kill out 53 or 4%. He'll be about 320 or 325 kilos carcass weight. But that'll be absolutely perfect for that scheme. He'll incur the bonuses. And the reason that he's going to be suitable, apart from his breed, he'll be suitable for the Hereford Prime scheme. But when he's slaughtered, again, those high-value steak cuts are going to be quite small. And if he goes into, for example, a retail customer or a high-value food service customer, like the wholesaler that's selling steak cuts into a restaurant or into a hotel, when they're cut, they can be cut a small bit thicker and still present that steak at whether it's 250 grams or 300 grams, and it will be a premium product. It will present really, really well. It'll have a certain amount of marbling on it. It'll have the right fat cover, so it'll be ideal for that customer. And in a lot of cases, it's being sold as a branded product. It's carrying that extra bit of value as a result of being in that, I suppose, bonus scheme or premium scheme. The same could be said as well for the Angus. And with a lot more of these cattle, as I said, in the country, Jack. There's 70,000 more Angus and Hereford born and registered in Ireland so far this year.
The farmer will ask, will the premium stage, if we have those extra numbers of Angus and Angus coming, and Hereford and Angus coming through?
The feedback from the market would be that there is very strong demand, and that up until now the bottleneck has been the supply. We haven't had enough of cattle, or haven't had sufficient supply. Now that's always a good situation to be in. It's always nice not to have enough of supply and to be able to tell customers, geez, they're scarce, we don't actually have enough. We'd like, to be able to supply you, but you're going to have to pay a bit more in order to get it. I think that that's going to continue though, because there is very, very strong demand from the likes of the German market, the Swiss market, countries around continental Europe that don't have Angus, that don't have Hereford, they don't have steer beef either. They have a lot of their own young bull beef, and in most cases that's a lot cheaper than Irish steer beef or prime cattle in Ireland would be.
Okay.
Then obviously we are still going to have a lot of Frisian cattle as well too. The uptake of sexed semen hasn't been that high in the dairy herd, Jack. So we're still going to have a lot of these kind of cattle. That lad there is 450 kilos of a Frisian bullock. Even though he's a nice size of a bullock, he's tall enough, but he's not a pure leggy Holstein bullock. There's still a nice bit of British Frisian in his background. He's not in poor condition either as well too. He's been kept going, so he won't be that hard to finish. He'd be on a similar regime as for that black-whited bullock. He'd be put into the shed and probably finished next February or maybe next March. He'll be 22 or 23 months of age then at that stage. And again, he should achieve a carcass weight of somewhere around 300 or 310 kilos at that stage, Jack. And even though he's a dairy bred animal, he'll only be an O equals probably in his conformation. But again, he'll still meet the specifications of many of those same customers, many of those same retailers, and his beef will be perfectly acceptable for most customers.
Phelim, are you happy with the dairy bred animals, that they're bringing something to the party and to the market there for them?
Absolutely, Jack. And again, what's different here, whilst the shape of the steak may not be as good or as attractive to the purist, the reality is, instead of it's 2 steaks in the pack at that stage. You can think of a retailer will actually put in 3 or 4 steaks, and that has a consumer attraction in. Repeat, we're not getting the same quality or the same volume. We lose value in terms of the yield of meat that comes off a carcass like that, but in terms of pressing the buttons for the market, it presses them all. First and foremost, it is it's the ideal perfect weight. It slaughters at a very, very young age. And something that's worth remembering in the context of young age, Jack, you know, a couple of weeks ago there, the Taoiseach Enda Kenny would have spoken to the Journal, and he would have highlighted that this issue, and I know it's coming up in the States today, the issue of greenhouse gas emissions. And we know, of course, the big contribution that ruminant livestock make to that. It's something that you can see a pressure coming on the global red meat industry, particularly the grazed version of the grass-produced one. And I suppose the quickest and the handiest way that we make a contribution to reducing the greenhouse gas emissions of beef cattle is to get them through the system with the same amount of kilos at the youngest possible age. So if we're getting the cattle away, and we've mentioned today about getting the bigger steers away there 23, 24 months, we're getting those other ones away at 18 or 20 months, that is some saving on an animal running into 30 or 36 months, and it makes a major contribution on the whole Origin Green initiative that Board B is driving here.
Right. Any final questions on the 4 finished, close to finished animals that have left the ring? I mean, here's one over here. But while you're walking towards the camera with the microphone, Joe, just in terms of the 2 Charlie bullocks are on a feeding trial. Is Stephen Conroy there? In terms of that, I mean, that Charlie bullock is eating a lot more than you know, either of them Charlie bullocks are eating a lot more than the dairy bred animals. But you know, so it's not the big Charlie Phelim is not meeting in terms of not meeting the market spec, and it's eating more feed for the farmer. You know, it's a double hit. Like Stephen, just in terms of that big Charlie, they were talking she's eating 4 or 5 kilos more per head per day than the 700 kilo Charlie.
Yeah, no, I don't have the specific figures, I'll be honest, Jack, but I wouldn't be surprised that the bigger lads is eating a good bit more.
Correct,
you know, the diet there is, they're getting offered 8 kilos of meal a day and 5 kilos of hay.
Yeah.
There's some water then we put through the TMR ration as well.
Yeah.
So, but when you talk about feed efficiency, it's a hugely important trait in animals. You could have animals there of similar growth rates, but there could be a difference of up to 70, 80 euros in terms of the 100-day finishing period in terms of profit. So some animals, like we see in the bull system, typically the bulls in ad lib meal will be eating about 12 kilos a day.
Yeah.
But that could vary, you know, with an average daily gain about 2 kilos. But that could vary from some bulls being able to, you know, do 8 kilos of meal a day.
And get the 2 kilos again.
Get the 2 kilos versus the ones eating 12 and 14 to get 2 kilos.
So I mean that's the objective of the Tully piece, the ICBF piece and Tully.
And really the objective is to feed it into their sires. So they're all progeny that we feed it back into their sires, so that when farmers go out to buy pedigree animals and that, they can get animals with good feed efficiency figures.
Joe, you have a question?
Yeah, very good question over here, Jack, in relation to the value, for example, the Hereford bullock.
Yeah.
Good quality bullock that we had in there. What do you do with him? I'll just put you onto the man here who just has a query.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, just with regard to the Whitehead cross there is 470. If you take him at the map at the moment, he'll rattle probably 1,020, 1,030 probably.
Yeah.
And should you keep him or should you flog him and take your cash now? Because you know, looking at the market ahead, like there's no guarantee the way the factory is, you know, the way they treat us, like they don't treat us that fairly.
Yeah.
And you know, there's a big cost coming up as well with feed, and you know, so should we sell them and maybe take our profit now, or keep them and leave the factory take the profit?
Yeah. So the Whitehead, what would you do with him? Joe, Phelim, anyone want to throw a guess, or Darren?
There's certainly a very strong store trade at the moment, so there's no dispute, and he would make over the 1,000 or eight in the trade at the moment. There are meat plants even buying them themselves for their own feedlots and weighing them at 210, 215, even 220 a kilo, even outside of the mart system.
Yeah.
So you know, there's no dispute. They're attractive prices for guys who have them and maybe have carried them this far on a relatively low cost system. You know, raised them and they've done well all year. Personally, I think there's still a margin in them to keep them, especially if the farmer has good quality silage there that he's conserved on the farm. I still think that there is scope there to return a margin to keep them and finish them in the spring. I think that prices will recover. Obviously, they have suffered in recent weeks. You know, I suppose part of it down to the market and part of it as well too influenced by the weather conditions that have pushed out. You know, what cattle are remain to be fit and remain to be slaughtered over the coming weeks.
Joe, like I mean, what price will he get potentially? Like I mean, mid-February we'll say 300 kilo carcass. You know, he come into what? Like I mean,
yeah, I suppose
at the top of the market.
300 kilo carcass. I suppose, including all bonuses and everything like that.
Yeah.
You're I suppose optimistically looking at a 1,300. You know, in or around that kind of price.
You get 1,300.
Yeah. Like you know, it is 250 to take him through to next February. It's not big bucks. It's not you know you're incurring the risk. You're incurring the cost, and I suppose there's a few things that you can do, all right, Jack, in order to maximise your chances of coming out on top. If you book in the animal in advance, for example, through the likes of those bonus schemes, you'll maximise your premium. You'll get an extra 10 or 15 cents if you book them in advance. If you have very good quality silage and you already have it in situ on the farm, obviously there's other animals that you could feed it to. There's different things you could do with it. That will reduce down the amount of meal. You know, you only have to feed 5 or 6 kilos of meal as opposed to a farmer who has lesser quality of silage or maybe lesser quality or less forage, and he has to feed much more meal. But no, I'm not disputing with you. It is marginal. It's not going to be huge, and they are making good prices already as it is. So yeah.
Like you count up the cost of your meal and your silage and your some bit of cost for your facility. Like you're getting close to it, and he needs the 100 days finishing period. Like
yeah, certainly the market prices are attractive, and I suppose do your budgets is the key thing as well too. Look at how much it's going to cost you on your farm. Teagasc have done their budgets, and they're really for everyone to see based on current market prices, based on I suppose typical costs. But you have to look at your own costs on your farm. Are you buying in the meal in bulk? Do you have some of the feed yourself already in place? Or is it costing you a lot more, for example, in bags or whatever the case may be?
Joe, thanks for that. Thanks, Phelan. Thanks for the questions. We're going to move on to the sheep sector before they slip out under the bars here. Peter, you've 6 lambs brought into the ring here. There's obviously 3 hill lambs and 3 lowland lambs. Tell us, Peter Varley, sorry, from the Journal. Tell us maybe a little bit about the 6 lambs that you have into the ring.
That's right, Jack. Well, I'll just start off, Jack, to say that interest in buying store lambs and finishing off has been increasing last year and especially this year. I suppose we were talking about beef prices there earlier. Lads just maybe cannot afford to buy cattle this year, and they've looked at the sheep trade, looked at store lamb trade. So we have different types of lambs here. You mentioned there we have three hill-bred lambs and then 3 more lowland type bred lambs. So the likes of these lambs here are lowland bred lambs will be Suffolk Cross. The fella here with the blue mark on his head, he's coming in at 44 kilos. Yeah. So this will be a short keep lowland bred lamb. So anyone buying him now at that weight, they'll be buying them around, let's say, 85 to 90 euro.
Expensive, like, yeah.
It is expensive, Jack. So what we'd be saying is to put him on good leafy grass now. You'd expect him to be making, let's say, 150 to 160 grams per day live weight gain with meal. So you'd want to be finishing him off in 4 weeks' time. But the main thing is, Jack, is to get him into, you'd want to be getting him into a carcass weight of 22 kg. Let's say you're getting 480 euro kilo, you'd want to be getting over the 100 euro mark to make a margin. So you'd be making maybe 5 or 6 euro.
The other 2 lambs are lighter?
The other 2 lambs are lighter. This lamb here now, he's 35 kg, Jack. What we'd be planning on doing with him, if you put him on an intensive finishing period now, you'd be running into a lot of cost. So if you can get live weight gain on him on grass, maybe hold on to him longer. You could hold on to him even into January. So he'd be making 150 grams per day during October. That'll drop back into 100 grams per day into October, November. So
what's he buying? What would you buy him in the market for today now?
You'd be buying him between 80 and 85. So if you keep it low cost, let him build frame, and then put him on an intensive finishing period after that, Jack. Usually as well, prices do increase in January for the Christmas trade and towards the early springtime as well. So he should come into good money.
Right, talk to us about the 3 hill lambs.
Then the 3 hill lambs here, Jack. We have an exceptionally light hill lamb here now. What weight would you think he is? Would anyone to give a guess?
The little light lad with the green head.
We had 16 or 17 kilos. He's a little bit heavier than that. He's about 20 kilos now. Now he'd be an exceptionally light lamb, but the trade for light lambs isn't great around the world at the moment. But what we'd be saying is, it is possible to get him into heavier weights, and that's what you should be aiming to do. You should be trying to build frame on him, so you'd be keeping him a bit longer. So we'd be saying not to put him on an intensive finishing period yet. Try and build him up on grass. Try and build a frame, and then maybe, let's say after Christmas, then to put him on to an intensive finishing period for 40 days, and you could get him in up to a carcass weight maybe of 15 to 16 kilos, and it'd be more suitable for the French trade then. It's just the light lamb trade. Declan Quinlan will talk more on that. The light lamb trade just isn't that great, so you're trying to get them into those higher weights to get the.
That's a nice cue maybe to introduce Declan Fennell so from Board B to talk about relating, I suppose, the carcass type to the trade and where markets are at the moment.
Yeah, Jack, I follow on. And picking up what Peter said there, the store lambs here and some of these the light hill lambs, traditionally they went down to a market like to Portugal and Spain. And up until maybe about 4 years ago, we'd be putting the equivalent of 40,000 head out there by way of carcass. They ran into a bit of trouble like ourselves a number of years ago in terms of the economy, and really what's happened is those markets have dried up. So the days where we used to export these live, these hill lambs out that market are more or less closed off. I suppose the main thing really is that what do we want to do in terms of what weight we're trying to finish them at? And we're trying to get them up to around, into the mid-high 30s. And to get a kill out there around a French weight, a 16 up to 17 kg. Just looking at the store lambs there, and Peter was mentioning there's one store lamb there about 44 kg. Another couple of weeks there now, we get him up to maybe 47, 48 kg.
Yeah.
And that'll get a kill out rate about to 21 and a half thereabouts.
Okay.
Probably the big thing that's happened in the sheep sector over the last number of years, if I go back 10 years ago,
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mairead Lavery and I look after Country Living, and you're really, really welcome here this morning. And can I particularly welcome, where is she? There's a little Baba here, and the Baba is 2.5 weeks old. Now, 2.5 weeks old, isn't that something else? I see all the young mums now going around with the slings, and they're able to bring the babas, and the babas are as sound asleep, and there's no boogies and no messing and no nothing. And anyway, here's a little bit of a plug. There's the best book now to get anyone that's expecting. Stockpile them. This is the first 1,000 days. Yep. So this is the book you were talking to me about, and I think it's going for €15, Nevin, is it?
Absolutely.
€15. And
I would love to sign one for the wee baby as a wee gift.
And
Okay.
yes, Nevin will sign one for the baby as a wee gift. Okay?
Okay?
All right.
We'll get the name.
So, listen, it is my absolute delight to welcome Nevin Maguire here. He's been with us, we've now decided it's 8 years.
8 years, yeah, officially.
Doing the demonstrations here at the Ploughing. And haven't we got a lovely setup here this year?
Very impressive.
Isn't it much better now than the way we had it facing in the other direction? See, you always have to be ready for change.
Yep.
And there's no man better here than this. The restaurant is flying.
Going really well.
The cookery
Fantastic.
school, anybody been up in the cookery school yet?
One or two.
Oh, there's
wow,
good. Now we have a couple of people. Brand new cookery school. Now the twins are keeping them at home. Oh, another lady over here. Yeah. Now that the
super.
twins are keeping
Great
them
to
at
see it.
home, he has to have something to do. You've got what, 55 people employed
Yeah,
above in
55
Black Lion?
staff in Black Lion.
Now I consider that to be an absolute national hero. Anyone who's holding on to 55 jobs and creating that in a rural area in Ireland is an absolute hero.
Wow. Thank you.
We love Nevin because Nevin loves farmers, and he loves Irish farmers, and he loves what we produce. And we were one of the first to figure that out, and we're delighted that Board BA uses him so consistently now to demonstrate food all over the world. I think you've done your 100th programme for RTE,
Yeah, 100
and Board BA
programmes.
has been involved in nearly all of them.
Absolutely. Every one of them.
So that's just something else.
Yeah.
As ever, he's going to have gorgeous recipes. He's gone into the healthy food now. I associate Nevin with Cool Swan and chocolate fondants and all
cream
sorts of things.
and butter.
But the other night, Monday night, I was in Dublin and he was launching healthy food, this one here. And you know, we had launching it with him. None other than Sonia O'Sullivan. And my God, that woman, there isn't an ounce of fat on her. I never saw. And it isn't that she's skinny. She's just muscle. It's just total muscle. But anyway, Nevin, would you believe it? I think now, Nevin was out running with her.
I was. Only for a kilometre or two.
Well, now I can imagine it is a brave person to take on Sonia O'Sullivan in any run. But Sonia was launching his book, and what she said about him, she's been above which in the cookery school, hasn't she?
Yeah, she has, yeah.
She said Nevin's recipes always work. And I can absolutely guarantee that as someone who cooks an awful lot of them, his recipes always work. And they're simple, and he's going to go through dishes here, and in the space of an hour, he will put 3 dishes in front of you, and they'll all be gorgeous. Now, hopefully, are you able to hear okay? We've a bit of noise here coming, but they're just about finished behind. So you're okay to start now?
I am, yes, certainly am.
Well, look, what are you doing for us today?
So, good morning, everyone. I'm going to do 3 recipes for you. I'm going to do a beef curry, and it's a Thai red curry with some sweet potato. We're going to also do a nice salmon recipe baked with broccoli, and there's lovely honey and soya, and there's a little bit of ginger. And then, anyone like chocolate? Chocolate brownie. There is butter, Mairead. Don't worry. There is cream in this.
The salmon now, you see,
Yeah.
I'm always trying to eat salmon and chicken.
Yes.
And well, I eat beef, lean beef, and I eat loads of lamb.
Okay.
Now, if you put a whole heap of honey on salmon, does that negate
Well,
all the good?
what you do, you make a marinade, so it's kind of like a dressing, everyone, with there's honey, soya, there's a little bit of lime, zest and juice, so it's sweet and sour.
All right.
And then you have ginger and garlic. It's really easy. Very,
that
very
sounds
easy.
lovely
It's gorgeous.
now. Well, look, you're in for an absolute treat, and you're with us again today later
I am,
on.
yeah. I'm back on with a different menu at 1 o'clock, and then this menu that I'm doing, I'll be repeating it at 3 o'clock. So great audience, isn't
So
it?
listen, if it's raining, if it's not, tell your friends, be here at 1 o'clock and 3 o'clock. Enjoy it.
Thank you,
We
Mairead.
love having Nevin. And he writes with us every week in the journal, and we're delighted about that.
And
too.
I love being here, and I want to thank you, Mairead, the whole team. What a setup. Give this woman and the whole team from the Farmers Journal a round of applause.
Thank you.
Brilliant. You're
All right.
wonderful.
And you have this, have you? Anybody, if you're looking for these, we have all the recipes inside that. And Maria is struggling to get around there,
Thank
passing
you.
out raffle tickets, because Nevin is going to be raffling off the food after.
Absolutely. We're going to be raffling off the food, and we're going to be raffling off the cookbook. Don't need
All right.
that. Thanks, Mairead.
Okay, lovely
Okay.
job. Okay, good luck with it now.
Thank you. So
Enjoy
good
it.
morning, everyone. How are we? I can't hear you. How are we? Good? Yeah. I'm after having one of the most amazing experiences I've had. I'm after having a lovely hot towel shave, and I want to thank Sam and the whole team over there. Guys, that was amazing. I never felt so relaxed, and it was just, I feel like, I'm just a new man. Do I look well? I feel great. So thank you. But what I loved about it, it's all for the Movember. You know what that is about creating awareness, mental health, cancer, well-being within men, and they're going around to the different farms and that. So it's a great story. It's a great success, this, and I really wish them well. And it was an amazing experience. I just loved his passion, what he was doing. He was so careful, he was so caring, and so knowledgeable. I've never had one done before as good as that. I had one just 4 or 5 years ago in Dublin, and that was 100 times better. Amazing experience. So listen, we are going to start cooking in a moment, but you're all very, very welcome. Are you enjoying the ploughing so far? This is our 3rd day, and it's just been brilliant. Every year, this is my 8th year doing the ploughing. It's just a great, great, great show. I love it. And we got around to see some of the stands this morning, myself and my brother Kenneth here, who is up and down just fixing, tweaking the sound. Claire is on stage with me here. Will you give her a big welcome, her first ploughing? Come on, give her a big roar. Go on, you good thing. She's a great girl from Cork, and she's working for me for about 1.5 years now. So she's absolutely very loyal, hard-working, and she's brilliant. You're only as good as the team that you have. And Jerry's here the whole way from Fermanagh, and then my brother Kenneth. So we have a great team, and Thomas from Donegal. So Mairead mentioned about having 55 people employed in Black Lion. They're part of your family. That's the way we look at it. Myself and my wife Imelda. We're one of the busiest restaurants in Ireland, thank God. We never take it for granted. I remember cooking for, we closed the restaurant, everyone, from 1973 to 89 we reopened. Our house was bombed twice during the Troubles. So we never forget bad times. Because we had a lot of bad years, where we looked to move, and then we got a break in television with Marty Whelan and Mary Kennedy. Can you remember that? Open House. You're all too young to remember that show. But I love that, and they're still very good friends. Now, Marty Whelan, I was with him yesterday, and I'm on his programme every Friday. I don't think that man can cook to save his life. But he's the nicest, most beautiful man you'll ever meet. He never changes, and he has time for everyone. And what you see is what you get with Marty Whelan and Mary Kennedy. They're lovely people, so they are. Okay, guys, I'm going to get cooking. I'm going to share some stories as I'm going on along cooking. Did any of you get to taste some strawberries? The early birds, were they good? They're lovely. Pat Clark is here at the show, and his stand number is 655. And myself and Pat I just give him some recipes, and he's done a beautiful booklet here that is available here, but also on a stand. Now, we are going to do 3 recipes for you, and they're all strawberry-based recipes, because that's what he's renowned for. So the first thing we're going to do, everyone, is do our curry. All right, we're going to talk about our beef. We're using country crest beef, which is from my uncle's farm in Leitrim, which is about 15 minutes for me. And we're going to use, this is the rump of beef. Okay, we're going to seal it off in the pan. We're going to use some nice Donegal rapeseed oil. How many people in the audience use rapeseed oil? Oh, excellent. I love it. Why I love it? I love the flavour of it. I love you can get a high smoke temperature. It doesn't burn like vegetable and sunflower oil. But Irish farmers are growing it, and that's wonderful. It's a great success story. So isn't it great now? It's a great time to be in food, because we don't need to import, as much olive oil and different things like that. We can use our own oil, but even our own salt. I'm using salt from Achill, which is wonderful. So it's a great time. I'm just talking about, these are 2 ingredients here, but we've always had the best beef. We have great meat. Mairead mentioned about lamb. Our quality of our meat is fantastic. This is all quality assured from Bord Bia. And Bord Bia have been very, very good to me personally, but also to do a huge amount to promote our wonderful country for the great food that we have. And you're all playing a part of this. Now the pan is really nice and hot. Can you see that? And that's the idea about having the pan preheated. Okay? I'm going to put in the beef. I've just got our butcher in Black Lion just simply to dice this for us, okay? So this is the rump of beef I'm using, but you can do this with lots of different cuts. So it's a very quick curry, all right? I'm just going to put this all in, okay, into the pan. Thank you, Claire. And we're just going to let this just cook off. I'll get Claire now. It will stick and it will catch, and don't worry about that. Maybe a little bit more oil. I've just turned down the pan a little bit, and we just want to seal it in. That's all we're going to do, everyone. I'm going to put the lid on it for a moment. Okay, it'll be a little bit less noisier. And this curry, everyone, I'm going to show you, is a very simple curry. We make this in the cookery school, which Mairead mentioned. We make it in the cookery school with pork fillet. Trim it off, it's really good, and we slice it. We don't seal off the pork, we put it in raw into the curry when we make the sauce. And we're going to put sweet potatoes in a moment, which we've cut into big chunks. I'm going to get Claire just to stir that for me if you don't mind. So you peel your sweet potatoes, but this is a great dish to make with pumpkins, which are coming in season, and also butternut squash. So you can use lots of different ingredients, but definitely the sweet potatoes are gorgeous. And you peel them and you chop them. So we're just literally browning the beef. I'll just hold the piece up here where you can see that there. If you just look in your screens, everyone, or in the mirror there, it's going to catch on the bottom, but don't worry about that. So we started off in a really hot pan. I just turned this down, and my thanks to Flow Gas for setting up the whole unit, and my brother Kenneth, who's here with me. So just give that a lovely stir. Beautiful. Thank you very much. We're going to put in some ginger. Now, if you use ginger at home, you peel it, wrap it in cling film, and pop it into the freezer. Okay, and take it out frozen, unpeel the cling film, and then just simply grate it and keep it. If you have a sore throat, which I get an awful lot, a piece of ginger about this size with the skin on, into a teapot with a slice of lemon, stick of lemongrass if you can get, and some honey. Really good for a sore throat. There's something about ginger. It's excellent. Okay, guys, 2 little cloves of garlic. I had a lady here yesterday who said her husband had a really severe allergy to garlic. We do get customers with a lot of allergies. I probably only have about 1 or 2 customers in my whole time as a chef. If they ate garlic, they would be ill. So that's where we need to be careful. If you have any, there's a difference in an allergy and a dislike, by the way. Garlic is in so many foods, so many ingredients, and it's so good for you. So I'm putting 2 cloves of garlic in here. If you do have an allergy to garlic, you can just leave them out. We're going to grate the ginger. Okay, I'm going to sit the grater. The ginger is peeled. Claire has this all organised, and Thomas. We were in bright and early, just after 7 this morning, weren't we, Claire? And we're heading home to Black Lion tonight. So we've had a great week, haven't we? It's been brilliant. Will you come back next year? Are you sure? Oh, great. So Claire has been wonderful. Really good help. Hard working, loyal, everything that's good about a member of staff. Really is a very good person, and has found love in Black Lion, which is great. It's always nice, that, isn't it? But there is something sad. He's left her. Yeah, he left her last week to go to work in Gordon Ramsay in Dubai. Not just up the road, in Dubai. So she's heartbroken. But she's going to get over it. She's going to see him soon. So Claire, sorry to rub it in. And I didn't mean it like that. Stephen's a great guy. Stephen's the boyfriend. And he's been with me for 6 years. He was my pastry chef. So, I know you want to stand on my foot, but please don't. No, I am only joking you, but I'm a bit like Cilla Black. I love to find love in Black Lion. Once they love food and their passion in the kitchen, that can transfer into other things. This is the best coconut milk I think you can buy. Have any heard of Thai Gold? They're based in Wexford, and they are the best. We're going to use some curry paste, everyone. This is some red curry paste. I could show you how to make red curry paste, but you won't make it as good as this. When you open it, keep it in the fridge when it's opened. And I will happily keep, easily for a couple of months in the fridge. Or you can freeze it. So we're going to put in 3 heaped spoonfuls into this. Okay? I'm going to put in, did I put 2 or 3? Put another one in for luck. We're not short, are we? Okay. I'm going to put in the coconut milk. Look how creamy this is, guys. Now, you're looking at this, and it's organic, but what I'm going to talk to you about, if you want to use low-fat coconut milk, what you do is you get a full can of this coconut milk, what we're using here. You empty it out into a jug, and you get the same amount. I know it catches in your throat, sorry. And then what you do is you get a full can of water, and you mix the 2 together. And that's your low-fat coconut milk. The difference in coconut milk and coconut cream, everyone, is that the coconut milk is passed through a sieve, and what's left in the sieve, or however they do it, is that real thick cream. And that's what it is. That's the only difference. All right, that's our coconut milk. That's our curry paste. We're going to put in other ingredients which I want to talk to you about. And this is all from this brand, Thai Gold. Dunn Stores introduced me to them, but also Super Value have them, and good health food shops, Craft Butchers have them. A little bit of palm sugar. Now this will work really well with regular sugar. Definitely worth having in your cupboard. And we've been using this a lot in the cookery school. So I'm just going to sprinkle this all over. And then, this is really important, there's no salt in this recipe. This is what we use, guys. It's called nam pla. Nam pla. It's fish sauce. It's in your recipe, don't worry, you don't need to write anything down. It's a small bottle and it keeps for at least over a year when you open it. So you can keep it and use it in curries. Now I'm going to put 2 spoonfuls into this. So this is where the saltiness comes in. Guys, if you smell it, it smells awful. You'll think, how can that taste nice? But it is so crucial in this dish. So I'm going to put in actually an extra one for a nice little bit of seasoning there. Okay, so the coconut milk is in there. We're going to talk about lime leaves. We're going to cook this, put the lid on, and I'm going to put it on the induction here, and we're going to cook it for about 10 minutes. And then we're going to put in the sweet potato. Now, let's talk about these lime leaves. So these are the dried lime leaves here. They look like a bay leaf, but they're a lime leaf. All right? Something Norman from Thai Gold told me is that when they dry, they lose 50% of their flavour. So the best thing I can suggest to you is to buy them frozen in the Asian market. They're about €3. They're not expensive. And if ever you make fresh fruit salad or you poach fruits, pears, apples, put a few of them into it. So you keep them in the freezer. That's what we do in the school. We do at home. I always have a pack of this at home. And if ever I make a little fresh fruit salad, that's gorgeous. So you just tear it like that, guys. They're frozen, okay? You just defrost them. Smell is amazing. So you have 50% more flavour than you would have using the dried ones. Does that make sense? And that's just going to go in here. And this is the Thai red curry I'm doing. And then we'll just finish that, everyone, with a little bit of mint, basil, and then some lime juice. And that's it. It couldn't be easier. I'm going to put the lid on. When Claire comes back then, what I'm going to do, everyone, I'm going to let that simmer, come to the boil, and that'll be done in about 20 minutes. It doesn't take long. And I just want to make sure that the potatoes are cooked. So usually when the potatoes are cooked, if I put them in now, they're going to go mushy. They're going to go soft. So this is rump steak, everyone, okay? It's rump steak, which is really, really gorgeous. So I'll just move this over here. We've sweetened it. We've all that in there. Our nam pla sauce. I have some stock, and I'm in 2 minds. I might just put a little bit into it. Just a small amount, that's all. I don't want it too runny. That's what I don't want. There's no flour in this. And everyone, if you're using stock, this is the good stock cube to use. It's called Callo. It's the one I use at home. It's low in salt. So we're trying to get away with the amount of salt in our diet, the amount of sugar, the amount of additives. And I suppose with the new book, everyone, the healthy book, people think, God, healthy food, it's not going to be very tasty. It's full of flavour. All the recipes are quick, you know. And we just were recording last week, everyone, in Airfield. Has anyone ever been to Airfield in Dundrum? Guys, it's super. It really is special. We were there all last week, and I didn't hear about it probably maybe 4 or 5 months ago. I heard about it. I didn't know where it was. I didn't know what it was. So myself, Connor and Lucia, my twins, my wife Imelda, went up to Dundrum. We got the Lewis from Dublin, just out there, and then we went to it. And they have lovely chickens, and they have lovely cows you can milk, and it's just a great experience. The twins loved it. We take a lot for granted because a lot of you live in the country. Well, there's people in the city who would never see even a live animal, and that is true. And we were there last week recording. They have a beautiful cafe. I would recommend it. If you go to Dublin, it's really good. And I love the whole thing. They've wonderful vegetables, loads of different greens. They have a full garden. It's very special, really is. So we were there recording last week, and then after that, it's for the new program that's going to be on in January. And Mairead said, 100 programs, guys. That's incredible for RTE. I am privileged, I am humbled, and I never take that for granted, because TV can stop just like that. So, when I started cooking, never did I think I'd have 12 cookbooks, 100 programs for RTE. I love my job. I love food, as you can see. And I just love the way people are all into cooking and food now at the moment. We're going to bring the curry to the boil. I'm going to give it over to... is it working okay? Yeah. Is it okay? No problem. And I'm going to give this to Claire in a moment, just to simmer away, let the curry cook, and after 10 minutes, we'll put in the sweet potatoes. Is that okay, everyone? All right, let me show you a nice little salmon dish. Yeah, perfect. Sounds good. Good man. Thanks, Kenneth. That's my oldest brother, Kenneth. He's the real home chef. All right? His speciality is satay. Isn't that right, Kenneth? Chicken satay. Your speciality. Whenever he makes it, I'm going to be making chicken satay in the afternoon. He doesn't like it at all, my recipe. Whenever he makes it at home, I'm only allowed to chop the onions and crush the garlic and chop the peppers. I'm not even allowed near the pot. But he's very good. I know I embarrass him, but I love him to bits. He's great. We're from a family of 9. So I'm a twin. Did you know that? Much better looking and slimmer than me. David's his name. He's not great into food. He'd run a mile from this. He's a bacon and cabbage man. Nothing wrong with that, by the way. He just loves simple, lovely food. So when we do the Christmas dinner, roast goose, turkey and ham, whatever it is, and I do a spread, and I had 35 people last year. You know what he wants? Vegetable soup, that's fine. T-bone steak, well done. Tomato ketchup, sauteed onions, mashed potato. He loves that. baked Alaska. Bought ice cream, not homemade. Chocolate sponge, which is homemade, and meringue. That's what he loves. We're very different. He's really just started to eat mayonnaise in the last couple of years, which is... But isn't it amazing? Because I have twins now, Connor and Lucia, and to see them develop a little taste, they love this little salmon dish. You know, they love squid. Didn't know what squid was when I was their age. So it's amazing the way our taste buds can change, but if you start them young, and when that lovely lady who was here with her boy or girl, I don't know what Mairead said, we have a little book for that lovely little young, 7 weeks old, I think, baby. Very welcome. Is that right? 7 weeks, is that what I heard? 2.5. Oh my God. 3 weeks. That's amazing. Oh my God. So make sure we get the name. Yeah. So all they can say, like, I'm not an expert, but just start them young. Get them tasting flavours. And if you use spice, which I use a little bit, do it gradually. Very gradually. Connor, my young son, he loves potatoes and he loves chicken casseroles and he loves that. And I do it kind of like a vegetable soup, which I get lots of vegetables and I poach the chicken breast in the vegetables. And then I get this pasta called orzo. So it looks like rice, but it's a pasta. And I put that all into the pot with lots of herbs, and he started picking out the herbs now, which is fine. He'll go through that, but they love that. And to be able to make food and stop buying as much processed food, that's the message I want to get across. I'm going to do this salmon dish for you, everyone. We're going to use Clare Island salmon, which is organic salmon. Salmon is probably my least favourite fish, if I'm going to be honest with you. I love hake, I love sea trout, I love monkfish, more expensive, of course, and I love all the flatfish, which are in season at the minute. We got a halibut last week, everyone. Do you know how many portions we got from one fish? 140 portions. Now, there weren't tiny portions from Cavan. There were big portions, so there were. And it cost us nearly €400 for the fish. Yeah, incredible. Incredible. A monster of a fish. Okay, so brill is in season at the minute, turbot, all the flat fish. We're going to do up... Actually, do you know what I'll do first, Claire? I'll do the little dressing. You're right. Good woman. Okay, so we're going to bake this off. 2 cloves of garlic into the dish. So for anyone that has just come in, we have lots of lovely recipes for you all. And we're going to be raffling off all the food and a cookery book. If you're nice to me. If you're not nice to me, I'm bringing it home to the wife tonight. Okay, we're going to grate the ginger. Were you trying to say something there? No? Are you sure? She's in love, isn't she? You can see her smiling all the time. It's great. I love it. Fair play to her. Anyway, so we're going to grate this. Watch the fingers. Peel the ginger. Now, you can use the skin of ginger, everyone. And if you use the skin of ginger, it's much stronger. Just wash the skin. It's perfectly fine. A little bit of soya sauce. Can I show you this just on our screen, everyone? And it's an Indonesian soya sauce. This is about maybe €10 to buy. It's a super soya sauce. This is what I use at home. It's low in salt. Now, it's a large bottle, but it keeps for 2 years. And it's a sweet soya sauce, so it's not... Look how thick it is. It's absolutely beautiful. I love this. So we have ginger, we have garlic in there. We're going to put a little bit of honey. We're going to put some lime juice into that. So a tiny little drizzle of honey for sweetness. So Mairead was right when she was thinking honey with salmon sounds too sweet. And if you don't put in, because you have the sweet soya sauce, if you don't put in the lime or you can't get lime, you can use lemon. I think the lime works really well with this. Cut this in half, everyone. The lemon goes in, and then we're going to put lots of sesame seeds. So the lime is in there. I may have said lemon, sorry. And it's a really good lime, full of juice. So this is our lovely little syrup that we're going to pour over our salmon. Going to bake these off. And then the last thing we're going to do is we're going to put in some sesame seeds. So I'm not going to put any salt into this. So one of the courses that we do in the cookery school, and myself and Claire work in the cookery school, and we have another chef who helps us. And we have a class this Saturday now, so we'll go home tomorrow. Claire will get prepped up. I'm going to Westport tomorrow. I'm going to open up, do you know Kelly's Black Pudding? In Newport? Newport, yeah, that's where I'm going, not Westport. I'm going to officially open his factory. I love this man. I love this man. They're here at the show. His passion, his love for food, and the quality of his stuff. He's just one of the nicest men you could meet. So he's asked me to come down and officially open it tomorrow, and then I'll be back to my restaurant tomorrow evening. So I have a very special, I have a huge variety in my life. Last Saturday, I had one of the most amazing experiences I've ever had as a chef and a person. I was in Athlone, and I was doing a little kind of like a junior master chef for 7 blind children. Amazing, amazing, amazing. One of the most, inspirational things that I've ever had in my life. To see them, the way they open things, the way they touch things and smell things, incredible. They'd done a lovely little Cajun chicken burger for me. They'd done a rice dish, which they baked off in the microwave. And then they'd done a pudding. And I've invited them all to come up to the cookery school next year and come up and have a little morning with myself. And hopefully Claire will be still there if she doesn't go to Dubai. That was amazing to see young people. They were aged 10, 11, 12. Amazing. One of the most amazing things I've ever had in my life. A little bit of lemon oil. So this is some of the flavoured rapeseed oil. So there's chili, garlic. Garlic is the most popular. This is some lemon. We're going to lift up our salmon. The salmon, everyone, is pin-boned, but the skin is on, but the scales are off. So this is organic salmon from Clare Island. It's the best. Away over near Achill Island, over in the west of Ireland. We're going to get some broccoli, which Claire has just blanched off, and thank you. And this is some sprouting broccoli. And what Claire has done, everyone, she just put it in boiling water for about, 30, 40 seconds? Yeah, and then into cold water. And why do we do that? We do that to keep the colour, to keep the nutrients, and we just call that blanching off. So we just arrange this just all over our salmon. If you don't like broccoli, okay? And kids love it because, they can grab it and they can take that. We call that kind of toddler tapas. From a young age, get your children doing that. That's really important that they feel food, asparagus, things they can lift up and feel. So if you don't like broccoli, you can use some peas, you can use some peppers, some carrots once they're thinly sliced. We're going to drizzle over our lovely marinade. Guys, can I tell you, if you don't like salmon, this is delicious with chicken breast. And really good with pork chops. Really does work. Lamb cutlets, all that. They wouldn't be very, I'd serve with a lot of different meats. So can you all see that on the screen? A couple of spoonfuls of that marinade. And then we're going to just do our parcel, Fold this up. We're going to pop this into the oven on a dish, okay? So say you were busy, you wanted to do these ahead, have everything done. That will keep for about at least a week in your fridge. Salmon you can do, take it out of the fridge, have these all wrapped up, and then put them back into the fridge. But do, if you can, before you cook them, take them out 15 minutes so it brings the fish to room temperature. It cooks faster, and you'll get a more kind of like succulent fish. That's my tip for you. So I'm just going to open up the tin foil. Can you see the way I'm putting the shiny side in? Okay, which should reflect the heat. Thanks, Claire. Good woman. Okay, thank you. All right, so our broccoli. I'm going to move it over here. You're too quick. Have you broccoli? She's too fast. Are you keen to get home? I want to joke you. Okay, so we're just going to pick this up here. This is the broccoli. Sorry if that's blocking your way now there. Okay, so that's the broccoli there. I am happy with that. I may as well put another little bit there. So it's a lovely dish, this. It's very quick. And, this is a dish that we do in the cookery school for one of our half-day classes, where parents and kids come in for half a day, from 9:30 to 1 o'clock, and they're aged from the age of 5 to about 15. And this is one of the dishes. I always want to cook a fish dish. I'm from a family of 9, and 5 of my family don't eat fish. That's sad. But I'm to blame, in a way. I used to run after my sisters with full John Dory, monkfish, live lobsters, so yeah, I feel a bit bad about it. But no, I love fish, and I want my twins to enjoy fish. Beef is our number one seller in the restaurant. Lamb or whatever we have is next. Sometimes duck or venison, and then fish. So we have monkfish on at the minute. Guys, we're going to bake that off in the oven, and that is going to take about 15 minutes, okay? So the oven is preheated here. Are we back and forth? Good, woman, Claire. All right. We're going to give that a good blast up. So it's about 190, 200 is a good gas oven, okay? That's roughly about it for the temperature of the oven. Okay, we're going to do our brownie next. I'm just going to wash my hands. And then what we're going to do, everyone, we're going to show you how to make this chocolate brownie. So does anyone like chocolate? Only 2 or 3? 3 people? Do you like chocolate? Okay, I'm going to show you a really easy brownie. So Claire, will you mind putting in the sweet potatoes? Good woman. You probably have them in, have you? Okay, this is them here. So let's bring it over and we'll just show Niall. This is our curry. Just before we start, a little dessert. Are you all enjoying the demo? I know it's not easy for you to stand, and I'm sorry. It's just so popular, and I love the way they've done the new stand this year. So this is our curry here. It's nice. I'll just hold it up, and just Niall will get a little shot. It's not ready, by the way. We need to put in our sweet potatoes, but I just want to show you the beef. Now, I definitely think it's better to seal off the beef. But with the pork or chicken, put it in raw. No need to do that. It'll be fine. But I think with the beef, I think it's nicer. That's my honest opinion. So look at it. It's a nice light curry. Now, when the sweet potatoes go in, they're peeled and they're chopped. Don't be chopping them small. Okay? We might put a little bit more stock on that, Claire, bring it back to the boil, and then you can let that cook. That's going to take about another, I'd say, 10 minutes, 12 minutes, thereabouts, maximum 15 minutes, just until the sweet potatoes are cooked. Are we happy with that? And then we need to finish it with mint and basil. That's it. Okay, guys, I'm going to show you how to make... I'm going to talk about chocolate in a minute when Claire is going to whisk this for me. 2 eggs. These are quality assured Irish eggs. Some caster sugar. Okay, so this is just get a spoon and just scrape in the caster sugar. Now what we're going to do, we're going to make what we call a sabayon. all right, which is 2 eggs, sugar, and you just beat it with a hand mixer. You can use a KitchenAid, it doesn't matter. So you just turn this up full, literally let this beat for a minute or two. Okay, so I'm going to let Claire do this, and I'm going to just talk to you for a minute or two just about chocolate. Are you okay? Thank you. Right, so chocolate. What does couverture chocolate mean? What does good chocolate, what is it all about? This is what it's all about. 70% cocoa solids. Cocoa butter is the key ingredient. The more cocoa butter is in it, the less sugar. Okay, so this is 70%. The one I'm using here is 65%. 90% is very bitter, very, very, very bitter. So good chocolate, Lindt is excellent, green and black is good. The one we use in the restaurant is Callebaut from Belgium, or Valrhona, or Cacobari. Okay, Valrhona is the most expensive. So you'll get this in every supermarket, you know it, don't you guys? Okay, so do use this for making any kind of chocolate dessert. It's excellent. It's readily available. People love these little buttons, and they're more expensive than that because they have to be processed a little bit differently. They melt quicker. So the reason why I'm using the buttons, everyone, is they're going to melt in the brownie. They're going to keep it really soft and moist. This is a very, very simple brownie. We're going to use unsweetened cocoa powder. Green and black do it. Okay? Bourneville and Cadbury's, they're okay, but there is sugar in them. So get some green and black, a small little tub. Every supermarket has them now. It's unsweetened. Pecan nuts. If you like nuts, which I love in a brownie, some people don't, and especially with young children, if they've any nut allergy, you leave that out. These are the nuts here, everyone, and they're pecan nuts. So all we've done is just simply chop them roughly. Claire, that should be ready now. Thank you. And then self-raising flour. So we're just going to add all this in, everyone, into our brownie. It's very straightforward, thank you. It's very easy, so I just want to show you what a sabayon means. It's light and it's fluffy. So remember when you'd make a sponge, you'd sieve in the flour now, or a little bit of cocoa powder for a chocolate sponge, fold it in, and into the oven it would go. We're going to put in our chocolate buttons. We are going to put in our nuts, which are just roughly chopped, okay? So Thomas chopped them this morning, all right, thank you. And then Claire has some chocolate melted in here, and I just want to show you how she's this done. So this is what we call a bain-marie. Just want to show you this here now. It's just set a little bit just on us, okay? And this is what happens. It thickens up a little bit. So we just soften this up. So in the saucepan, everyone, we have water, okay? But if the water gets in here, it will seize. It doesn't like. Water and chocolate don't mix together. So I'm just going to mix this through here just to soften it a little bit, and then it'll become runny. So what's in here, everyone, is the chocolate and some butter. It's all in your recipe. These are the recipe booklets, everyone, here, that I want you to take home with you. We have loads of them. So take a couple of them home with you. You're more than happy to do that. Just to show you over here who can't see the screens. So we've lots of them there. The gang are going around with them. So let's just mix this up a little bit. It's nearly ready. So this is what you call bain-marie. If you've ever heard of that, to melt chocolate over a bain-marie, that's what that means. In goes our butter and the chocolate melted. Okay, I'm just going to use the spatula if you don't mind, so we don't waste anything. So scrape this all in here, and then we're just going to sieve in, can I give you that, our cocoa powder and the flour. It's as easy as that, and you mix it all together. So it's very easy. Lovely. Good chocolate, guys. It's just delicious, so it is. Self-raising flour, so it should be a light brownie. It's rich, it is light, but it's gorgeous. And then we have our cocoa powder. So everything is weighed out. This is the recipe you have in your booklet, okay? And it's the smallest amount because we've kind of scaled it down from doing it in the cookery school. Just sieve this in. It just lightens it. Here we go. I'll give you that, Claire. All right. And then we just mix it all together. So fold this in here, fold it in, so you're just mixing it all together, and that's it done, guys. It couldn't be easier. Now what I've done with a tray, I'll just hold it in front of you. I brushed it with butter, and then we just simply lined it with some parchment paper. So we're going to bake this off. Guys, I never use greaseproof paper. I couldn't tell you when I used it last. I hate the stuff. So parchment paper is a non-stick silicone paper. Nothing will stick to it. It's brilliant for pavlovas, for baking. We never use greaseproof. So that's what we've done. Can you all see that there? Small little dish, Pyrex dish. That's what we've used here, just for everyone over there. We're going to actually scrape this in. Okay, and this will rise. Okay, it will rise because of the self-raising flour in it. So it is It's a lovely little recipe and it's very quick. This is going to take about 20-25 minutes to bake off, but we already have one done. So in the afternoon, this is the one I'll be serving up later on in the afternoon. Now, how long does brownie keep when you make it? Brownie will keep very, very happily, at room temperature, not in the fridge. Don't worry about keeping brownie in the fridge. And it will keep happily for at least a week. No problem. Covered in cling film. Guys, that's it there. Will you have a little look at that? Now I'll get a shot of that. Goes into the oven. The oven's preheated at 180. Is that okay, everyone? All right, so that's it there. That you can all see that. It's thick, but it will rise up. I'm going to show you one which we cooked yesterday. Okay, so Claire has warmed up this. So this is the one I did yesterday. It's warm because we just put it back into the oven. And that's it there. And I'll hold it all up to you. Gorgeous. Guys, it is warm. All right, we just warmed it up for about 10 minutes. So it's nice, it has puffed up. You can see the nuts, you can see the little bit of chocolate that has melted, and it's going to be gorgeous. So I'm going to do the fudge sauce next. Is that okay? Just a quick chocolate sauce, and then we're going to do a little bit of spun sugar, and then we should be ready to serve everything up. Is that all right? Are you all hungry? Are you all hungry? Of course you are. Well, listen, if you're hungry, just go out that door and take a left and another left, and the food village is just behind you there. Okay. Well, hopefully you might win some of the food. Now, we're going to do a very simple fudge sauce. So what I'm going to put in is cream first of all. All right? We're going to add this in here. There's no sugar in this sauce, everyone. So this is what we call scalding the cream. We're going to put in vanilla extract. Can I tell you a company, if you use vanilla, to buy online called Vanilla Bazaar? Do you know how much their vanilla pods are? 23 cents a pod. For you and for me, there's no difference. I just buy them in kilos. They're based in London. Okay? You can go online and look them up, and it's free postage and packaging because we use it in Ireland. VanillaBazaar.com, okay? Really good company. I've only met this lady once, and I'm buying vanilla off her for the last 15 years. Yeah, I've only met her once. Amazing. So we buy them in kilos. We use 40 vanilla pods, 30 vanilla pods a day. A day. Yeah, so it's expensive. So just that company again for you. VanillaBazaar.com. Okay? And you can go online and buy 1 pod, 10 pods, 20 pods, and vanilla extracts in small bottles or a litre bottle, which is excellent. Now, everyone, what we're going to do, we're going to warm this up. I'm going to move it over to this jet. Might be a little bit quicker. And we're going to put in, one of my favourite liqueurs is Cool Swan. Do you know this, everyone? Oh, super. We were doing a little walk around today, and they're based in one of the tents. Kenna, can you remember where they are? Exactly? I forget. What's that? Next to the ICA tent. Oh, guys, we were tasting it this morning, Sophia. I nearly fell asleep over there in the chair. It is gorgeous. So it's flavoured with single malt Irish whiskey, Cavan cream, and also vanilla, white chocolate, and cocoa. So, guys, tell me when to stop. I'm sorry? Tell me when to stop. When you open this will last for 6 months in your fridge. It probably won't last 6 hours. It is delicious. Don't serve it with ice. Serve it neat. It's much nicer. It's super. Absolutely great product. So an Irish cream liqueur. We had Mary, who owns the company, up yesterday, just chatting, and she was telling me that they've won loads of awards and they're exporting to Hong Kong, Russia, America. It's doing phenomenally well. I'm sure you've seen it in the airport if you go through. It's a great product. Great product. Okay, so Claire's just warming this up, everyone. And that's the cream, no sugar, chocolate, and that's it. It's just a very, very, very simple sauce. And what's lovely about this sauce, everyone, is that you can just serve it with some ice cream, or you can serve it, along with the chocolate brownie. It works really good. So it's nearly ready. We're going to add this in. Thank you, Claire. And then I'm just going to whisk this. So we just add in all this lovely chocolate. So whisk this in here. So this is a light chocolate sauce, everyone. No sugar. The vanilla extract has sugar in it, by the way. And the Cool Swan has white chocolate in it. So there should be enough sweetness there. Now we're just going to whisk this all together. All right. And it should be very nearly ready. So say you were going to make a nice hot chocolate. This is gorgeous. Wouldn't use cream, I'd use milk, by the way, okay? Whisk in your chocolate, add in a bit of Cool Swan. It'll help you sleep. And it's full of flavour, so it's delicious. So I'm just going to whisk this, everyone. And this is the sauce here. If you want to, you can pass it through a sieve. No need to. I just want to show you the consistency of it now. That's it done. Just get a spoon. And that's it there, guys. So delicious. And that will keep, honestly, for a week in your fridge. Warm it up in the microwave. Do warm it up. It's much nicer warm, I think so. Doesn't have to be hot. I'm going to serve it up in a few minutes now with the brownie and just scrape it all out. Just store it in a little jug, pop it into the microwave. It's so delicious. So say if you wanted to do a nice simple little dessert, vanilla ice cream, sliced pear. You can get a can of pears, you know, that are poached in natural apple juice or grape juice they usually are done in. And then you get some chocolate sauce and some toasted flaked almonds. Delicious. Are we happy with that? I'd nearly be drinking that. It's that good. It's so delicious. Right, we're going to have a little bit of fun doing some sugar. We're going to have a little look at our at the curry, if you don't mind. How are we doing? Nearly there? Yeah? Perfect. Okay, put it over here, good woman. Thank you very much. Just before I do that, I'm going to stir that. Gorgeous. Now, guys, this is the curry here. I'll hold it up to you now. You can just see all those lovely colours. I just love sweet potato. Some people don't. So butternut squash or pumpkin. Pumpkin are coming into season now, and they're a lovely kind of ingredient and vegetable to use. Now, will you get the lid back onto it? I'm just going to chop some herbs, everyone. When you're keeping some herbs, tissue paper, cold water, and that will keep the herbs in your fridge nice and fresh, so it will. So we're just going to chop this, a little bit of basil here. Okay, fresh basil is beautiful, one of my favourite herbs, and a little bit of mint. Mint is unusual, but it's very good in this. It really is. You always think of mint with lamb or on desserts. Some people slag me off because I always present a little sprig of mint on my desserts. But you know, a fresh mint tea is lovely. So you chop it up and pour boiling water over it, and it's really gorgeous. Very refreshing. If you're feeling full after dinner, it's excellent. Now just watch the way I chop the herbs, everyone, okay? We're going to get this here, and we're just going to roll it up, and just with the knife, we're using a good knife, and all the knives, pots and pans are from a German company called Henkel. Henkel. If you want to buy them, you want to buy good knives, you go up to Arnott's. They're the best. They always have them on special offer. They're expensive, but there's a lifetime guarantee with them. You know, they're the oldest manufacturers. So Henkel is the name of the knives, and we use them in the cookery school. I use them at home. They're super, super. So look at the way I'm chopping, everyone. Just I'll show you that again. Using a big knife, you rock it over and back. Chop, chop, chop. And then this is going to go in to the curry. We're going to finish this off, and then we're going to have a little bit of fun doing some sugar. So Claire, will you stir that through for me if you don't mind? Okay. Just turn that over. Wipe my knife, and then, because we're going to use that for the brownie. Right, everyone, in the saucepan. If you see me at the Ploughing, you'll know what I'm going to do next. I'm going to do some spun sugar, okay? And we're going to have a little bit of fun doing this. Maybe a little bit more stock. What do you think? Just a tiny little bit more if you have some there. So I'm going to get two people up from the audience, okay? Well, you were first to put your hand up, and this lady there, come on up to me, good girl, and yourself. Come on up, guys. We'll have a little bit of a chat. Is the microphone on? It is on. Brilliant. Okay. Give them a round of applause. Come on. Now, Claire's going to check the salmon in a moment, okay? Curry's on there. Brilliant. I'm keeping you busy. Now, we'll speak to the lady first. Come on in and say hello to everyone now. And tell me your name. Bodie, you here. What's your name?
Rachel.
Rachel, where are you from?
Ballymaloe.
Ballymaloe?
Yeah.
Oh. So, are you, do you
Yeah, I work in Ballymaloe.
Oh, get back down there. Come on. Where do you work?
In the kitchen.
You do not?
Yeah.
It's a great success.
Yeah, I work
I love
alongside
Tarina.
Rachel.
Love Rachel and Myrtle. How's Myrtle? Good?
She's good. She's
Isn't she
always
an amazing
popping around
woman?
the place.
She's an amazing woman. I love what she's done for Irish food. She's the nicest woman. Do you know that? Will you send her my love?
I will.
Will you?
Yeah.
Brilliant, brilliant. So what age are you?
I'm 17.
God. But you're obviously at school, you know? Or
Yeah, I'm
college?
in fifth year.
So you work at the weekends?
Yeah.
What an experience. So I'm going to ask you, do you like cooking? Well, that's probably the stupidest question I could ask you.
Yeah, I love cooking.
Do you? And what's your favourite dish to cook?
God, I don't know. I love salmon.
Do you love salmon?
Yeah.
Yeah? And that's great, because salmon is so good for you, full of the good omegas. What else do you like to cook? Desserts? Like
no,
bacon?
I'd be more savoury.
Would you?
Yeah, I wouldn't really
Okay.
go into desserts.
And how is Ballymaloe very busy?
Yeah, the
Sure, it's-
12-week course has just gone in, so
Okay.
we're busy down there now
Brilliant,
again.
brilliant. So your full name again?
Rachel Dunn.
Rachel Dunn.
Yeah.
And are your parents, any of the other family involved in
Yeah,
Ballymaloe?
my mum works in Ballymaloe as well.
Did I meet her? No?
Yes, you did.
Did I?
I went up to you in
That's
transition
it. That's
year.
where I recognise.
Yeah.
When was that?
Last March.
Did you enjoy it? So she came up and spent a few days in our kitchen. We offered her a job, but she wouldn't come to me. She said Ballymaloe, she wanted to stay. So would you like to be a chef, do you think?
I'd love to be a home ec teacher.
Good, super. Home economics teachers are the unsung heroes of the of the school. And tomorrow I'm going to St Angela's on my way to Westport to do a wee talk for the home economics teachers. So well done to you. Good girl, fantastic. Let's go over here, Pet. Let's have a chat to this young man. What's your name?
Aaron.
Aaron who?
Reed.
Greed or Reed?
Reed.
Reed, sorry. Where are you from, Aaron?
I'm from Athy.
Athy, so you're only up the road?
Yeah.
Have you been to the Ploughing before?
I think when I was about 8, I was
8. And are you enjoying it?
Yeah.
So who's here with you? Is that your mum?
My mum and my gran.
And do you like to cook?
I like to bake.
You like to bake. So we have a pastry chef and a savoury cook. Now you're a bit young for her, but it doesn't matter. You know, I'm trying to matchmake here. I'm sorry, I'm only joking you. So come here, you're at school, are you?
Yeah.
What year are you in?
6.
You're too young for girls yet, so you are. But you like cooking, so what do you like to bake?
I like to bake some cakes and some buns and bread.
Isn't that brilliant? Isn't that great? I love to hear that. So we're going to have a little bit of fun doing the sugar, okay? You write that down? Good one. Now, come on over, guys. This is our sugar. You've probably done this before, have you? Oh, come on. Why'd you come up then? Huh? Come on, give someone else a chance. I'm going to joke with you. Okay, ladies first. So we let this fall down, and over the back of a ladle, you just go in one direction. Okay, so what's in the saucepan, everyone, is sugar, water, and glucose. So what we have, we're just letting that cook away, and then we just switch this, go round and round. You oil the ladle with plain rapeseed oil. You don't need any flavoured rapeseed oil. And then you just take this off, and then you unmold it, and you have a little basket like that. It looks really impressive, and the secret is to have your sugar and your glucose here. Now, Rachel, good girl, here we go. Now, so Rachel and Aaron, isn't that right? That's who I have up here. 2 young future foodies. Now you hold the spoon, pet. Good girl, hold it nice and high. Brilliant, good technique, yeah. You're nice and relaxed, that's super. So see the way she's holding the spoon, nice and high above the ladle? That's the secret into doing this. Really, really good. Fantastic. And over the other way. Yeah. So Aaron, are you watching? No pressure. Come on in beside me, good man. Look at that. So sugar, water, glucose. Why we put the glucose in? Yeah, go right down to the bottom. We put the glucose in so it stops it from crystallizing. And it will. I'm going to switch off my curry now, everyone, okay? I don't want it to overcook anymore. Rachel, that is a star. You are wonderful. And you can lift that off and just hold it up to Niall, our cameraman. Just twist it off. Good woman. Hold it up. Well done. Look at that. Go, girl. Well, we'd expect nothing better from you. Now hold on to that. You can bring that back down to Rachel Allen. She's down in the Land Rover tent. Tell her I said hello to her. I'm only joking you. Wait here for a minute. Wait here for a minute. Now, here we go. Now you hold it nice and high. Okay. Now you hold the ladle down. So Rachel, you're not to go. We have a little surprise for you. Hold it higher. Good lad. So see, as the sugar cools down, it kind of slows down as it cools down. So over and back. Are you enjoying the ploughing?
Yeah.
Great show, isn't it? Are you just up for the day?
Yeah.
Super. Well done. That's brilliant. Good lad, Aaron. You're doing brilliant. And you're being very particular. Now hold it a wee bit higher. I'll help you. Good lad. Don't worry. We'll do that again. We'll just get the thing, because it's a wee bit trickier when it gets hotter or cooler. Now you go. You take the spoon. See the way I'm holding it, and just go a little bit faster if you can. Good lad. That's okay. You're doing really good. Isn't he doing brilliant? That's a bit of encouragement. Yeah. I'm proud of you. Fantastic. Now, Aaron, what we're going to do, we're going to take the spoon off you. All right? We're just going to break this here, so you can twist that there. Take it off. Show it up to Niall, our cameraman. Good lad. Take your time. Lift it. Well done. Good lad. Now, yeah, good boy. Fair play to you. Now, don't go away yet. I'm going to show you 2 other types. You'll probably see me doing this before Rachel. Aaron, I'm going to do what we call angel's hair. So you just let the sugar fall. As it's falling, it's cooling down. And as it's cooling down, it's going to harden. So this looks really well on top of strawberries, ice cream, that kind of thing, so it does. All right, you let this just come off. Look at that there, guys. It's angel's hair, so sugar, water, glucose, that's all that's there. These first 2 types, your baskets will keep in an airtight container for about 3 weeks. So they keep really well. The last one I'm going to show you, okay, is just this here. And this is using a steel. So the sugar has got to be cooling down. And if it doesn't cool down, guys, what happens is that it just falls off the actual, it falls off the steel here. Watch this. How cool is that? Isn't that cool? Nice little curl. What about that? Now, so guys, I'm going to get you to help, both of you to help me for a moment. We're going to put up our brownie. So I'm just going to get my plate. Pardon me, Rachel. Okay, we're going to get some fruits. Claire has the oven off. Well done, Claire. That's with the salmon. So the oven's off, the curry's off. We're going to do our brownie. I'm going to let the two guys go, and then I'll serve up the last two dishes. So let's unmold our brownie and just show everyone here. Do you like brownie? Isn't it the best? So if you butter that, it's soft. Just feel that. Just feel it, guys. Okay? So it's nice and soft, so it is, especially in the center. And when you warm it up, we're going to just trim off the end. So we are. Quality control, we call this. If you don't taste it, you don't know what it's like. Now, Aaron, there we go. Nice big chunk. And we're just going to cut this into a square. So it should be really nice and moist. I'm going to move this out of the way, Claire. Give you that. Here, good woman. Just keep an eye on the other brownie, Claire, if you don't mind. What we're going to do next, guys, is just put some fruits. So we have some strawberries. We have some raspberries. Claire, will you pass me over the raspberries? So, Rachel, if you put some raspberries on the plate. Okay, and Aaron, if you put the strawberries, I'll just show you the way I want it done. So just arrange them like that. So if you put the raspberries in between, so Aaron, you go with that, and you go with that. Just sit the raspberries in there, and the strawberries, just around the plate. So everyone, these are from Pat Clark. He's at the show, and they're all stem picked. So every single strawberry is cut by hand. Unbelievable produce, unbelievable flavour. I don't think you'll beat his strawberries. And he told me in 50 years of growing strawberries, brilliant job. This is the earliest he ever picked strawberries. Did you taste them? They're delicious. Fruit, €1.05 a day, most important thing you could eat. And he said in 50 years of growing strawberries, this is the earliest he ever picked them, in April. We're just going to finish this, everyone, with our sauce. No calories, thank God. Because you have fruit in it. We're going to get our little basket. We're going to get our little curl. And that's our little dessert there. What about that for a brownie? Can I thank both our young chefs very, very, very much. We have a little goodie bag for them. Claire has that organised. Rachel, we wish you continued success.
Thank you.
Good luck with the home economics teaching. Keep up the great work. Tell Rachel and the whole crew I said a big hello. Aaron, good luck with everything and thank you. And keep up the great bacon, won't you? Will you give them a big round of applause? Two great young foodies. Thanks for coming up. Lovely to see you again. Well done. Isn't that lovely? When you get young people who love cooking, whether it's bacon, savoury, that's brilliant. Well done, guys. Well done. Now, I am going to serve up my salmon. Then we're going to serve up my curry, and that's my demo finished. Have you all got your raffle tickets? What? Well, we have the crew from the Farmers Journal going round with them. With raffle tickets for all the food we're going to raffle off, and a cookbook. Thank you. So Maria's going to organise that. She's here, looking beautiful in her green and white top, and she's going to go round with the raffle tickets. So make sure, put your hand up, everyone. We have it out. Claire has the salmon taken out. We won't even need a pet. I'm just going to put it straight onto the plate. Can I show you how we know this is cooked? I'm just going to bring it closer, just over there, just to Niall, that he can see it. Everyone, when there's a white protein comes out of fish, and when it comes out that it's cooked, you keep everything, and that is perfectly cooked. It's just splitting it. I don't want to destroy it on you. But with the broccoli there, you have the sesame seeds, you have that lovely marinade, just spoon that over. What I would serve with this is rice or potatoes, whatever you want. I love the fact that they're in a parcel, so it's a bit of fun. And it's keeping all the goodness in the actual salmon. So I'm going to give that over to Claire. This is going to be, we're going to raffle off the 2 salmon, all the curry and the brownie. So one person is going to win some of each. Now, oh sorry, you're a bit busy there. Claire has steamed some rice in a great little rice steamer. How much was it? 10, 12 euro? 15 euro in Aldi. Aldi or Lidl, I forget which one. 15 euro. You put the rice in, you put water in it, you switch it on, and then it'll keep warm for the whole day. It's amazing. It won't overcook. Super, super, absolutely brilliant. So we have this here, and we're just going to take out the rice and serve up the curry. So we'll just bring over the bowl. Do we have another spoon, Claire, like that? Okay, I can use the ladle. Can use the ladle. So this is some rice, everyone, with the curry. You do need something like that when you're serving up the curry. I'm just going to put it into a black bowl. We're going to raffle, of course. You're not getting my plates or bowls. You're getting lovely little takeaway foil containers, which are beautiful. And this is our curry here, everyone. So we have the beef, sweet potato. That should be cooked. And it just depends on the size of the chunks. We're just going to arrange this. I'm just going to turn it around so now you can get a little shot of this. And then all this lovely, look at the sweet potatoes are beginning to break up. So lots of that lovely beef and the sauce. And guys, sometimes what happens with this is that it gets a little bit oily on top, and it's not from the oil. We didn't use very little oil, but it's because of the coconut milk. So it is. The lime leaves, you wouldn't be eating them. Just take them out. But that's our curry, as simple as that. Really quick, very tasty. One pot dish with mashed potato. That's my last dish for this demonstration. I hope you've enjoyed it. Okay? Thanks a million. Now we're going to do our raffle now. Okay? And afterwards I'm going to be over here with Kenneth and Jerry. If you want to get any 2 books, they're €35 for 2 books or €20 each. If you want to. We have the baby and toddler book, which is a family cookbook. We also have the fast book, which won cookbook of the year last year. And then we have the new healthy eating book, which is doing really well, launched this week. And I'm thrilled with it. I really am. And they're quick recipes. And it's not a diet book. It's not a diet. I'm not into diets. I'm into good, honest, wholesome, fresh food and stuff you can make ahead. So, are we ready to go, Maria? Almost, sorry. Well, I'll keep yapping away then for a minute. Did you all enjoy the demo? If you have any questions, you can come over to me. We're going to be back on at 1 o'clock with a different menu. Would you like to know what we're going to do at 1 o'clock? You'll just have to come back. I'm only joking you. You have your booklets, you have. We are doing a lovely sticky toffee pudding. Does that sound nice? You sure? Okay. Have to just check what else we do. I'm only joking you. A lovely lamb dish. I want to show you this. A lamb dish with butterbean, and we're using the loin of lamb, which is really good. Finished with a little bit of feta cheese, and then that's the brownie there. Look at how nice does that look, guys. So that's how you can present it. So when you see a picture, you can present food like that. So you can. So we have all the recipes in the little booklet there, and it's really, really very, very easy, everyday kind of food. Now let's pick off and the chicken satay we're doing too. Sorry, the chicken skewers. Okay. Claire, will you pick one? The first one is a pink ticket. They're all pink, aren't they? Okay, 64. Who's at 64? Aw, you're heartbroken. 64. That's it. Come on up to us, good lad. Well done. 64. Next one, Claire. Have you got it? Well done. 686, everyone. 686. Who has got that? And this is a pink ticket. Or 986. 986. Jeez, I can't read it. 986. I'm sorry, is that you? 986. Sorry about that. I called that wrong. Well done. Could you have a cookbook? Yeah, would you like the cookbook? I'll give you one for your school, no problem. Yeah, of course. You're not chancing your arm now. I'm only joking. I'm only joking her. Yeah, no problem. Here, you tweeted about me. Okay, we'll sign this. Pick out another one, Claire. Which one are we at? We've done that. You're 98, aren't you?
No, he's 64.
Sorry, 64. Okay, so that's your food. You want to get the cookbook. 98 is the next one. I don't know where I put my mark. Oh, it's stuck. It's right on me. What name would you like?
It's Stacey.
Stacey. Pink ticket 98 for the food. Now, because I'm feeling generous, I'm going to give away 2 cookbooks. That's one for you. Okay, my love. Well done. Well done. Well done. Now, 98, have you got it? Well done. 27. That's okay, pet. No problem. Now, Claire will organise the food for you. 27. Just 1 minute, okay? Well done. 27, pink ticket. Ah, great. And this is another food and then one more cookbook. Yeah, 27 is that. Just gone there. That's for that lady. And then Claire is just organising the curry for you, okay? That all right? Sound good? That's for you, 27. There we go, my love. Well done. The last one, 955 for another cookbook. We'll give the fast one out this time. 955. Anyone got it? Well, you are joking me. Rachel. Huh? She's vegetarian. You're vegetarian. Oh, now you're chancing your arm. Are you really? We'll give you some strawberries. I'm only joking. Yeah, I'll give you a book. No problem. Rachel, what book do you want? You probably have them all. Any? No, you have them. Do you want the healthy one? Okay, I'll sign that for you. Wait there 1 minute. So we're going to get you a little book, a fast book. Is that okay? And we still have another one because the curry here, she's vegetarian. That's why. That's fine. And by the way, we welcome vegetarians to the restaurant. We have a full vegetarian menu. And all my books have lots of vegetarian recipes in it. So I hope and I'll personalise that in a minute. So for the curry, Rachel, I'll sign this for you. 158. 158. Who wants the curry? 158. Anyone? Claire, have a look there. 2, Rachel. Anyone? Best wishes. Well done, Pet. You are lucky girl today. You know that? Have you got it? Somebody won? Well done. So guys, that's it finished. We're going to be back on at 1 o'clock. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you all. Enjoy the rest of the day. You were a great audience. Thank you so much. Thank you to Claire. Give her a big round of applause. Well done, Claire. Thank you.
We're live. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to demonstration 2 on day 3 of Ploughing 2015. We just have a visitor to the stand, so we're just going to have a quick few words with Mr. Tom Hayes, a fellow Tipperary man. Minister, the mood of the ploughing and what you're seeing going around, or in terms of farmers, you know, there's few changes happening at the moment, but obviously, you know, what kind of vibes are they picking up? Like,
I suppose, they're wondering what the future will be. They're wondering the price of milk obviously is a concern. They're also concerned about the price of beef and what factories are paying for it. Maybe asking a question or two, why is the price going down this time of the year as it goes down this time of the year, every other year. But
supplies are tight, like, so they're
tight and the demands are there. So they're asking the questions, and I think it's important that they ask questions like that. It's important too from our point of view to be able to say that we're marketing all over the world. There's opportunities for Ireland and new opportunities. It's not all about China, it's about America, it's about Africa, it's also about our own customers in the UK. That's really where the market is. But we have to sell across the world. But we are doing a great job in relation to the beef, and the dairy board are doing a great job in relation to beef. We have to continue that. But we also have to, and I think farmers ask the question, what we want, what the market demands. And I think that's what you're doing here. It's very, very helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the focus of the whole demonstration, is to, you know, looking at the various classes of stock, the live animals, and relating that to what the market demands.
Yeah, and I think that's really important. And, you know, years ago we exported on the hoof, just exported to the UK. Now there's a whole food industry. It's about rural Ireland. It's a big industry, and it's something that there's huge potential in. We want to develop it. But at the end of the day, when you talk about rural Ireland dying, and if you don't pay the primary producer for what they produce, then the countryside will die. So we have an opportunity now with a global market, huge world market, for us to supply a quality product into. We have the environment, we have the expertise and the knowledge, we have the land, and indeed we have the commitment right across the whole industry to develop the industry, to expand it, and, you know, to be positive about it the whole time. And it will be cyclical. Milk prices are going to be up and down. That's a fact of life. Beef prices, we have to keep them up and up, try new markets, new opportunities, explore new opportunities. That's the department, that's more wheels, that's our job to do that and continue to do that, because the knowledge is there now to produce a great message.
Minister, we'll leave you go. Thanks very much for calling in, and I'm sure we'll be in touch again in the very near future. Ladies and gentlemen, Minister Tom Hayes. Okay, thank you, and we'll move straight into the next demonstration. Our first section, obviously, in the demonstration is the dairy side of things, and Aidan Brennan, our dairy specialist, is going to take us through the two heifers that he has here in the ring. Aidan, you've two springborn animals from the dairy herd. One on target and another little bit behind. Talk to us about the two animals.
Yeah, exactly, Jack. So these are two animals from a dairy herd in Tipperary. The larger of the two was born on 29th of January, and she's currently weighing 220 kilos. The lighter one then is born a month later out of a heifer, so she's that bit smaller, and current weight is 160 kilos. So for me, I mean, talking about live weights, those weights don't really mean anything unless you're working off a target. So the most important target is that they be at, you know, between 340 and 350 kilos at mating next May, because that's the critical figure, Jack. If they're behind at that stage,
right,
they have a less likelihood of going in calf then, and they'll be lighter calving down at the following year, you know, because they're going to miss the first cycle.
Less milk,
so
potential fertility.
Yeah, lower milk solids production and poor fertility the subsequent year.
Okay.
So to work that back, if you want to be at 350 kilos, then you need to be at 200 kilos now. So this one at 220, she's on that, she's above that, Jack. You know, she's 20 kilos above it, but, you know, she's born early. You know, she's just slightly above that target, but still perfect in my opinion. This one then is that bit behind, so she needs a bit of special treatment. So I'd be saying 2 kilos of meal for the moment. Okay, fair enough, if you've got good quality grass, that's fine, but that's not going to last much longer. We're heading into October. The quality of the grass is going to deteriorate. Weather's going to change. You know, she's going to need something extra. But the big thing really is to separate them out from the smaller animals. There's no point in having them all together. When they came out of the herd, they weren't split up like. So we walked into the group. There's 40 other animals with them. They all look fine. They all look like the big one. But when we put them into the crush, we weighed them. We picked out the lighter ones. About 10% of the animals were behind target, And only for doing that you wouldn't know that there was actually animals behind target weight in it. So that's the critical thing, to split out the lighter ones, give them a bit of extra meal.
And split them out now, Aidan, you're talking about. Split them out straight away.
Yeah. Ideally, Jack, it's too late now. I mean, if that was done back in May and June, they'd actually all be, she would have got that treatment. Because we're even feeding them a bit of meal now in the pen, and it's the bigger one is bullying the smaller one. Like, she's just nudging her out of the way. So that's what's happening all along. If they were there together.
Perfect.
So just supposed to move on then to the first winter. Good quality silage. They're going to do 0.4, 0.5 kilo per day live weight.
That's all.
That's I mean, people have a notion they're going to do a kilo a day, even in the winter. Like, they're not. Like, so that smaller one, if she's not getting special treatment again, she won't be up to target weight.
So a 100-day winter at 0.4, 0.5, 40, 50 kilos is all that type of animal going to put on over the winter. Like.
Even if she comes in at 200, like, she's going to, like, she won't. But if she comes in at 180, it's still not enough. She's coming out at the same weight as this one, and she won't make up the ground.
Yeah.
I suppose one other thing you could do, like, is let her out in late January or early February, as whatever weight she is, she's going to be 220, 230 kilos. She's a fair bit to make up. She's 100 kilos to make up, and the only way she's going to do that is by getting the early grass. So the quality of the grass in late January, early February, is tremendous. And there might be a lot of it there, and you might say, okay, the weather is poor or whatever else, but you're really only letting out the 10%, like. So it's the land will be there for them. They're not going to do damage because of a big run. And the other ones then come out in middle of February whenever the grass comes available.
Yeah, so for the handful of calves, the proportion, the 5-10 calves that are underweight, get them out in early February and get that kilo again going quicker. Like.
Yeah, it sounds like it's, there's soil types and whatever else are changing, and it sounds very dramatic letting out animals in early February. But if you let out the lighter ones first, they're going to do less damage, and the grass will be available for them, and they'll turn inside out. That's what the top guys are doing in terms of their heifer.
Okay. Genetically, is there much difference between these two animals?
Yeah, there's a fair bit. There's about 100 kilos of 100 euros, I should say, in EBI terms. So the larger one, she's out of GZY, who'd be one of the highest EBI bulls. She has an EBI of 343, so top 1%. And the smaller one then, she's actually out of PDO, another genomic bull, and he has that heifer has an EBI of 220 euros. But even that, it's just a difference. It's not accounting for any weight or anything like that. She's about 50% Jersey, 50% Frisian, and the other one is about almost 100% Holstein. So that's, there's a bit of genetic difference between them.
Okay, happy enough, very clear messages. Number one, segregate out the smaller animals. There's only a handful in each bunch. Separate them out now and separate them out going through the winter. And I suppose, as you say, get the young ones, get the ones that maybe are struggling for a little bit of weight for age, get them out quicker in the spring, and then start hitting that kilo live weight gain per day a little bit earlier. Any questions for Aidan as the stock go out to the ring? Or any questions about the two calves that are about to leave? No hands up, so we'll drive on and we'll move into the beef enterprise. And Nathan Tuffy, our Western Livestock Specialist, is going to bring in a suckler cow and calf here and a replacement cow and calf, a replacement heifer out of the suckler herd. And these three animals, they're all 5-star, so they're all top quality in terms of what the best advice is to bring top quality to the market and to bring the type of animals that the market is requiring. So Nathan and Chris Daly from ICBF are just going to go through and Stephen Conroy from ICBF are going to go through the type of animals we're going to look at here and the genetics and the breeding behind the type of animals, so that you as farmers can try and select something similar to what's here on show. So we have a replacement heifer coming into the ring here first. All these three animals are from the commercial herd of Sean Evans down in Eden Derry in County Offaly. So Hughie, you like these stock? Like these are all off these stock coming into the ring. So Nathan, take us through what they are and I suppose what's special about these three animals.
Thanks, Jack. Okay, as you said, this here is our suckler cow. She's a Simmental cross cow.
Just hold that up a little bit.
Yeah. She's a Simmental cross cow. She's a 5-star on the replacement index. The heifer here is an in-calf heifer. She again is a 5-star.
Good.
And that's the calf of this cow. So I suppose first questions first, like, can anyone put an age on that cow or any idea of how old the cow is?
How old is the cow?
Any ideas? Go on, throw an age on her.
6-year-old.
6, close enough now. She's 2007 born. She was born in 2007. She calved down for the first time, Jack, in 2010. That calf is her 6th calf. So she's had a calf every single year since she calved down first. The reason why we have her here is just to kind of show what can be done with a good maternal cow and the key messages. So I suppose
first things first is her calving interval. Her calving interval is 356 days. Now we're always talking about setting a target for a calf every year, so 365 days is our target. So she's actually beaten that target, which is quite rare in the suckler herd. I suppose, Jack, if we just talk about a bit about the averages and what the national herd is doing. The average suckler cow in the national herd has a calving interval of roughly about 407 days. So
that's one calf every 407 days.
Yeah.
So it's taken more than a year to get the calf out of it.
Well over a year.
50 days along with on top of the year. Yeah.
So you're going well out every year. Like you're losing a month and a half every year. So that's her sixth calf. If she was an average cow in the average herd, you'd be looking at maybe 4.5 calves out of her at this stage, which is a huge loss now.
Which is massive, So she's had 6 calves out of her, 4.5 first. I mean, so that's we call it one. We call it that there's an extra calf out of her compared to the national average. And so similar calf to what's there. So you're talking about 800 or 1,000 euros of a difference in output.
Depending on calf quality, you're looking at something around that margin for that cow over the couple of years.
So fertility is key. No more than we talk about in the dairy herd. Fertility is massive.
Fertility is completely the key, Jack. We need output out of the suckler herd. The suckler cow is quite expensive to keep. Teagasc figures suggest that you're talking about somewhere between 600 and 800 euros to keep that cow for the year. If she's going around the place and losing a month and a half every year, Jack, you're not going to have the calf to sell. You're going to lose out eventually.
Okay.
So just talk a little bit about the number of calves per cow per year as well. It's a huge factor. It's something you should all look at in your own herd. Use your ICBF figures to find out what your herd is doing. It's based on the calving dates on the farm and when she calf last, etc., etc.
Okay.
In the Better Farm program, Jack, I suppose just making a comment on it. We were involved with Teagasc in the program. 31 farmers in it. We started back in 2008 with a smaller group, and it's grown and grown since. We set out to try and look at how to improve the profitability on suckler farms. And some of the key areas that come up time and time again is output and fertility, and making sure that you're maximising the output from the farm by making sure that you have a fertile cow that's functional, has plenty of milk, and is producing a calf of good quality. In terms of calves per cow per year, the target is 0.95. You have to allow a little bit for mortality as well.
Not every cow in the herd is going to have a calf every year.
No, that's the other side of it, Jack. Along with that, I suppose if we look at the national average, the national herd is only producing about 0.8 calves per cow per year. The average of our Better Farm farmers is resting around about the 0.9. So, that's 10 calves extra for 100 cows. Bring it back to a 50 cow herd. That's 5 extra calves a year to sell compared to the average. And we were talking a bit about this, Jack, earlier on, and we're trying to put a bit of a monetary value on it. Take your 800 euro calf. Okay, this year you're going to be a little bit higher, but take your 800 euro calf. 5 calves is 4,000 euros, and that's missing out of your pocket. 25 cow herd, that's half of it. It's 2,000 euros. So it's a huge factor.
Okay.
Just the
calf.
Jack.
Just the calf.
Any ideas of what weight that calf is? He was born in February. It's a heifer calf. Just moving around the ring. Anybody can throw a figure on?
Check 1, 2.
300. Any advance in 300?
340.
Close enough. 330 kilos. For a February born calf, it's quite a good weight gain. The cow has milk, and it is translating into the calf. The calf has grown at about 1.25 kilos live weight gain today, which is well over the average for a heifer calf. Normally, you'd be looking at maybe 1 to 1.1. In a lot of herds, you could be down as low as 0.9. And over, say, 200-300 days, it's a huge factor. It's a huge factor on winning weight.
Okay, excellent. Thanks very much, Nathan. Stephen, we might just come to you in terms of she's a 5-star cow. She doesn't look anything flesh.
Who am I talking to now?
Is
all well.
A freak or are the 5-star cows?
We'll be singing in Fuckalilla later on. He's all in good fuckle form.
Yeah, so suppose Jack.
Because you look a right crowd of fucklers, I tell you that. Will you sing
there
in Fuckalilla for the barber here?
How are these 5 calves?
She go in, fuckle ga, fuckle to, fuckle, and we sing it. And I not know no fuckle at all. She go.
A colleague of mine just pulled out a bit of data. Looked at 100,000 cows born.
And the barber not know no fuckle at all. Well done, well done.
5 stars to the 1 star. So
I'll cut off my hair if someone has £10,000 to give to this barber. I'll cut my hair cut now.
The bottom 20%.
Anybody with £10,000?
You know, again,
You
huge
want more?
numbers in this data, 100,000 animals.
He's afraid
You know,
someone-
the 5-star animals are having way more calves since 2008, 4.3 versus 3.4, nearly an extra calf in that period of time.
If you want to be shaved now, this is the man he'll tell you all about
The
it.
first calving is 371 days versus
Remember, guys,
1,022
the
days
Movember
for the 1 star.
Foundation, guys, right? We're going to be around all the cattle markets over October and November, offering free health checks. As everyone knows, farmers are looking after their livestock better than they're looking after themselves. So we're trying to encourage everyone in the rural community to get down and get their man or get themselves out and get themselves a free health check.
For the 1 stars. And
John
then the
Dowler
biggest
wants
thing
his
that
haircut
these
there.
5-star cows, they're surviving in herds longer.
Well, thanks very much.
2008 when
I
the
hope everything
farmer
goes
made the
well for you.
decision to breed
Have a
these
nice time.
animals,
We're down there singing. If you feel like coming down,
72% of
we'll
the
be on at
5
1
stars still in
o'clock,
herds,
3 o'clock,
where only 50%
and
of the 1
5
stars
o'clock.
still in the herds.
Row
And the calves
10.
are growing that
So if
bit
you want to
better,
be a
about
crack, we'll be
10%
down there.
extra
But
in
give the
terms
barber a
of,
big round of
growth
applause.
rate coming
I'll be
from
back
them.
next week,
And
lad.
the last thing then is the
And if you
farmers
get the
actually want
£10,000,
higher
we'll
milk
cut
as
off
well.
the hair,
So
all
they're
right?
giving them a
Good
higher,
man.
15%
Fair play. Thank
higher
you.
score based on that milk score the farmers record through the ICBF, through the data recording. And the big,
You're saying the figures are stacking up. For those 100,000 cows that you measure, born in 2008, the 5-star are delivering, you know, the big one there is the calving extra per cow per year, you know. It's
the extra calf, the fertility, and they're doing a good job in terms of the milk. So like when you think maternal, you know, obviously a cow has to be beefy. That's what she's there to do. But really the key thing with a lot of our cows out there, we've a lot of good beefy cows in the country, but we need to improve their milk and fertility, you know. And sometimes you have to downgrade to get that milk and fertility. And sometimes farmers, you know, they've really good cows and, you know, they can't understand, we're probably saying they're 2-star replacement index, but they're just not going in calf quick enough, you know.
And that's why they are 2-star, because they're not going in calf. Like,
fertility in milk, you know, and especially the fertility. I think the fertility is a kind of a hidden one. If you're a farmer out there and you're keeping replacements, you're probably, if you know your cows, you're probably going to know when you keep your heifer calf, God, she came out of a milky cow, I'll keep that heifer calf. Sometimes with fertility, you might know the fertility of her mammy, you know, say she's a good looking cow, but you might, so I think the fertility is key for farmers to watch.
Thanks, Stephen. Nathan, talk to us about the replacement heifer that's in the ring, like in terms of maybe how she relates to the national replacement strategy. Is she typical of it, or is she a bit better?
I suppose
she's 5-star, so she's in the top.
She is 5-star, so she's in the top percentages. As a heifer, Jack, that heifer is born November 2013. So she's not even 2-year-old yet. Her weight gain since birth has been very, very good. So that's just making the point that 5-star maternal doesn't mean that you're not going to have weight gain. You're not going to lose out on carcass.
And she's due to calf when?
End of January 15, and when she was a weanling, she was growing at 1.3 kilos a day. So as Nathan said, you know, she had good weight gain. She's a good sizey, scopy heifer. You know?
Like if we all had heifers like that in our herds, we'd be happy, Jack.
And you need them that big, like you do.
Well, she's quite.
She's got a calf down to what, 700 kilos plus? Like,
yeah, she is actually quite a big heifer. But I think the other side of it is, hopefully, based on the information we know, she's going to have the performance. So it's worth putting the feed into her because she's going to put it out in terms of performance. You know.
In terms of weighted calf and Jack, just to touch on it there for a second, she's an exception. She's extremely heavy. She's a good strong heifer. She'd be more typical of what you'd normally be calving down towards 30 months. For a lot of farmers. But for those that are trying to focus in and calf down at the 24 months or slightly above it, if you're talking about a calf like this heifer here, weight gain is crucial, Jack, no more than what you were saying and what Aidan was saying earlier on in the dairy herd. And if you don't hit your target weight gain, you need to calf her down at 60% of her mature weight. So if your cow is 700 kilos, you're talking about somewhere around the 420 mark. At bulling.
At bulling,
90% at calving down. That heifer there, she's 330 kilos. As she is, she's on target, but the winter could have a huge effect on that. We need to keep her growing at 0.7 a kilo or thereabouts over the winter period, and that's going to take silage and a little bit of meal. The one thing I would say, Jack, just to make a point, is that if you haven't tested your silage yet, you know, it's something that's well worth doing, because you could be completely underestimating what you're feeding your cattle, or overestimating, should I say. And if you don't hit your target weight gains, it's a problem.
Okay. I mean, you know, is there any questions for the lads as we move the stock in, and we're going to bring out 2 weigh-ins here? Is there any questions for? Down here in the corner. We just got a question on the stock as they move out of the ring. What's the replacement heifer and calf to Stephen? Do you know?
So I actually have it here. She's in class 2, an easy calf and limousine bull. I have his code here in my pocket. I don't know it off by heart, but an easy calf, and I think that's a key point. EBY. Yeah, and I think the key to it too, you know, when you're calving these heifers first time, you know, I suppose farmers know it at this stage, put an easy calving bull the first time round, you know.
What have you got, Nathan?
Just when do you recommend to take the calf off the cow?
Yeah.
Look, it depends on a number of factors: the weight of the calf, supply of grass, and how old the age of the calf as well. I suppose in terms of that cow there, at this stage of the year, the feeding level or the feed ability of the grass is reducing, the energy content is reducing, so her milk yield is naturally dying off. You know, the ideal, Darren's going to talk about it in a minute, but the ideal thing now, that calf needs to be pre-fed slightly, just to kind of, you know, for a couple of weeks prior to and after weaning, just to make sure that to kind of alleviate for the change in energy in the diet, because you're going to try and take the milk out of the diet. In terms of age or weight, look, there's no specific, you know, everybody has a different target, and it'd be wrong for me to set a target, but if you're talking about a calf that's coming up on kind of 8 months old, like that calf, that's at that weight, any time from now on to be suitable there in that case.
Okay, we'll move on as we're tight enough on time. We sent Darren Carty off with a checkbook 2 months ago to buy 4 calves, and he came back with 2. And he didn't come back with any change either. Darren, you have 2 animals here in front of us. They must have been very expensive. Tell us what you did. Tell us the damages you did when you went out to buy these 2 animals.
We bought 10 sheep as well there, Jack.
Okay, that's where the change went.
Just maybe before we move on to it, the one thing just that this man asked a question is with the cold nights as well now, grass tetany, there's a few vets that have called and they're after seeing a spike in sort of issues in the last week, so it's a cattle night buckets out.
Yeah.
2 calves here. We're having a good, I suppose, bit of banter in the last few days about the weight, price. Jack is used to looking and seeing the smaller type calves, and he doesn't value the quality as much. But anyone want to put a guess on?
Yeah, we'll see how
what
much
weight
the farmers around the ring value the
what
quality.
Weight and price for the good limousine calf.
What weight was he, Darren, when you bought him?
He was 300 kilos when we bought him on the 30th of July.
How would you pay for him then?
What would anyone pay for him?
He's not 380. There's meant to be
350. 350 at the minute.
Yeah.
He was part of. There was 5 calves in the ring, all similar type calves.
Did anyone say
no one said a figure yet.
So what would you pay for him 2 months ago, lads, for this? 300 kilos.
Guess over here, Jack.
What have we got?
900.
900.
I have 1,000 here from this man, so I think I'll go with this
side. Your friend is over here, Darren.
I'll go with this side, so he is. He was 1,025. The 5 calves that the farmer had, other 4 calves went into €1,000. Exporter bought him, he was 1,025. The same day, that type of a calf, a bit lighter, 280 kilos, was making 920, 930, 950. Wheeling prices had come back maybe 20, 30 cents according to Marprotch data, but a good quality calf, especially a nice type of sort of Shirley, hairy calf that's potential to go into U-grade, is still making somewhere around the 260, 280 kilo mark. We'll talk a bit about the export type calf, which you'll work in a minute. But that type of a calf still is commanding, I suppose, 290 a kilo, even €3 a kilo. Maybe even in some cases might even get a bit more. 10 months of age at the minute. The benefit, I suppose, this calf had is, and this man here asked about what weight should you wean him off. He was getting a bit of meat beforehand. Cow, what we've seen since we bought him is the cow probably didn't have a woeful pile of milk. It was very poor weather, and the farmer took the decision to sell him.
Okay, they'll be there. It was early enough.
Early enough.
It's a 10-month-old calf now too.
10-month-old calf, yeah. I know the farm say he came off the actual cows or house 3 times during the summer, so that had a bit of an effect on him as well.
Yeah.
He's really started to come into his own the last week, but the benefit, I suppose, with him is he was getting a bit of meal feeding beforehand, and he really hit the ground running after. We've him up now, I suppose, and he's getting 3 kilos of meal. And with this fella,
what's the plan for him there? Like, where's he going to go?
With this fella, you can give him that 3 kilos of meal, because if we want to show him again and show him for the live export market, he's really sort of showing the benefits of that extra feed in the last 3-4 weeks. He's on good
when you say show him to bring back to the market, like, was he going to sell it again now?
Well, that's one option, but he's really, I suppose, every kilo of meal you put into him, he's going to return the value, because as people can see there, he's a very good quality calf, he's a very good Indian, and he's really started to shove out the muscle. So he's benefiting from it. We asked a question the other day, and we asked for a show of hands what people would do with him. and would people put him in an under 16-month bull beef system? About 50% of people said, yeah, that's definitely what they'd go for, because I suppose you're getting the benefits of putting him on the grade, your 12 quality assurance bonus, but where he really comes into his own is say the U grade bonus, and he'd probably come in easily to a U plus in the 16-month system. You could easily, I suppose, put him on, run him out and do a 22-month system, but the problem with him is...
Squeeze him and put him on 22?
No, go on 22-month bull system, but he'd probably come into too much weight. That's probably...
Over the 400 kilo carcass?
Probably over the 400 kilo carcass. Lads will talk a bit about that, but he's probably a bit behind. Where we'd ideally like him for an under 16-month bull system would be 30 to 50 kilos heavier.
If you were going for the 16 months, so 400 kilo instead of 350.
Kilo. Now, he's equally a good calf, I suppose, for a farmer's calf. You could do sort of 2-year-old steer system as well. Yeah. And you could sell him, but we'll come back to the export trade in a second and what he is. This calf is a February born calf. He's a younger calf. He's out of his cow's first cross out of the dairy herd. She was 11 years old, had 9 calves, and this was the last calf. Some bit of Angus in the background, a CF52 bull. He's a bit sort of light on the shoulders, will never be as good as a calf. He's still a good farmer's calf, but what really went against him, I suppose, was that he wasn't used to eating meal beforehand, and it took him a good few weeks to get going. This fella, we'd be recommending before sale, you wouldn't be giving as much meal, because what he'll do is he'll get a sort of layer of sort of puppy fat around his tail, and anyone buying, I suppose, at the minute, it's not what you want to see with him. You want to have a sort of calf that, I suppose, a farmer can buy and get a bit of benefit from grass.
What weight was he down when you bought him, and how much you pay for him?
250 kilos, 820. He'll probably sort of... He's 300 kilos now, he probably won't sell for a huge amount more, but that's where the market was, and I suppose you're 50 kilos extra for him now. What we'll do with him now, I suppose, he's definitely going to be a steer system. What you like to have is maybe if you get another 30 kilos onto him before housing, keep him going at that maybe kilo of meal and good quality grass, and then get him into the house, put him on silage, DMD maybe, if you have 70 DMD, average to good quality silage and 1 to 2 kilos of meal.
Okay.
So that's more than likely what he's going to do. I'm conscious that we've rain coming down as well, so maybe we'll try and get Joe in. And maybe we'll just bring on this. In the last few days there has been a bit of a lift in demand for the calves with the live export trade. Maybe Joe will bring it in there.
Joe, if Darren brought his great calf here out to the market and I suppose targeted at the export market, would he get a buyer, and where would he go? Where would he go?
You certainly would, alright, Jack. That's typical of the type of animal that's been exported live to the Italian market, for example. That's the traditional weanling market really at this time of the year, where those very good U grade and even going into the E grades like the Belgian Blues and those type of good quality weanlings, that's typically where they're destined for. Now this year, as Darren said, weanling prices have been very, very strong. They're well up on last year. That has meant that the cattle haven't been as competitively priced for the export market. We've priced a lot of the export buyers out of the markets really. Irish farmers have been prepared to pay higher prices even than what export buyers have been prepared to give. And that's just a reflection really of the cattle price here. The beef price has gone up 9 or 10% on average for prime cattle. That hasn't been reflected in the markets that we're exporting live cattle into, for example Italy or Spain. Up until now anyway, we've seen much slower live export activity. There's only about half the number of cattle sent to Italy so far this year than would have been the case last year. And overall live exports would be down by about 25%.
For this year, for the current year?
So far for the year to date, So like last year we exported nearly 250,000 cattle. That's likely to be down by 50 or 60,000 this year, Jack.
Okay.
But
they weren't all weanlings, of course, like, yeah?
No, that includes calves, and in fact 60% of the cattle that would have been exported last year would have been calves. So calves are an important export animal as well too. But looking at this animal here, he is very suitable, alright, for the Italian live export market. He'd be on the lighter end as well too, what would tend to be sent there. They would often send bulls up to 400 or even 450 kilos over there as well too. What he'd also be very suitable would be for the North African markets, either for Tunisia or for Morocco. They'd take a nice, very shapy, light little calf as well too, like that. And again, the kind of prices that Darren was talking about, around the €3 a kilo, is really what's typical of maybe the prices that are achievable for the very, very good quality animal. The challenge is that cattle prices in France, which is our main competitor for the live export market, France is the main country that's exporting weanlands down into Italy and into other countries, and their cattle are cheaper than ours. Currently, equivalent weanlands there would be probably selling 20 or 30 cents a kilo less, and their transport costs are a good bit less as well too than ours would be. So that's the challenge really in the live export market. In the last few weeks, alright, certainly in the last 2 weeks, we've seen, as Darren said, a bit more activity in the live export market. Buyers a bit more active, and the reason for that is our competitors there over in France haven't been able to export as many stock. We have seen a slowdown because of an outbreak of blue tongue disease in France, which has cordoned off a fairly important cattle exporting region there in the centre of France. So hopefully that'll translate and result into a higher level of live exporting over the next few months.
Numbers wise, exports, in terms of.
I suppose to give an example, we exported 700 weanlands to Italy last week, and that would be down, even though it's better than what we had been doing earlier on this year, it'd be down historically. We would have been doing between 1,000 and 1,500 weanlands a week, Jack, at this time of the year. So, it doesn't look set to be as good of a year for exporting or even over the coming months, but at least that might pick up demand a bit and see a bit more export activity in the weanland sales, and, see a few more of those very good quality weanlands going out to Italy and other markets.
Okay.
Maybe, Jack, just if people want, there's a pin here, they can just stand in here and the weanland pin here. So if people want to hear it, come around here and the one that Stephen Conroy's in, because these two calves are quiet, they can go into another pin in a second.
Yeah. Okay, right, so we move on to the finished, we 4 finished animals.
We get to 4, just out 1 second, we'll just let people move into there, and we get 2 weanlands just into it, 2 dairy heifers.
Correct, yeah. Okay, as you say, a heavy shower coming at the wrong time, so we'll fill up that pen and we put these 2 weanlands back in with the 2 dairy heifers, and we bring the 4 finished animals closer to finish. We'll say out into the ring, we'll have a look. Joe, we're going to bring 4 animals here into the ring. They're closer to the kind of finishing period, like we said, they're closer to the slaughter line. What's coming in here now? Just tell us what's coming in and what we can expect.
No bother, Jack. What we're going to be looking at now in a minute is, I suppose, 2 animals that are quite different to the other 2. 2 of them are 2 big Charolais bullocks. They're actually after coming out of a feeding trial over an ICBF. They're feeding our performance test station in Tully in County Kildare. So they're 2 very good quality Charolais bullocks out of the suckler herd, obviously.
Yeah.
And then there's 2 plainer animals. They're from a dairy background. They're more story because they're younger animals, and obviously one of them is a Frisian and one of them is a black-whited or a Hereford cross animal out of a Frisian dairy herd. So we're going to be looking at them mainly from the point of view or from the perspective of market requirements, and looking at the types of beef carcasses really that are most suitable for our market requirements for the customers that are buying Irish beef. As you know, Jack, Ireland exports 500,000 tons of beef every year,
right?
And Ireland is the biggest net exporter of beef in Europe. We're exporting 90% of the beef that's produced in Ireland every year. And more and more it's going into higher value customers, it's going into supermarkets, it's going into high value wholesale or food service customers as well too. And they tend to be quite demanding in terms of the type of beef that they're looking for. They obviously want it to be high quality in terms of quality assurance and food safety. But another part of it as well too relates down to the actual size and the shape of the cuts and the size of the portions as well too that the beef is cut into. And looking at these animals now, you can see there's a lovely orange Charolais bullock just walking around the outside there. Super bullock altogether. We'd all be very, very happy to have him at home on our farm because he's a valuable animal, Jack. He's a real nice showstopper of an animal altogether. He's a U-grade animal. He's 23 months old, and just super shape and super. He's going to kill out really, really well as well too when he's slaughtered over the next couple of weeks as well too as part of that feeding trial.
Yeah.
And there's another animal here then, a white Charolais bullock, just a small bit younger. He's 21 months of age. And similarly as well too, he's been fed as part of that performance testing trial over the last 3 months. His intake has been monitored, his weight gain has been monitored. As a result of that, then his feed efficiency, and obviously when he's slaughtered, then his carcass weight and everything like that is going to be related back. All part of the genetics, and ICBF were in here earlier on, Jack, talking about the breeding side of things as regards the suckler cows, and the performance of these animals is going to be able to be related back to their ancestry, back to their father or to their sire, and back to their dam. But for the purposes of this comparison, those two Charolais animals there's a big weight difference between them. Anyone want to hazard a guess as to what weight this orange Charolais bullock is? He's weighing very well now.
Davy Wright is a good judge of stock there. Like, Davy, throw weight in him. 730, yeah?
Yeah, no, he's actually another bit heavier than that.
That's sterling, David.
Yeah. He's actually
860. 860 here today.
Yeah, no, he's not far off at all. He was weighing 858 kilos earlier on in the week, so geez, this man is a good judge of stock, Jack.
We'll ask him the height one though. Ask him the height one there.
He knows him fairly close. And, you know, even though that animal is very similar as well too in his length and in his height to the white Charolais bullock, he's a good bit shapier than him. He's a good bit better finished. He's a good bit more flesh. You know, he's an out-and-out U grade, whereas the white animal, at the moment, if you killed him, he'd probably be an R plus in his conformation. So, you know, this animal, Jack, is a good bit lighter, the white animal.
Yeah.
He's actually a full 150 kilos lighter. So you're talking about, you know, around the 850 kilos, and that bullock there being around 700 kilos. Very significant difference. And the big impact of that is that when you slaughter the animals, you know, this animal will kill out at about 470 kilos carcass weight, Jack, of a U4 minus of a steer carcass.
Yeah.
Big carcass. This one then would be more typical of maybe 390 kilos of an R plus.
So he's at the upper limit of what the market wants.
This guy is already even at 390 kilos, and this guy then he's, you know, far ahead of what most customers will accept in terms of the size of the cuts, the size of the steaks. And when I'm talking about, you know, the high value cuts, talking about the loin cuts, this is typically where your strip loin or your sirloin steaks come from. You also have the rump here at the back and the rib of the animal where the ribeye or the cube roll is. And, you know, even though they're not making up a huge proportion of the overall weight of the carcass or the total amount of yield of meat that's in the carcass, they're the highest priced cuts. And as a result of this animal being 460 or 470 kilos of carcass weight, Jack, these cuts are very big. And as a direct impact of that, you know, they'll be in excess of what most customers are looking for. To give an example, the strip loin of this animal is going to be about 10 kilos weight. And the preference of most of our customers, both retail customers and those, you know, good high-end wholesale or food service customers, they want a strip loin of between 6 and 7.5 kilos. So that's going to be way too heavy for them. And, you know, there's a consequence to that. It's going to have to be devalued. It'll be sold at a lesser price, either as a roasting joint, or it'll be sold maybe, you know, to a lesser paying customer into the likes of a catering outlet or something like that.
Okay.
You know, the other animal then, because he's 390 kilos carcass weight or thereabouts, the size of his steaks, even though they'll be on the upper range of what's acceptable to customers, it'll be fine. You know, the eye muscle or the size of that, the name of the muscle is longissimus dorsi muscle. That's a throwback to some old lesson that I learned somewhere. But the size of that eye muscle is going to be far more suitable for our customers. Phelim O'Neill.
I'll just call the steak, Jack.
Phelim O'Neill is the market specialist from the Irish Farmers Journal. And he's going to tell you now in detail as to what really that translates into.
What that means in practical terms, what it means in the supermarket shelves, because at the end of the day, that's now what matters to the Irish beef industry. And I suppose I should start off by saying I feel a complete fraud standing here being critical of that quality beef animal there that's standing in front of us. But the reality is that the main part of the market now doesn't particularly want that. Why that animal used to be so suitable in Ireland was because we back in the 80s and the early 90s when I had kicked off around the industry, we would have produced all of our quality beef would have been bought into intervention and bought in through an AIDS private storage scheme, both EU, Brussels funded schemes that essentially took the beef from the factories, and there was no thought or consequence for marketing because it was sold outside of Europe with such a level of subsidy that all it mattered was getting as many kilos of beef as possible onto an animal and getting the maximum into the box. So That all ended in the 1990s with the McSharry reforms, where subsidies went straight to the farmers. We've had numerous cap reforms since. But in terms now, if we produce beef in this country, we have to sell it into markets, into consumers. We have to get it onto tables across, not just Ireland, because Joe explained earlier, we export 90% of what we produce, but half of the rest of it goes to the UK, the rest of it goes to mainland Europe. What the consumer wants now, look at the steak here that comes from, we killed the comrade of this animal here at the heavier weight, carcass weight of 460, 470 kilos, and this is the typical steak that you will get from that animal. Now, for me, that's a perfect steak, that's a fabulous steak. I would love to see that coming on a plate, and for many people around the ring, I'm sure it'll be the exact same thing. But the reality is, that is that steak in itself, it's half a kilo. It retails, assuming that it makes full market value, and that's another part of the story, I'll come back to in a minute, that would be retailing for that steak at €10.41.
That's the type of steak you get from the orange bullock.
Absolutely, yes. That there's come from a comrade of the orange bullock that was processed. A big full-eye muscle, as Joe's described there on the loin. Okay. Now, what the market really wants at this stage is this type of retail pack here. Now, as you can see from this pack, straight away, the first thing that you'll see is that there's two steaks in the pack. They're not anywhere as near a full loin or as eye-catching proud to us, but the reality is they're what the market wants. In terms of weight, this is about the same weight as the last pack. It retails actually at a few cents a kilo, or a few cents less, €10.25 for this pack. Now, when a customer is walking down a supermarket aisle and they're lifting a pack to put it in their basket, this one's the one they'll lift. I would say the other's a better option, that's what I prefer, but the reality is they want the maximum number of steaks for the minimum amount of money. And we'll go on, we'll talk about the plainer cattle here at the moment and why they have a place in the marketplace, but in terms of what the ideal is, and this here comes from a comrade of the white Charlie here that's in front of us, that's slaughtered towards the top end of its ideal market weight.
Okay, I mean, so very clearly now you've outlined to us, you've related what the consumer is buying. You call it the market, but what the consumer is buying.
What the consumer is buying, what the shopper, to be politically correct when they say it's neither man nor woman, the shopper is lifting and putting in their basket. They're looking for the maximum number of steaks in a pack at a price point, where that price point's around €10 or around €8 or wherever it might be.
Because at that stage you're comparing with, you can buy a chicken for 6 or 7 or 8.
Absolutely, you have to always remember that we're competing with other proteins as well.
Okay, so Joe, there's two other animals in the ring here. They're from the dairy bred herd. Give us a bit of a rundown on them and maybe what market they're trying to fulfill.
Yeah, certainly, Jack. The Frisian animal here in the middle of the ring, he's a 1.5-year-old bullock. He's 450 kilos weight, and he's very typical of what we're seeing coming from a lot of dairy herds. Obviously, Jack, the level of uptake from sexed semen use hasn't been that high in this country. And we still have an awful lot of male dairy calves. A lot of them are exported live, as we said earlier on. That hasn't been that much of a feature this year, and many of them are kept then. So he's not a real British Frisian bullock. He's not that roundy in his hindquarter, but he's not a real Holstein bullock either. And he's nicely warmed up, and there won't be a huge amount of a job in fattening him. He's 450 kilos already at 18 months of age. If he's kept going nicely for the next month or 6 weeks, hopefully continuing outside in grass, and then, dosed well and put into the shed, and then fed until he's about 22 months or thereabouts next February, you can see how that bullock will easily kill into an O equals in conformation, and he'll be, between 300 and 310 or 15 kilos carcass weight, Jack.
So he's at the lower end of that bracket, between 300 and 400, like. Yeah.
True, but he will still meet the requirements of most of those customers as well too. Certainly, it's not going to be a situation where there's not going to be any carcass weight issues with him. The challenge with him will be just to get him into a nice enough carcass, reasonably good conformation, or as good as his potential will allow, well enough finished as well too, get him into a fat score of 3. And that animal, even though he'll kill out a good bit less than what a higher quality suckler bred animal or an animal of better conformation is going to do, and his grade isn't going to be as good, and his yield of meat from the carcass isn't going to be as good. Certainly in terms of the cuts from that animal, they're going to tick a lot of the boxes of what customers are looking for. His steak cuts are going to be of a suitable size in order to present the portion size there that Phelim described for many of our customers. Then the next stage up is this Hereford cross bullock out of a dairy herd. slightly better quality animal. You can see he has better conformation, just a bit better shoulder, a bit better developed hindquarter as well too. He's an animal there, he's 470 kilos and around the same age, 18 months. Nice bullock.
Yeah.
And you know, these are selling well as well too in the mart as well as in the factory. There's good demand from them for those animals all the way from calf stage all the way up to forward store, because they're eligible for bonus schemes.
Yeah.
And this is where the big increase has come in the calf registration so far this year, Jack. There's actually 70,000 more Angus and Hereford cross animals born so far this year in comparison to last year, an increase of 20%, most of them coming from a dairy background. And part of the reason that they're so popular, obviously, they're easy calving, and many of them are quite short gestation as well too.
So they suit the dairy farmer,
They do, and they're a valuable calf then as well too to sell.
Yeah.
Because there's good demand from them coming all the way through from the market, from finishers, to sell them into the likes of the Hereford Prime scheme and the Certified Angus Beef scheme. They're eligible for bonuses. If farmers book them in ahead of time, they can get bonuses up to 20 or 30 cents a kilo on those animals. And again, you know, when that animal is finished, he'll be an O+ in his conformation, hopefully. He'll be a carcass weight and a similar regime there, killing him at 22 or 23 months of age. He'll be a carcass weight between 300 and 320 kilos carcass weight. So he'll be perfect. And again, you know, with a slightly better, loin development, slightly better conformation, slightly better yield, his cuts will be absolutely perfect for most of those markets. He'll have a bit of marbling, nice fat cover, and that will be sold as a premium product into many of these retailers or these premium food service markets, and they'll just pay a bit more for it because it has that brand. It has that Angus or Hereford brand as well too, and as a result of that, sell at a slight premium, especially for the steak cuts.
Phelan, are you as happy that that type of dairy bred animal has a market and has a place for the future?
Absolutely, Jack. Really, in terms of meeting and pressing all the specification buttons that there are out there, and there's been an increasing number of them, that will meet them all. You know, in terms of the quality of the steak that comes out of the animal, that is only one small part of it. It's 4.5%, 20 kilos of loin, as we said on the big animal there. Just on the big animal, before I leave it, I did forget to mention. Look, the market for that isn't disappeared completely. What we're seeing going forward, that's going to be very much a niche market, a bit like the Hereford and Angus schemes. And I would encourage anyone that wants to continue with that type of animal that you identify the factory that you're going to deal with in advance. Don't leave it to the week before you're ready to sell. Make sure you're in a scheme that is placed for them, because there will be opportunities, not as wide as they used to be, but there will always be opportunities for them. Just coming back to these plainer commercial stock, visually for a beef farmer, they may not be as pleasing on the eye, but certainly for cattle that's coming out of the dairy herd, very, very acceptable in the beef industry of this year and from this point on. Smaller muscle will mean instead of even getting 2 of these in the pack, you'll get perhaps 3 or 4 in the pack. You're going to hit the consumer there. You're going to get the value out of it. And don't forget as well that of the carcass now, a bigger proportion of it than ever goes in as mince or ground beef into the burger market, into the manufacturer market. That's over half the carcass. It's all the forequarter and a bit of the hindquarter flank cut as well. That is a very, very significant market. If we are ever to get the United States open for that, that has potential to add great value to the beef animal. So there's very much a place for that animal going forward. And I suppose a final point I would make, and it's one to be aware of, it may not hit us today, but it's certainly coming down the road, and that is the whole issue of the carbon footprint of the beef animal. As we know, the ruminant livestock are blamed as a big producer of greenhouse gases across the world. The one way that Ireland could achieve its global targets tomorrow is to just reduce the number of cattle. And a better way of achieving that is get the maximum number of kilos of beef produced from an animal at the earliest possible age. And again, you don't have to worry about 30 months limits, you don't have to worry about anything like that. If you can get them away at 24s in the case of these 2 big Charlies here, or even 18 or 20 in the case of the plainer cattle, you're pressing that button as well, you're reducing the carbon emissions of it, you're getting all of the specifications that you need, and it really is the direction of travel for the meat industry.
Okay, some very clear messages there. Is there any questions for the 2 lads as we move the 2 bullocks out of the ring, either on the Charlies or on the dairy bred animals? No, you're all quiet. Joe, maybe just we've had a touch off it on the last couple of, the market outlook for the next couple of weeks, maybe, and into the autumn. What's the mood on the ground?
You'd have to be reasonably optimistic, Jack. Obviously, we've seen prices decline in the last 6 weeks, 2 months. From I suppose the seasonal high in July when cattle prices were up to 435 for bullocks, even making a bit more than that for heifers, 440, and they seem to be back a lot since then. Even though cattle supplies have been relatively tight, I see the cattle kill last week was only 30,500. We often saw 37 or 38 or even 40,000 cattle a week being killed at this time of the year. Yeah, so cattle supplies are not abundant, and you'd expect them to tighten further over the coming months. Just looking at a recent analysis there, the department's AIM database, there was 35,000 less male cattle in the slaughter age profile, in that kind of 24 to 36 month age bracket. Similarly, there was far less females as well too. There was 27,000 less beef females. So cattle numbers domestically are tight, and the UK market remains very good. Returns from the UK will be strong, both as a result of good cattle prices over there, I suppose scarce cattle supplies as well too in the UK, and the fact that sterling as well too remains strong. You know, the euro remains equivalent to only about 73 pence sterling. That has been the key thing really that has actually improved cattle prices here in Ireland this year in comparison to last year.
So there's a couple of positives in terms of numbers and in terms of
Definitely. I suppose the only word of warning, Jack, would be that around continental Europe, around the rest of Europe, apart from the UK, cattle prices have remained, somewhat subdued. We give the example there of Italy, and that it hasn't been as good of a market for our live cattle this year because cattle prices in Italy for most of the year have been below the equivalent prices here in Ireland.
Sorry, Nevin. Sit. All right. I beg your pardon. Sorry, 1 second.
It's on now.
Have it on there. Good stuff.
Hello.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Oh God, this is loud. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I see a little sleeping baby in a little pouch over here. What age is the baby? 9 weeks. Well, we had one in earlier and she was only 2.5 weeks. So, I mean, must be the youngest person at the ploughing. Look at, ladies and gentlemen, you're very, very welcome to our second cookery demonstration with Nevin Maguire. My name is Mairead Lavery and I look after country living in the Irish Farmers Journal. You all love country living in the Irish Farmers Journal? Great. And you like the country magazine as well? Great, great. Now, you know your way around the Farmers Journal stand. We have the shop down here. We have the country magazine inside there. We have the high-vis jackets just around the corner. And have you tried the bin your bills thing? Do you know all about that? Well, don't leave here until you find out the bin in your bills. It's a thing we're running for the next 6 weeks with, you can get a tractor for a year, you can get a Land Rover or a Jeep for the year, you'll have your groceries paid by SuperValu for a year, you'll have your car insurance and household insurance paid, your accounts done, a pile of stuff. It's been your bills for a year. Don't leave here without finding out all about it. So, it's my absolute pleasure to welcome, for the second last time this year, and for an 8th year in the row, Nevin Maguire to the Farmers Journal stand. He's been
Hello,
here
everyone.
for 8 whole years.
I love it, I love it, I love it. Thank you.
How many of you have been up to Black Line? All right, we've got the fans here. And were you in the cookery school?
Not yet. One moment was. There we go, down the back.
Good, good. Now,
Good.
what I say about Nevin is a national hero. Because Nevin is doing what a lot of fellas get a lot of money for.
So you have your dates in there. Now just turn this down a little bit. That's perfect. You can put in a little bit. This is self-raising flour. So we have 2 raisin agents in it, everyone. Thanks, Claire. We have self-raising flour and the bicarbonate of soda. So they really are light. They really are fluffy. Now, we're going to put in, go on, yeah, good woman. You can put in the eggs if you don't mind. 2 full eggs, and we're just using some quality assured eggs in this. So I'm going to turn this up here. So this would be a recipe that we make for our baking and desserts course, a full day course in the cookery school, which Mairead mentioned, which I opened up last year. And we also did this for Entertaining Made Easy. So this Saturday, we have a course on this Saturday, and it's Cooking for Family and Friends, my most popular course. And do you have to be a good cook? No. You just have to enjoy cooking, you have to enjoy eating, and then you have to enjoy drinking a bit of wine. So we actually spoil you, and that's all part of it. It's great fun. Would you mind getting me the spatula and I just scrape that down for a moment? Okay. I am going to put some Cool Swan into it. And everyone, Cool Swan, while Claire is doing that, I'll just show you. You all know what Cool Swan is, do you? Super. They're at the show. They're just beside the ICA stand, so they are. And fantastic product, made in Cavan. It's an Irish cream liqueur, flavoured with single malt Irish whiskey, cocoa, white chocolate, vanilla, and good Cavan cream. And it is, you can buy it here at the show. If you don't want to carry it around, Super Value is where you'll get it. It's super. So we had a little drink of this very early this morning, hadn't we? At about 9:30. So tell me when to stop, everyone. Did you hear that? Not one person. If I put in too much Cool Swan, what will happen is that it will be too soft, and we don't want that. So we want to flavour this, the sticky toffee pudding, with the Cool Swan. Super, Claire. Thanks a million. All right. You let this fall down. See that lovely soft consistency, everyone? Look at it. So it's a really, really light drop in consistency. Now what I'm going to do next, I'm going to talk to you how we bake these off. On a tray. These are called pudding basins, okay? And these are about €3 max, €2 or €3. And we just have them brushed with some butter and flour. Can you all see that over there? So you can do them in ramekins, teacups. Get these, guys. They're reusable. They'll last you forever. And they're not expensive. So myself and Claire are going to fill these. We're going to half fill them. And we'll get about 10 out of this recipe, so we will. So do not be tempted to fully fill them, because it will all kind of overflow and spill onto the tray. These will take about 20 minutes to bake off. So that's why we start off with the sticky toffee puddings in the oven. The oven is preheated, is it on? Yeah, good girl. At 180, everyone, should be okay for these. So if you have someone helping you, and I remember when I started cooking, everyone, where I got my love of food is from my mother. And I worked with my mother for 20 years. My mother sadly passed away 3 years ago, and with cancer. But she was a great woman, a great mother, and we never fell out, thank God. She worked so hard, so she did. And very first thing I ever made with my mother was flapjacks, shortbread, apple tart, and also a mess in the kitchen. So that's where I got my love of cooking. And it's lovely to see so many children here today, because that's where the love of food comes. If it doesn't start at home, it's impossible to bring that through. And we've had a lot of home economics teachers here that I've met today. Tomorrow I'm going to be going to St. Angela's where they train the home economics teachers in Sligo. And I'm going to be doing a little talk with them. I was the first boy in my school to do home economics. I have to say, I'll never forget people who have been good to me over the years. My lecturers, my parents, that kind of thing. You don't get to where you are on your own. It's about a team effort, and it's about goodwill and lots of help from people who really want the best from you. Guys, that's our 10 sticky toffees, okay? Just to show you again. We have them there. It's going to kind of fall over to the side, but if you look at the screens, you can see that there. Half fill the molds. Don't overfill them, okay? Brush them with butter and flour. That's in your recipe, and that's going to go into the oven. This oven here, Claire? Super. We're going to give them about 20 minutes, so Claire's going to look after them for me, okay? And we have a little kitchen timer, everyone. This is definitely something worth getting in your kitchen. They're not expensive. They're about €10, and they're like a second brain. Now, every mobile phone is a timer or an alarm clock, so that's fine too. But we have these in the cookery school, in our restaurant, and they're really good. So they just remind you. I know you're tired. I know. Everyone's up early. I know exactly. God love her. I didn't mean to embarrass you. Sorry. I hope I'm not boring you, am I? I'm only joking, yeah. Guys, okay, so that's our dessert on, okay? We will make a lovely sticky toffee sauce, but what I'm going to do is show you a nice lamb recipe, but I want to, before I cook the lamb, is get my my sauce on. And I'm going to make a tomato sauce with some chili, red onion, and you know what question I'm asked an awful lot in the restaurant, or in the cookery school, how to chop an onion. I'm going to show you how to chop, I'm going to use half an onion in this, but I'm going to show you the technique. Guys, good knives are crucial. the knives that I use, thank you, Claire, are Swilling or Henkel, the same company, and they're all German made. And the only place I know that you'll get them all is in Arnott's in Dublin. They always have special promotions on. They're best. Pots, pans, everything. They're excellent. So guys, just watch the screens when I do this. The onion is peeled, okay? So I'm just going to go 3/4 to the end of the onion. And then you hold this all together. So you go make one incision, and then make another one. And then this is the secret. You hold, curve your fingers so the knife will never touch. And then you dice this nice and fine. See that there? So nicely, finely diced. This is going to go in to the pan. And I'm going to use some nice rapeseed oil from Donegal. Does anyone use rapeseed oil? I love it. Hands up who uses rapeseed oil. Oh, wow. This is the most yet out of all the demos. Yeah. Say again? You had it here last year. Yeah, you're right. It's super. And they do the lemon oil. They do the chili oil. They do a garlic oil, which is their best-selling flavoured oil. But it's just the regular one that we're using here. Isn't it great now we can produce our own oil, our own salt, which I'm using from Ackle. It's amazing. It's a good time to be in food. And, you know, for me as a chef, we need to work very, very closely with our farmers, our growers, our butcher, because we can never take things for granted. It takes one weak link or whatever like that for everything to kind of fall apart. So we got to respect that. And for us as chefs, we need to cook with the seasons. And we're all the same. We all want to eat seasonal food and we want to eat good food. We have the best food in the world. For a small country, wow, it's magical. We're going to crush 1 clove of garlic. So that's my onion. Are you happy with that? 1 clove of garlic in here. Claire has my pan preheated. Okay. And then we just bring over the pan, or the onion to the pan. So just scrape that in there. Now we're going to just soften this up for a minute or two. Okay, just scrape all that out. And I'll get Claire to change that if you don't mind. Thanks, Claire. So we don't have any taint of onion on it. Now, what are we going to put into this? We're going to let this cook for a minute or two. Just make sure the gas is on. We're going to put in a can of tomatoes. And these are the plum tomatoes. Regular plum tomatoes you get in the supermarket. They're nothing fancy, nothing like that, but they are delicious in this. I'm going to put a little bit of chili. I'm going to talk to you about chili because this is dried chili. So when it's dried, it's quite hot. So just a tiny little amount, roughly about 1/4 or a little bit less than 1/4 of a teaspoon. I don't want anyone, because we are going to raffle off this food, whoever wins it, to burn their mouth, because this is hot now, okay? So I just want to give a lovely little kind of like a gentle touch of heat. So just about that much chili there. You all see that there just in your screen. So it's not much. Now this is the dry. You can use fresh chili. So sprinkle that in. In goes the tomatoes. Okay? And then we're just going to simply stir this through. All right? We're going to put a tiny little bit of vinegar. And this is red wine vinegar. So you can use balsamic, you can use sherry, whatever. Just a little splash of vinegar. And here's my good friend Brian McDermott, the no-salt chef. Are you looking for a recipe, Brian? Come on in and say hello, Brian. Come on in. Give him a big round of applause. The whole way from Donegal. Give him a big welcome. He's a great friend of mine. He's always here when there's food. Typical. He's a great friend. How's things going? Good. Thank you. You want some strawberries, yeah? 2. Yeah, €2, please. I'm only joking. The cabin man, exactly. Enjoy, Brian. Good man. Good to see you. He's over there in the National Dairy Council cooking up a storm. Great friend. Lovely guy. Okay, back onto our sauce. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to mash this just with the spoon. And everyone, this may look like a wooden spoon, but it's plastic. It's called Exoglass. And the reason why we use these in the restaurant and in the cookery school is because they don't absorb flavours. So I can make this here, what I'm doing with garlic, give it a quick wipe and make a custard. It doesn't absorb flavours, where wood does. Exoglass, you can buy them online. They're about €10, they're not expensive. You probably think that's a lot for a wooden spoon, that'll last your lifetime. And they're heat proof, so you can sit them on pots and pans, they don't melt, which is really important. Okay, so let's this stew off. Sage, I need a wee bit of sage, I nearly forgot the sage. Okay, I'm going to put in a tiny wee bit of sea salt and a little bit of black pepper. So it's Ackle sea salt that I'm using. So if you look on the screen, guys, that's what we have there. Whoops, daisy. So that's our kind of tomatoes stewing up there. I want to leave a little bit of texture. I might get Claire to you break that down a little bit just while I chop the sage. Now, it's quite an unusual herb to use as sage. Probably when you think of sage, you're thinking of Christmas or roast pork. It works really well with roast pork. Also in a lovely celery and apple and sage soup. It's really good. So this is just your common sage. You also get a purple sage, which I think is a little bit stronger. Okay, so we roll this up. Really, really fine. And then we're going to chop this and we're going to put this in here. So this is our butter bean stew, everyone, that we're going to serve with our lamb. We're going to do our lamb next, so we are. Okay. The last thing we're going to do, when it's ready, not yet, is put these butter beans in. Just have a look at them. These are already pre-cooked. You buy them in a can. I would always have these in my cupboard at home. And whenever I make a big pot of mince for Imelda the twins, I put this in, basil, smoked bacon, and then your vegetables like your carrots and your onion and garlic. I always put them in. They're gorgeous. Try it out with a big pot of mince. They're delicious. They add great texture. Don't even chop them up now. Leave them whole. And they're lovely even in a soup. You can make a vegetable soup and you can stir them in. Now, let's have a little look here. Now I'll get a shot of that. That's a little bit too fast, too hot. I'm going to move it to this lower ring. We're going to let that reduce, everyone, over here. So Claire has the pan already on. Thank you. And we're going to talk about the lamb that we're using. So you have that preheated. You're brilliant, Claire. Fair play to you. So I'm going to use lemon oil this time. I think this will work really well with the lamb. Okay? We're just going to turn that down. Actually, I'll turn it off because the pan's a wee bit too hot. We have the lamb here, which we've marinated, everyone, in some rosemary and also some plain rapeseed oil. So this is the loin of lamb. So I just want to show this to you and talk to you about this. This is the most expensive cut. We have the best lamb in the world, grass-fed, you know, and like every kind of region, you know, like over in Achill with near the sea, it tastes a little bit different. I love lamb. It's one of the most popular meats. So you can do this dish with lamb cutlets, pork chops or chicken breasts. You don't have to go and get this because this is expensive. But I love to do something with this cut because it's very lean. Just get your butcher. Can you see that to trim it up? Can you all see that? Now I'm going to cook 2 portions on the pan, but we're going to season up each one before it goes onto the pan. Salt, black pepper, heat the pan, turn it back on, and then we're going to put this onto the pan. We're going to seal it up. So, cooking meat, everyone, get the best meat you can. This is all quality assured Irish meat that I'm using. So we must support our Irish farmers. That is crucial. We have the best meat. Last year I was over in Dubai and I was cooking, it was in November for one of my television shows. And all the food that I used in my television show was exported from Ireland. The beef, the fish, the lamb, everything was used. They love it there. And we're the only country that exports grass-fed beef to Dubai. It's all grain-fed, the rest of it. Amazing. And they love it. They love it. I can't tell you. The chefs go mad for it. So, can you watch the pan for a minute? Good hot pan. A little piece of butter. All right? And we just need to season the other side of this. Because this is a very thin cut, it's not going to take long to cook. About maybe 8-10 minutes. It won't take long. So we can serve that up with the butter bean stew. And I'll just put in the butter beans at the very end and some herbs. Finish it with feta. So, let's have a little look at our sticky toffees while this is on. We'll just open the oven, very quickly bring them over, and Niall will show you. They're puffing up. Okay? Just leave them here. Is that okay for you now? Good man. So there's no colour, they're not cooked. But see the way they've risen, everyone. Can you all see that over there? They've risen. I'll just take one up and I'll show you. So they're not done, they're still raw in the centre. So they need to go back in, Claire. Thank you. I'll get them. You open the oven, Pip. Good teamwork. And back in. Don't cover them. And every oven is different, so 180 should be fine. You don't need a hotter oven. So guys, back onto our lamb. Why do I put the butter in? The butter gives great flavour. I love butter. I'll tell you this story about a woman. I was in this butcher shop in Cork. It could be 4 or 5 years ago. And this woman came up and she grabbed me by the cheeks here now, not down here. And she says to me, Nevin, you're using far too much butter on TV. Yeah? She gave out to me. And she said her husband was always giving out. So she bought a book and of course I charged her. But I love butter. And I think if you use the rapeseed oil, it's an Irish oil, you get a higher smoke temperature and the butter won't burn. So just a little bit of butter. Now in the new healthy book, I have a little bit of butter, but very little. It's nearly olive oil and rapeseed oil, to be honest with you. And I love butter, don't get me wrong. It's a natural product. And you know, look at the lovely colour you get. Can you see the pan? I know it's difficult for you to see over there, guys, but there is a screen over your head that you can look at there. And you can just see the lovely lamb. Now I'm going to put this into the oven. The oven is preheated here at 190. So I'm going to put the pan and all in. And this is an enamel coated pan. So it's non-stick, but it's even above non-stick. And that's what that enamel coating means. It can go into the oven. Really expensive pans. They're about €120, €100 each for one pan. But they last a lifetime. Is that a good investment? I think it is. You know, you can buy a set of pans for that and you'll be replacing them down the years, but that is definitely worth getting a good pan. Now let's have a little look at our stewed tomatoes, everyone. That's basically what we've done. Do you know what's lovely in here? I had a lady asking me yesterday, she said her husband doesn't like onion or garlic, he'd be sick. And I've only had maybe 2 customers in the restaurant in my whole time as a chef who have that allergy. That's what it is. So smoked bacon would be gorgeous instead of that. Smoked bacon, your tomatoes would work really well. And you know what I didn't put in, but you can put in instead of the chili? Smoked paprika. It's absolutely delicious. So a little bit of smoked paprika. So if you make a tomato sauce or a tomato soup, definitely worth doing that. So look at that. It's lovely, it's soft, it's stewed, it's gorgeous. We may put a little bit of stock clear into it just to loosen it up a little bit because we need to put in the butter beans. So you pour it in and I'll tell you. And everyone, the stock that I'm using is a stock cube. Thank you very much. And I just want to show you the stock cube here. This is called Callow. You all know this probably. I've mentioned it. You've seen me using it. Callow, low in salt. That's the most important thing. In the restaurant, we have 14 chefs in the kitchen, so we make all our own stocks. At home, I don't make any stocks. This is what I use. So callow, chicken, vegetable, whatever stock you want to use, and it's low in salt. Okay, so we have it already. We seasoned up the lamb, seasoned up the sauce. Let that cook. Can I move on now, just while everything is cooking? Okay, we'll give the lamb about 5 minutes, and I'm just going to show you the way we check it, that it's just going to be cooked. We are going to do a lovely little marinade. Curry powder, mild curry powder. Sharwood's, there's a lovely Irish man company called Green Saffron. Have you heard of it? Excellent, excellent. And he's in Middleton and Cork. He's really good. Aaron is a gentleman's name. Really good curry blends he does. He's excellent. Ketchup Manus. Guys, try and get a bottle of this. It's about €10. You'll get it in the Asian supermarket. Some shops sell it. I know M&S definitely sell it in small bottles. Small bottles. It's sweet, low salt soya sauce. Ketchup Manus. That's it there, guys. It's really good. I always have this at home. It's really good. It's a lovely kind of sweet. And look how thick it is. I'll just show you now in a minute. This is so good. So whenever I do stir fries, and there's a 2-year shelf life on it, which is brilliant. Okay? So whenever you use a soya sauce, try and use that if you can get it. All right? A little bit of honey. And this is from Maleven Honey, everyone. Maleven Honey is based in Kilkenny. Just a tiny little drizzle of that. We're finished with that, Claire. Thank you. And then we just mix everything together. So what we have in here is curry powder mild, honey, and some soya. So that's it there, guys. That's it all. That's for your marinade. Do you know what this is lovely with? Pork chops. Yeah? Lamb cutlets, even a piece of steak. I think the other two would work better than steak. But we're going to marinate some chicken. And this is some quality assured Irish chicken. What we've done is cut the breasts into long strips, everyone. Not across, long strips. Can you see that? So you're going with the length of the chicken. Does that make sense? So we just put them on bamboo skewers into the marinade. We already have 3 done. Thomas must have done very well to get four strips of this. And Thomas is from Donegal. He's been helping us. But he got 4 little kebabs out of 1 chicken breast. Any other day, he's been getting 3, so I don't know how he managed that. Okay. So just drizzle this all over, just kind of spoon this over. Now, if you can leave this, everyone, for a couple of hours, it's delicious, in your fridge. Cover it in cling film. I'm going to show you, we did this yesterday, thanks Claire, so it's left overnight. All right? This is what we have here. Look at the colour change, it changes it. All right? And the flavour is amazing. So cover it in cling film. Do you mind before I cook this? We're going to do a satay sauce, but I want to show you the lamb. I don't want to overcook the lamb. I want to cook it pink. So let's have a little look at this. Let's lift it out. Okay, we're going to press the centre. It's still a little bit too rare. We're going to flip this over. All right? And then we're going to put this back in, so we are, to the oven. Now, Claire, you might just check that oven. Oh, it is still on. Yeah, that's cool. Okay. So, guys, I want to show you a good tip when you're cooking lamb, steaks, even chicken, because it needs to be well done, but any kind of meats that you want rare, just do this, or medium, or well done. I'll just show you. We all do this for me. You've probably seen loads of chefs doing this. So, underneath your thumb, just that muscle there. See that there? So press that. That's lovely and soft. So if you like your steak rare, that's what you're looking for. If you like it medium, move up to the next finger. It's nice and soft, but not as soft as your first finger. If you like it medium well, the next finger, and your last finger well done. Feel the way it changes. So meat is a muscle. So we got to make sure that we don't overcook it because it will dry out. And that's a really lean cut of meat, is the lamb. That's the loin of lamb, everyone, which comes from the It's like the sirloin of the beef, so it is. It's the most expensive cut. Get your butcher to trim it up. And when we cook lamb in the restaurant, we use the loin or we use the rump. The rump is gorgeous, really good. From the top of the leg. We also use the shoulder and we cook it for 4 to 5 hours and then we crisp it up. And then we use lamb sweetbreads. And we caramelize the belly of lamb. So we showcase it. We don't show off. We just show people just how exciting, what a beautiful ingredient lamb is, which it is. Now, guys, everything's kind of cooking, so I'm just going to make a quick satay sauce for you. We'll serve up our lamb in a few minutes, but I want to just get my satay sauce done. And my oldest brother, Kenneth, is here. He is the king of satay, aren't you? Will I stop saying that? Am I doing your head in? So this is my oldest brother who sets up the unit, so my thanks to him. And this is his speciality. This is not his recipe. He doesn't like this recipe that I make. Or do you, Kenneth? Have you tasted it? He thinks it's a real cowboy. But it is nice. It's quick and it's delicious. And he's a very good cook because we got the love of food from our mother. You know, and our dad too, but my mother in particular. So she taught us all to eat as a family and to enjoy good food. But my twin brother is very different to me. Very different. He wouldn't eat any of this. He may eat those chicken, might eat that, but he wouldn't eat this sauce. I don't think so. You know, he's very, very different. When he comes for Christmas dinner, he always has a T-bone steak. Well done. Sauteed onions and tomato ketchup. That's what he loves. And I always have goose and turkey and ham. That's what he loves, and that's what he is. You know, when he comes, he also has baked Alaska with bought ice cream, no homemade, and then some chocolate sponge. So he's very different, the baked Alaska. So this is a very, very quick satay sauce, everyone. Soya sauce is going to go in here. About 2 spoonfuls of this. All right. We're going to put in sweet chili sauce. And can I talk to you now about a company called Thai Gold? Niall will just get a shot of that. Okay, so they're based in Wexford. Dunn Stores, SuperValu sell their products. Okay? And health food shops will sell them. They're the best. And they have the best coconut milk. And this is full fat organic coconut milk that I'm using for them. I love their product. And I think Kenneth will agree they're the best, aren't they? They're wonderful. They really are excellent. And they're an Irish company. We don't grow coconuts in Ireland, but we're supporting Irish jobs. And they really are excellent. In the next session, guys, I'm going to show you all how to make a nice curry using their curry paste. Peanut butter. I love peanut butter. Love it in an ice cream. It's really, really beautiful. So it is. So this is the crunchy peanut butter. I'm going to put 2 spoonfuls of this in here. And then I'm going to put a little bit of sugar. And I want to talk to you about the sugar. Thank you, Claire. This is the palm sugar. So I've only started using this in the last year in the restaurant and in the cookery school. It's really kind of nutty, caramelized. It's beautiful. So I'm just going to put a couple of pinches in here. I don't want it too sweet. And the juice of a lime. Okay, and that is what we're going to put in here. We're going to bring this to the boil, everyone. We're going to check on our lamb now. That should be nearly cooked. We are going to cook it pink, okay? So whoever wins the lamb, if you like it well done, pop it into the oven for about 5 or 10 minutes. Okay, it won't take too long. So Claire's going to take that out. Claire, I'm going to get you to keep a little eye on my satay sauce, and then we're going to cook our chicken, and we're going to get our lamb served up. Brilliant. Thank you, Pep. Okay. Super duper. Well done. So what are we looking for? We're looking for it nice and soft in the middle. You get me a little bit of tin foil, Claire. Okay. So that is absolutely fine for me. Just be careful, the pan is hot. We're going to wrap this, and it's going to be 1 of these per serving. All right? So I'm just going to give that to Claire, just to wrap the 2 of them together. And all this lovely juice, I'm going to put this in here. So you have the lovely flavour of the lamb there, so there's nothing wasted. So you've seared it off, everyone. Stir this through. Okay, it'll change the colour a little bit just from that lovely juice. Make it a little bit darker. And that's our sauce there, everyone. Now I'll get a little close-up of that. I'm going to let the lamb rest for about 3 or 4 minutes. And then what I'm going to do, while that's resting, I'm going to show you, I'm just going to cook a little bit of, the chicken kebabs. Now, so that's the timer gone for 20 minutes. So when the timer is gone, let's have a little look just at the sticky toffees, if you don't mind. Are you all enjoying the demo? Are you all hungry? Of course you are. When you go out the door, take a left, the food village is up the road, and you can go there. Now, they're about maybe 3 or 4 minutes, Claire. I'm just looking at the very centre. So they need to go back in, I'd say 3 minutes to do them. They're nearly done. Can you see the way they've changed? Just let's show everyone over here. They're the sticky toffees there, guys, okay? So they've puffed up, but they're not cooked right in the centre. They're nearly cooked, so another 3 minutes. Good woman. All right, let's cook our kebabs, everyone. Let's lift up our chicken onto the hot griddle pan. Hear that sizzle. Claire has it preheated. All right, We're going to give that about maybe 3 minutes either side. It's not going to take long to cook. We're going to finish off, while that's on cooking, our sauce with the butter beans. This is them here. Okay, Niall? Sorry, no problem. Good man, you're getting a shot of that. And that's the butter beans going to go in here, guys, just in a big pile of that. They're already cooked. They had a lovely creaminess, thank you, and a lovely texture. And I'm going to finish this with a little bit of flat leaf parsley. A couple of people have asked me, you know, not at the Ploughing, but in the cookery school, that they notice a lot of chefs using flat leaf instead of curly parsley. They're both, for me, very similar but very different. The Italian flat leaf is the one we grow in the restaurant, and it's quite strong. It's much stronger than the curly parsley. So whatever you have, we do grow both. We have a full-time gardener in the restaurant, and Kevin is his name. And I love this man. I love this man because he's so passionate about what he does. He totally relies on the weather, as you know, as you all do probably if you're into farming and growing. And we have to respect that. So every January when we reopen the restaurant, we do a wish list for him of what we want, what we'd like him to grow. And he's just brilliant. So he's been with me now for 5 years, and I've just so much respect. So guys, that's our butter bean stew there. Look at that. So even on its own, it's lovely. It is, with a grilled piece of fish, it is lovely. Chicken breast, pan fry your chicken, you know, and even with the chicken kebabs, which Claire is going to keep an eye on for me. Going to flip these over. So can you see the way they're caramelizing, everyone? And the reason why they're doing that is the honey and the soya, all right? So I'm going to let that chicken cook away. I'm just going to whisk my satay sauce, which is to come to the boil, and then we're going to serve up our lamb. So, Niall, I'm going to make a little bit of room here that you can see. I'm going to just spoon this in. Everything okay? Good, woman. So, 3 more minutes, or about a minute probably left now on the sticky toffees. And we're going to spoon this in. So that is our butter bean. The lamb is next, everyone, which we've rested. Claire has just simply covered that in some tin foil. Okay, so this is the tin foil here. We're going to slice this. I'll just move that over there, that Niall can see this. Claire is pouring on some of the marinade that the chicken was in. And you need to cook that because there's been raw meat in it. Okay? And that will actually give great flavour. Well done, Claire. Okay, let's slice this one here. I'm going to leave the other one whole because whoever wins it, you're getting both. Is that okay? So all that lovely juice, Claire, put that just in there for me. Good woman. Now, have you all got raffle tickets? Put your hands up if you need raffle tickets. When we serve up the food at the end, yeah, Maria will go round. She'll organise the tickets for you, so she will. So the lamb is just nicely cooked. Okay, there's a little bit of pinkness there. I'd like it rarer than that. That's just me. But there's a nice little bit of pinkness there. I love my lamb medium rare. So if you like meat well done, what I honestly try and get customers to do is to start off with it medium well, and then you'll move on to medium. And trust me, it will definitely taste much better. Okay, now we're just going to arrange the lamb there. Claire, there's your lunch. You're fed up eating lamb, bless you. I'm going to clean this, and then we're going to finish this with a little bit of feta cheese, everyone. So it's a salty cheese. You can use goat's cheese. Just sprinkle this around here. So this would be as a main course, you would have that. You're probably asking, well, where are the spuds? Where are the good old spuds? I wouldn't dream of serving a meal in the restaurant without some variety of potato, to be honest with you. You know, because I think they're such one of the best ingredients that you can enjoy. A little bit of flat leaf parsley, and just to finish it, they look wonderful, well done. I'm going to drizzle it with a little bit of the chili oil. So this is from Donegal rapeseed oil. Just a little drizzle. And that, my friends, is the first dish for you. That's the loin, okay, or the fillet of lamb with the butter bean and tomato stew, okay? Thanks a million. Now, let's have a taste of the satay. So when you make this, you want to put it there, Claire? It'll warm up there, good woman. If you make the satay and you think it's too sweet, you add more lime. If you add too much lime, you add more of the brown sugar. Oh, it's good. Very good. Absolutely delicious. Now, Kenneth, you can be the judge of this. Here we go. Come on, I know you're ready to kill me. This is brotherly love, Kenneth. Okay? Marks out of 10, Kenneth. Thumbs up. 1 out of 10. Thank you very much. I'm delighted with that. He likes it. So that's our satay, everyone. This is our chicken. The chicken is cooked. Let's just press it, excuse me. So just press the center. Okay? If it's anyway soft, it's still a little bit undercooked, but they are definitely cooked. So, Claire, if you get me a little dish just for the satay, please. lift this off, and you arrange the. Don't they look nice, guys? See that with chicken, with turkey meat also, and pork is delicious. So it is. So let's just move this here. We just get our satay. Claire, if you wouldn't mind moving this pan, just the griddle pan, thank you. Maybe Thomas is there, he can come up and pick it up. And then we have our satay sauce. And guys, that is my second dish for you, okay? The chicken kebabs, satay sauce, even the kebabs on their own are gorgeous. And you'll try this at home. Enjoy. Okay, everyone? Thanks a million. Now, we are going to finish off our dessert now. So our sticky toffees, Claire, will you pass me one over until I just show all of you here? Okay? Ready, okay? Okay, sorry, no problem. Okay, we're just going to get one of the sticky toffees. We'll go for the middle one. And they're still very hot. Okay? So watch this, everyone. You just shake this, and they should just unmold. Very easy. How easy is that? So you brush it with butter, dust it with a little bit of flour, and then you have your sticky toffee pudding there. Now, we're going to have a little bit of fun. We're going to do a little bit of sugar, and I'm going to get this lovely gentleman up here. Will you come up? Yeah, you. Come up. Sorry, Claire. I don't know this man. We're going to have a little bit of a chat. We'll just get the microphone if it's there, wherever it's gone. So Brian is there, and we'll get another lady. Who else will we get? We'll get this lady that's smiling in the blue. Will you come up to me, pet? Come on up. Give them both a round of applause. We'll have a bit of a chat in a minute. Only take a wee minute now here. Come on up. You can do better than that. Come on now. You're much friendlier than that. Okay. So we're going to have a little bit of go doing some sugar. So we'll introduce the lovely lady. Come on over and say hello. Tell everyone where you're from and your name.
Anne, and I'm from Cork, living in Galway.
Where in Cork are you from?
Near Fermoy.
Near Fermoy.
Castlines.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
And where are you living in Galway?
In Salt Hill.
In Salt Hill. Do you know Salt Hill? Can I tell you about Salt Hill? I bring my mother-in-law down there twice a year. My mother-in-law has never ever left Ireland. She loves to go to Salt Hill for 3 days. She goes into Salt Hill, you know Sea Point? At 10:30 in the morning until 1:30 at night. She smokes about 30 cigarettes or more a day, like a trooper. She loves it. And I bring the twins down. We love Salt Hill. And we go there, and you know where I bring her for her dinner? Over to Salt and Pepper, to the Chipper, across the road. Yeah, this is what she loves. This is her holiday. Absolutely, she loves it. So has Galway been busy? Has it been a good summer? It has.
Good summer, yeah.
The weather was terrible. I was down there twice, and it was
the weather was terrible everywhere.
But Leisureland and everything, it's great, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great. Yeah.
And what do you do yourself, Pep?
I'm a nurse.
You're a nurse. Where in Galway?
No? Merlin Park Hospital.
Super, well done. Yeah, absolutely, great work. Well done. Do you like cooking? I should ask you. Ish. Well, you're in the very front row, so you must like cooking. Do you get time to cook? Because I know with your profession, it's long hours. You know, it's
quick cooking.
Quick cooking. That's the key.
Yeah.
Okay, so the fast book then is the one you want.
Yeah.
Okay, do you hear that, Claire? The fast book. So your full name again?
Anne.
Anne, lovely to see you. Come on over here, Anne. We'll meet this chef here. On here, good man myself.
How are you?
I met you earlier on, didn't I?
Yes, you did, yeah.
And how come you got the front seat? You must have been here very early.
I had no choice. I was made sit there.
You were made?
Who made you cook?
Who made you sit here?
My wife, Anne.
Another Anne, is it?
Yes.
And what's your name?
Robert.
Robert, fantastic. What do you do yourself?
I'm an IT project manager in a pharmaceutical company.
Yeah, and where do you work?
I work in Northern Cross, near Malahide in Dublin.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So have you been to the Ploughing before?
No, first time, first day.
What do you think?
Oh, it's fantastic.
Isn't it amazing?
It is a brilliant experience.
Isn't it?
Really great.
And have you got to see all of it or most of it?
Well, spent most of the time eating, but and looking at tractors, so that'll do some more.
We love people like you. And do you like to cook now, do you?
I do. I wouldn't be as good as Anne, but I do like to mess around the kitchen.
He's saying all the brownie points.
That's because I can drink wine on a Saturday evening while I'm cooking. Right?
Good. And what kind of things do you like to cook if you're cooking home?
Probably curries, or I like to cook actually red meat like that, medium.
Yeah.
You know, I love something like a really good seared steak with something like spinach and garlic potato. I love eating that.
And hold on to him. I'm telling you, he'll supply the wine and supply you with a nice steak.
And we love sticky toffee pudding.
Do you love sticky toffee?
Really want to win that one.
Oh my God! Well, we'll have to give you one if you really like them. So, guys, we're going to have a little bit of fun, and then we're going to make a sauce. So let's go over here. So, Anne, and your first name again?
Robert.
Robert. Okay, Robert. Thank you. I'll just leave the microphone there. So we have some sugar, which Claire has just warmed through. Come on in, Anne. Come on in, Robert. Right beside me. I'm going to switch all these jets off. Just be careful, they are hot. Okay, so guys, in your booklet, and my thanks to the whole team here at Farmer's Journal for printing out the recipes. The back page has this recipe in it. So it's sugar, water, glucose. And you cook it for about 20 minutes. So if you've seen me at the Farmer's Journal stand, you know that this is what I do. It's one of my signature things. So we're going to make a little bit of a basket, okay? And maybe a little bit of a mess, but so what? So over and back. So you oil the ladle once. So Claire has the ladle oiled. with just some plain rapeseed oil. So watch the technique, everyone. The sugar falls, and then you go round and round. Yeah, you watching? Okay, Robert, no pressure. Okay, Anne? Okay, no bother to you. And then we break off the loose ends. And then what we do, okay, guys, you twist this, hold it up, and you have a lovely little basket. And it's magic. Okay, it's easy. Well, here we go. Good woman, Anne. I'm going to get you now. I'll get the sugar. She's ready to get stuck in. Now hold it nice and high, pet. Okay? Over and back. So, Claire, you'll get a fast book for me? If you don't mind? Super duper. Thanks, guys. Over and back. Hold the spoon a wee bit higher. Your technique is excellent. Fantastic. And over the other way. Super. So you only oil the ladle once. So sugar, water, glucose, Robert, and it's in the saucepan for about 20 minutes. No more. Golden brown. Isn't she doing brilliant? What about a wee bit of encouragement? Would that be good? Bit of a cheer would go well? Yeah, that's better. That's better. Well done. The whole way from the west of Ireland. What time did you leave it today?
20 past 6.
20 past 6. Wow. Fair play to you. Have you been to the Ploughing before?
No.
First time. Ah, brilliant. Isn't that great? Yeah. So, you take that off. Just hold it up to our cameraman. It's not as fragile as you think. Don't be nervous. Go for it. Go for it. Twist it. Yeah. Brilliant. Look at you. Now, I'll tell you. You'll be bringing some of these into your patients, won't you, and showing them up. Hold on to that. Bring that home with you. You can put that on eBay. And then we're going to... Sorry, I'm only joking you. You can bring that with you. Just 1 minute now. So, Robert, do you want me to show you? Okay.
No pressure.
No pressure. Pressure's for tires. Isn't that right? Now hold it nice and high. Okay, over and back. Very good. Look at this. Isn't he doing great? Ah, brilliant. So, we cooked the sugar and water for 20 minutes. Anne, are you proud of him? Yeah? That's good. How many years are you married?
20.
You're sure?
Yeah.
20, okay. Have you family?
We have 2 boys.
2 boys. Super, super. Now finish it off around the bottom. What about you, Anne? You married?
No, I'm not
married. Not married, no. Not yet.
Not yet.
I'll tell you, lucky the man that gets it, isn't that right? Huh? So we have the sugar fallen, yeah, and I'm going to just help you here. Break that off, break that off. I'll take that up, yeah. Well done, Robert. And then you can twist that up and then show it to Niall, our cameraman. Wow. Go on, man. What about that? Now, thank you guys. Before you go, we have a little goodie bag for both of you. Oh, look at this. You put sticky toffees in? Sticky toffees. Here we go. Fast book. Fast book for you both. Thank you. Give them a round of applause. And we'll sign it for you later on. If you got that book already, I'll change it. I'll change it for you. Well done, Anne. Keep up the great work, okay? Thanks a million. Now, guys, we'll show you 2 other types of sugar. Then we're going to do our sauce. Now, to get up in front of a full crowd, I'm used to it, but well done to both of you. I'll tell you. No, I mean that. Let's give them a big round. Now, well, it means... well done. No. Poor Anne. Sorry. Are you ready to kill me? Can I show you 2 types of sugar? We make our sauce and then we're done, guys. Okay, Angel's hair. Robert, are you watching? You just can't stop looking at your lovely wife. Okay, you take the sugar from the spoon and you let it fall, and as it's falling, it's cooling down. And as it's cooling down, you get a lovely kind of like effect. It's kind of like Angel's hair, we call this. So it is hot on the spoon, but that is not hot. And you just gather all this up, and this looks lovely sitting on top of ice cream or fruit. It's very effective. These 2 and the baskets, guys, your baskets are here, sorry, will keep for 3 weeks in an airtight container. They will keep happily. Now, the last one I'm going to show very, very quickly is this is a steel, everyone, for sharpening knives. And we just let this fall. Okay, and then we just run this around just the steel. So the steel, Claire, is oiled, again with plain rapeseed oil. Okay, we're going to turn on the gas because we're going to use this caramel to make a lovely salted butterscotch sauce. Just watch this, everyone. Very carefully, lift that off, and that's our lovely little curl. How cool is that? Can you all see that? Just even against my ear, but might be better. Look at that. Isn't that magic? Now that, unfortunately, is very fragile. So it breaks really, really easily. Now, what we're going to do is make a quick caramel sauce, and I want to show you the difference in caramel and butterscotch. Cream, okay? Just some nice Avonmore cream, some vanilla extract, and then because we have the rum, we're going to use that in this sauce. So if you don't want to use cream, everyone, you can use orange juice, apple juice works really well, or pineapple juice. Now I'm going to move the spoon out. And the reason why I'm lifting the spoon out, when I add the cream in here, it boils, and you can get a nasty little burn. So what would I do with that? When that goes hard, you smash it, it breaks, soak it in boiling water, or you can have it as a lollipop. It is caramel, pure sugar. Now, Claire, there's a wee treat for you. So we're just going to whisk this here. So this is our caramel here. Look at how lovely and thick this is. So this is in the back of your booklet. Have you all got your booklets? My thanks to the farmers, just as them here, guys. Okay? Recipes for all the demonstrations that we've done. We're on the home stretch now. We've one more to go. And have you all got your raffle tickets for the food? And a cookbook. Brilliant, brilliant. We're going to do that in a moment. Okay, just watch what happens on the screen, on the mirror. I'm going to put in about 1/4 of a pint of cream. This will not work with milk. It will split. So look what happens. It goes really lumpy. And you just whisk this. Now, can you imagine if you have the spoon in there, the burn you get, guys? Oh, my God. It's so painful. So you just keep whisking this, turn this down here. And then what we do is just add in a little bit more. And all you're doing is dissolving. So the caramel and the cream. So what I've done here, everyone, I've made a caramel sauce, a basic caramel sauce with sugar, with water. We put glucose in because it stops it from going lumpy. Finish with that, Claire. Thank you. Bring this back to the boil, and then we're going to make it into a butterscotch sauce. Now, Mairead, I know you love this sauce. This is one of your favourites. And everything, now listen, I'll tell you, you're a good cook, but you enjoy your food, and that's the secret, to enjoy it. And this sauce, everyone, will keep really well in your fridge for up to 3 weeks. It will. We're going to put in vanilla extract, just a little splash. Okay, remember that company, Vanilla Bazaar. You're going to save money. We love to save money in Cavan, don't we? We're going to put a little splash of rum, just a splash. If you wanted to make this the most amazing butterscotch sauce, there is an apple brandy called Calvados, which is amazing. A bit expensive, but if you like that, I don't drink it, but we have it in the bar in the restaurant, and sometimes I give it to the twins when they're sleeping at night. I'm only joking, yeah? And it's lovely. It's lovely in this. It really is. And just to finish it, a little bit of butter. Literally 2 pieces of butter. What the butter does, everyone, it makes it lovely and shiny. Just going to wipe my hands, and you get a lovely shine. Gives a lovely flavour. A pinch of salt, Ackle sea salt, and that's our salted butterscotch sauce. That's it done. I'm going to pour it into the jug over here, guys, and you'll be able to see that now. Look at the colour. Look at the lovely consistency. Do you know what this sauce was lovely? My mother was a great at desserts and very much self-taught. That's really hot. She did a butterscotch bonanza. So vanilla ice cream, sliced bananas, this sauce poured over it, and then toasted pecan nuts. So simple, but so delicious. So let's serve up our sticky toffee pudding. For any of you here earlier, I hope you got to taste some lovely strawberries from Pat Clark. So we're going to serve them up. So he's based in Stamullen, and he's in stand 655. But he has beautiful booklets, but he just got done for the Ploughing. So these are all recipes. Yeah, they're handing around there. So if you want any recipes with strawberries, this is it here. He just has them done especially for the Ploughing. I love this man for his passion, and his quality of fruit is fantastic. So we're just going to arrange his strawberries just around the actual sticky toffee. He told me this year, in 50 years of growing fruit, this is the earliest he ever picked fruits. So it says a lot about our weather, our climate. Well, it's a bit mixed up, isn't it? Because it was a very cold summer, but it's been a great summer for him for fruit, which is very interesting. Raspberries, he specialises in. What I would say to people now is buy extra strawberries and freeze them. And you can make them into smoothies, into crumbles. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to have a load of them in the freezer. We're going to pour our sauce over. Robert, does that look good? Would you like to be my guinea pig and taste this, you and Anne? Okay. We're going to put our little cage on top. We're going to put our little spun sugar over there. And that, my friends, is my last dish for the demonstration. I hope you've enjoyed it. Our sticky toffee cool swan pudding. Maria has been busy handing out tickets and recipes and all that. We're going to raffle off our dish. This is for you, my friend. Here we go. Just leave the plate back if you don't mind. And empty. I'm going to joke, yeah? So we're going to do our raffle now. And Maria's coming on board. She thought she was going to get that. Are you going to do it?
Oh, I'm telling you, he's a lucky man. By golly, that is absolutely gorgeous.
Maria's had 3 of them already down the back kitchen. So
I had them the other day.
I'm only joking. Okay.
Now, so we have raffle tickets. How many are we taking out?
How many are we taking out, Claire?
We can take 4. So have you got them to hand?
Okay, your raffle tickets, everyone.
First one is number 243. Green. Pale green. 243? 243 for the second time.
They don't like my food. Someone has it. Someone has it there. Brilliant.
243. Come on up along with the ticket. Wait, no, we better see the ticket first. Now. Yep.
Is it good?
You give whatever
like
it has to go.
Nice and light, isn't it?
243.
Oh, with cream. Oh, yeah. You want cream at that.
The next number is number 26. 26. We have a number 26. Will you check that, Maria? Yeah. And we'll probably be giving number 26.
Yeah, good. Okay, thanks ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to demonstration 3 for day 3 of Ploughing 2015. This demonstration is brought to you with Borbia, ICBF and the Farmers Journal. Every year we bring a demonstration together to try and relate some of the stock with the kind of market specifications that's required in the markets nowadays. We're going to start off with the dairy enterprise and work through the other class of animals that are on show. So we'll need a little bit of space here just to move the animals in and out of the pens here. When we'll be five or 6 minutes here in the dairy, and then we're going to move into the sucker cow and calf, and then the whalens. So if you can move a little bit around to the side here, and you know if you're not on the ring, you can see it on the screen. Obviously, you'll be close enough to the. So if I could just ask you to move a little bit just around to your left, please. and we get the demonstration started. Aidan, you have two weaning heifers in the ring here. They're two different sizes. I suppose tell us about them and what's the message at this time of the year?
Yeah, Jack, thanks. So obviously two spring-born dairy weanings. The girl on the right, she's born on the 29th of January, currently weighing 220 kilos. The girl on the left then, she's a month later, 27th of February, and she's currently at 160 kilos. So I mean, like, those weights don't really mean anything unless you're working off a target. So the most important target, in my opinion anyway, is that at mating, and that's between 340 and 350 kilos, depending on your mature live weight. So to work that back to where we are today, these should be 200 kilos now. So obviously she's at 220, she's grand, she's perfect, like she's exactly where you want to be, or slightly above that. But this girl is the one that needs attention at 160 kilos. And I suppose the lesson for me, Jack, is these came out of a herd in Tipperary. There was 40 other animals in the group. When we walked through them, they all look really well. They all look like her. But only when we separated them out and weighed them and put them through the crush did we realise that there's probably 4 or 5 heifers like her there. Yeah. And she needs special treatment. She should have got it back in June, I suppose. And that's probably a kilo, 2 kilos a meal plus the better quality side grass. For the moment, like from now on, for the next 2 months anyway, when they're at grass, they need to be separated out, given 2, maybe 3 kilos of nuts, depending on how good or how bad the grass is. 2 kilos is probably sufficient. But once they're separated and rest them, they'd actually come on an awful lot. Because if you started feeding meal to the bunch, those bigger ones would just nudge it out of the way and they wouldn't get access to it. Like we're seeing that in the pen here. Even with only 2 animals.
Separate them out, give them a chance, give them a chance for a bit of meal and a bit of grass,
Absolutely.
And the same over the winter period?
Yeah, people have a notion that they're going to do a kilo a day over the winter. That's nonsense. Like, I mean, the Moore Park study on replacement heifers was showing that they're only doing 0.4, 0.5 of a kilo of a 0.4, 0.5 of a kilo of live weight gain per day when they're on silage only. So they need
100 days is 40 or 50 kilos is all they're going to put on over that winter period.
And if she's coming in underweight, she definitely has the hope of achieving that.
Yeah.
So kilo, 2 kilos, and to the lighter ones maybe they even need more. I suppose what I'd be saying to farmers is if you've a bunch of heifers, better to split them up, and these ones, which will be the majority of your heifers presumably, won't need, they don't need a kilo probably, and give it to the ones that need it, which is you feed it in amount of meal, but you'll target it to those that need it most.
Yeah. So I mean, every dairy farmer around the ring has a proportion of these in their calves at the moment, and they need to pick them out.
Yeah, it's probably a small proportion, but I mean, these are you need everything to work right, and the reason why the target weight is so important in that study that I referred to, those ones that are under target are actually those ones that are over target as well. Those were the ones that had the problems. They produced less milk solids in their first lactation. They had less likelihood of going in calf, and when they did go in calf, they were calving down later.
Yeah. I mean, to keep the likes of the bigger girl going over the winter even, Aidan, I mean, you're going to need good quality silage and a bit of meal probably just to keep them on target to hit the 330 1st of May next year.
Yeah, so I'd be targeting their best quality silage. They're a bit tired, I think, at the moment, and it's their 3rd session today. So
not the only one.
So your best quality silage for your replacements and cows that need that are low condition score, and the rest of them then, your dry cows who need average quality silage should be sufficient for them.
Okay, is there much difference between the genetics of the 2 animals?
Yeah, sure. There's a nice bit. They're from the same herd, but even within that, there's a fair difference. In EBI terms, the larger heifer is the highest. She'd be one of the highest actually from that herd at 343, which she'd be in the top 1% nationally. Her sire is GZY, who was one of the highest EBI bulls when she was conceived. The smaller heifer is out of PDO. She has an EBI of 220, which is still reasonably high. She's still in the top 5%. That's not happening. The EBI hasn't impacted on their size. That's just the way it happened. Like, she's actually out of a heifer, so she was a small calf to begin with, and she's born a month later, so it's not having an impact on her.
Okay. Any questions for Aidan before we finish up on the dairy side of things and start off onto the beef enterprise? Okay. No. Question in the corner. Yeah. Calm down the corner here. Yeah. Yeah.
So the question was, a heifer calf out of a heifer, will she always be smaller? Perhaps, but I mean, there's no reason why, their gain should be the same, if not more. I mean, she might be a bit smaller, but it shouldn't be a whole lot,
No. No, there shouldn't be the difference. I mean, there's 40, 50 kilos of a difference here between those two, and that's too big a gap.
Yeah, there wasn't, she was probably 30 kilos at birth, and the other one is probably close to 40. Whether that's counting for the difference now, I don't know. But I mean, regardless of it, she still needs that special treatment. If she was picked out, she probably wouldn't be as much of a difference now. She hasn't the frame, but I mean,
Yeah, Tom's making the point. She hasn't the frame, but if she starts getting feeding, yeah. Okay, any other comments, questions? Over there beside Tom? Okay, yeah. Okay. No, there is a question there, yeah. We'll just finish it off and then we'll start on the animals, yeah. Oh, yeah.
The smaller one is 50% Frisian and obviously 50% Holstein, and the other one is almost 100% Holstein, 90% Holstein.
Okay, thanks very much, Aidan. Let's move on. We have a suckler cow and calf and a replacement heifer into the ring. Stephen, get the microphone. Nathan, they're 5 stars all round for the cow and for the replacement heifer.
Yep.
Tell us a bit more about them and what's the message, I suppose, that's coming across.
Okay, Jack, there'll be a few messages here anyway, but between myself and Stephen. This is our suckler cow here.
Right.
Cemental cross cow. That's her calf over there, February born calf. Another cemental. And this, which we'll talk about later on, is a nice 5-star replacement heifer as well. First of all, I've been asking everyone, anybody tell me what age that cow is? You might have an idea there.
6-year-old. 6-year-old.
Close enough, no, close enough. She was born in 2007, so she is starting to get on, Jack, now at this stage. She was born in 2007, she calved down in 2010 for the first time, and she's had a calf every single year since that. Now, it's something, one of the key messages we're trying to get across is the need to have a cow that's very productive, that is good, that's functional, has good maternal traits as well. In terms of this cow here, she's calved every year. Her calf interval is very impressive. Her calf interval is 356 days. We were talking about the national average earlier on. The national average in the recent figures from ICBF is 407 days. So she's doing the job far better than the national average. In terms of the target, you want a cow calving down every year, as I said. So the 365-day calving interval is what you're aiming for. If you can get it to 370 to 380, then you're doing quite well. That's what some of the top end farmers will be doing.
So she's 50 days better than the average cow in suckler cow in Ireland.
Correct, Jack, and that has a substantial impact over her lifetime. If you're looking at lifetime production, or the number of calf drops out over her lifetime, that's her 6th calf. If she was a national average cow with a calf, the average calf, you'd be looking at maybe 4.5 calves out of that cow over up to this point. And that's a substantial amount of output to be down. And it's going to have a big impact on cost and everything else. We'll just talk a little bit about costs. Like the suckler cow, you're relying on selling the calf out of her every year, and that's your bread and butter. You have to keep that cow for the year, and that's a substantial cost. Teagasc's figures would show that the average suckler cow is costing somewhere between 600 to 800 euros, including fixed costs for the year. Now, that can change, or that can vary a huge amount based on the farm. We're involved in the Better Farm program too, with 31 farmers around the country, and just land type can have a big impact on things as well, and on calf interval, and on costs. There was a farm walk that we had last week, and his average cost of keeping the cow last year in 2014 was about 320 euros in variable costs. That's excluding fixed costs. So you can add on another, say, 100, 120 onto that. If we moved 2 weeks before that, we had a farm walk up in Leitrim on a particularly heavy farm, and the variable cost to keep a cow in 2014 was over 700 euros. So that has a huge impact. But anyway, getting back to it again, Jack, in terms of calf and interval, we've gone through that. Calves per cow per year is not a huge thing.
Yeah.
The target is to produce 0.95 calves per cow per year. That's what we're all striving to do. In the Better Farm program again that we're involved in with Teagasc, the lads are hitting about 0.9 calves per cow per year, so a little bit for mortality and a little bit for cows with slightly long calf intervals, etc.
Okay.
That's the reason for that.
Calf, Nathan.
Yeah, well, just one more point, Jack, just to hold on. The national average calves per cow per year is about 0.8. So just to make the point that the difference between those lads that are doing fairly well on it is 0.1 of a calf per cow per year. Now that sounds like nothing, but when you start to look at it on, say, a 50 cow herd, that's 5 calves extra easy to sell at the end of the year. What kind of value do you put on the calf, Jack?
€800.
We'll throw 800 on them times 5. That's 4 grand in a 50 cow herd, 2 grand in a 25 cow herd. That's an awful lot of money. When margins are very tight, it's an awful lot of money to lose out on.
Output.
In terms of the calf, February born calf, can anybody tell me what weight that calf is? We'll get somebody over here. Can you throw weight on it? 300. Any advance on 300?
I don't know.
350. Well, we're kind of in between. We'll split it. 330 kilos she is. February born calf at 330 kilos. That cow is a particularly milky cow. We're looking at the figures earlier on. That calf, she's a heifer calf, and she's done 1.25 kilos of live weight gain per year, or per day since she was born. That's well above average. You're talking about somewhere between 0.9 and a kilo, or 1.1 kilos a day for a heifer calf, usually on most farms. So milk is a huge driver of that. Teagasc have shown in Grange over and over that maternal milk drives weaning weight, and that's something that you're focused on. If you're selling weanlings, you need to do that, so you need milk in your cows.
Okay. I mean, I might just move over to Stephen Conroy from ICBF in terms of this is a 5-star cow. She's nothing flash. She's a super calf, I suppose. Is she abnormal, I suppose, in terms of the national Sumpter herder? You know, is the 5-star really delivering in terms of fertility and a decent calf, Stephen?
Yeah, so just in terms of it, Jack, you know, as you said, this cow, she's a wonderful cow in terms of her production. She's left the farmer over €6,000 in terms of calves. So my colleague Kieran Costello just put up the few figures there in terms of it, the picture nationally. So if you just look at it nationally, we done some figures there on herds that entered the BDGP scheme, so the new beef data genomic scheme. There's 30,000 herds in it. And what we did is we looked at it, cows that calved in 2008. So we'd have sire information coming from the Suckler Cow Welfare Scheme, and there's 100,000 cows in the analysis. And if you actually go through them cows, just starting off between looking at the 5-star being the best cows and the 1-star being at the bottom 20%. The difference in replacement index value is €124 for the 5-stars versus €8 in the 1-stars. If you look at the number of calves they've had to date, the 5-stars have nearly had an extra calf in that period of time. They've calved down as heifers 51 days earlier, and they also have a 21-day better calving interval. Now their calving interval for the 5-stars is still 399. It's not where you'd like it to be on average, but obviously among that, like this cow here, 356 days, she'd be kind of in the top 2 and 3%. But like you'd obviously be hoping that that'd go in the right direction, but they're still much better by 21 days. But the big thing about these cows as well that calved, they're surviving in the herd. So this man has this cow, she's doing a very good job. As you can see, you know, she's not a wonderful cow, she's not an E grade, she's not a new plus grade, she's just doing a very good job for the farmer. Good milky cow that goes back in calf. The 5-stars, 70% of the cows are still in the herd, whereas the 1-stars, only 50% of them are still in the herds today. Again, if you look at growth rates, the 5-stars are putting an extra 10% growth rate into the calves, so it's 1.17 versus 1.06, and the farmers are actually scoring them milkier. So what we're saying through our genetic evaluations, the farmers are agreeing with the phenotypic raw score that they're doing on the farm, that they're sending into us through the database. And the other side of it, the calves are ahead in terms of carcass weight and also age to slaughter. So overall, they seem to be doing a much better job when you compare them nationally.
You're telling me, Stephen, that the 5-stars, when you look at it over a much bigger, we're looking at one cow here in front of us. When you look at it over 100,000 cows, they are delivering that extra calf, the 5-stars versus the 1-star. Like.
Yeah, and definitely. And you will find the odd exception. You will find farmers out there come to me, say, I have a wonderful cow, she's only 2 stars. Yeah. You know, there's something wrong there, she's doing a great job. Calf, but at the end of the day, a lot of it comes back to data. And it's very important to weigh the calves and get the data in that the system knows that cow is doing a very good job. Maybe you're sending your calves off to live export, maybe we've no weights in them calves, we can't see, you know, the milk of that cow, what job she's doing on that calf. So it's very important to get that data in.
Super stuff. Nathan, the replacement heifer.
Yeah, thanks Jack. Okay, the replacement heifer, I suppose one thing that you were asking about earlier on is typical of what's out there in herds. That heifer, what age do you think she is? Anybody going to give me an age? 2-year-old, 2.5. Yeah. I suppose she's more typical of what people would be calving, or what people would have around 2.5 years of age. That heifer is in November 2013. she's had a phenomenal weight gain. I think, Stephen, you were saying maybe 1.3
up to weaning.
Yeah, which is a phenomenal weight gain. So she is a very, very good heifer, and she is 5 stars on the replacement index too. So look, it can be done. I'm not saying it's that every 5-star heifer is going to have good quality, is going to be good quality herself, but you know you can do it.
So she's 22 months now. You calving down?
Calving down in January, Jack, at about 26 months. They're thereabouts. Like most people would be calving down cows really at somewhere around the 26, 30 months generally. It'd be more closer to 30 months across the country. With a health warning by all accounts, because you have to get very high light weight gains the whole way through, and unless you can do that, I'd say don't do it. But if you're thinking about doing it, it's a good way of reducing the cost of the replacement. But at the same time, weight gains are essential, especially over the first winter, Jack.
Okay. Stephen, any comment you want to make on the replacement heifer in terms of start? I mean, she's 5 stars. Yeah, she's top of the range as far as what you were concerned today.
Yeah, I suppose this breeder is kind of focusing there on bringing in 5 stars into his herd. He's put a nice easy calving limousine bull into her. Yeah. He's trying to calve down that bit younger as well.
She's not from the dairy herd, is she?
She's not from the dairy herd. She's a beef background the whole way through. But I think the thing about it is, what you find with a lot of these good cows that are doing the business, when you look at them behind, they're just a good or grade animal. They're not out U plus or E grade. You know what I mean? They're nice. I call that just an average cow in terms of heifer, in terms of conformation. But hopefully, based on her parentage now, she should do the business.
Okay.
Just Jack, one final point. Stephen mentioned about the importance of weight gain or recording weight gains. Like I've been in contact with an awful lot of farmers over the years, and the one thing that comes up time and time again is, a lot of them will say, if they buy a weighing scale, it's probably the best thing they ever bought. Because if they do go and weigh their calves, it gives them a good handle of what cows are producing the best calves, what live weight gains they're getting. One thing that's essential, Stephen talked about putting data back into ICBF. We have anomalies with some cows. There are cows that are 2 stars that are doing perfectly fine, but for some reason maybe they don't have sire data recorded in the system. It might be something like that. But don't panic just yet. Like it's something that you have to look at. Maybe talk to your advisor about it. It's just something to look at. If you are going weighing calves, ideally you want to weigh them at between 150 and 250 days of age. At that weight, within that weight range, ICBF will be able to work back to see. To throw an estimate on what kind of milk the cow had, because that's the main driver of weight gain at that period, and it is essential in keeping reliable data behind the cows. And that's one thing. The reason why we have such good figures on these stock is because of weights and things like that.
Good figures.
Just a final point.
Okay, right, we're going over the ring. We just get a
final point on her. She's €144 replacement value. This cow's €100. So you want to be trying, like in the dairy world with your EBI, trying to keep the replacement index higher for the next generation of heifers you're bringing through.
Okay, any final questions? Yeah? No? Wrapped up. So we'll take it to the next stage. And we have the suckler cow and calf, I suppose, and the replacement piece of it, the female piece of the suckler herd. I have a question, yeah?
Just sire the calf there. You might
sire of the calf is a cemental H-A-U-E-R. H-U-R is an AI bull. H-U-R. Cemental AI bull.
Any other questions just as a rule?
How long is the cow and calf? Have we any data? How long is the cow and calf?
I'm not sure.
But the heifer, but she's calving next February.
Heifer's calving 26th of January.
26th of January. Okay. Stephen, the calves that are exported out of the country, the weanlings that are exported out of the country, in terms of information on them, this farmer is asking, can you get information on them? If they leave the country, what's the...
No. Like in terms of, we'd love to get them. It depends if the farmer weighs them on farm, he can input that information through ICBF. Right. There's lots of ways of doing it. Typically a lot of these animals, being honest, get weighed and the information it's just between the buyer and the seller. So a lot of that information gets lost, and it's quite valuable information because a lot of cases they're some of the better calves, and so it'd be very useful if they could be inputted into the database.
Okay, we sent Darren Carty off with a check to buy 4 calves, and he came back with 2 calves. This was 2 months ago. This was 2 months ago. This is the 23rd of July. So we wanted 2 calves at the Tullamore show. We wanted 4 calves. He went away and bought 2 calves. Darren, tell us about the 2 calves you bought and why you paid so much money for them.
That's starting me off in an awful bad position now, Jack. So it is. I suppose maybe we might throw it open in a minute and see what people would pay for the two calves. We wanted these two calves for the Tullamore show, I suppose, to talk a bit about management pre-weaning, management post-weaning, and then I suppose lead into what the lads will be talking about, say finishing beef animals, or also I suppose the live export trade. We'll have Joe Burke coming in from Borby in a few minutes. There's been a bit of a lift in the live export trade in the last week to 10 days. Where that's coming from and maybe why it's coming. We bought the two calves on the 30th of July in Castlereagh Mart. This calf here is bred out of a very good quality Limousin cow, and he's actually bred from a Shirley bull, the farmer Shirley stock bull. He was 300 kilos the day we bought him. What do we pay for him?
Darren, there's no wee business here, no, you paid for it, like, you know what I mean? What did Darren pay for the calf? It's 830 this farmer said.
830. You can take this fellow home with you, say,
1150.
1150.
Oh, jeez.
This man now is I like this man more than you know.
Somewhere in between.
There was 5 calves for sale. A breeder in Roscommon bred them. 4 calves sold for 1,000. This fella sold for 1,025. The exporter bought the other 4 calves. Pushed him into it very quick.
He's 10 months that Darren, isn't he?
10 months, yeah. He's behind weight from where you'd like him to be. He's 350 kilos now. But the farmer that sold him that day, he had the cows rehoused 3 times during the summer. And he said that it did have an impact. And I suppose in the last few weeks that we've had him, he's really started, I suppose, to thrive on and to motor on. He hit the ground running more so than this fella, but we'll talk about it in a minute. He was getting a bit of meal beforehand, and he transitioned very, very good. Brought him home, put him into a nice straw-bedded shed for the night, and he wasn't bawling as much as this fella for a few days. He was used to eating meal, and we sort of kept him on sort of 1 kilo to 2 kilos of meal for a few weeks after. In recent weeks, we've been giving him 3 kilos of meal because we wanted really, I suppose, to try and push him to the potential of where he is. And maybe I'll just turn him around for anyone that can't see him that side. And
where's he going, Darren? What's his market?
Well, in the last few weeks, he's really, I suppose, came on and he's really put on a good bit of muscle. And you could, like the other 4 calves that were bred, went for live export. This fella, if we wasn't there to buy him on the day, would have went for live export as well. Now, there's plenty of farmers as well as they buy in pricing the live exporters out in the market. What would we do with them? You could go to live export with them. We asked the question the other day, what would farmers do with them? And I suppose you could ask the same question here today. Who'd do a 16-month bull beef system with them?
Is he good enough for a 16-month bull beef? I see nothing here,
It was about 50-50 the other day. A lot of farmers said that they think he'd make a great steer. Other fellas said that he might be a small bit behind target for the 16-month system, but the big benefit that he does bring to the 16-month system is you can put him on the grid. He's a very, very well conformed animal. You get a high kill-out percentage. You'll get he's going to be U+ anyway, so you'll get your bonuses that way. You'll get your 12 cents quality assurance bonus, and that's really, I suppose, vital now. If you're going down that 16-month system, you have to really hit the targets.
So what would be the plan for him, Darren, now? He's 10 months of age.
10 months of age. Ideally, as I said, you'd like him 400 kilos, but we'll see how he goes in the next few weeks. I think he's going to say thrive on. He's going to keep going the next few weeks, and he can't afford to get a store period. So nice quality grass, 3 kilos of meal to keep him going. Put him into the shed and keep him going. Good quality silage, 2-3 kilos of meal, and then push him on. And like the 16-month system, he's going to end up going through anywhere from 1.1 to 1.3 ton of meal. So it's a high system. You need to have talked, I suppose, to your processors first, and you need to be, I suppose, maybe a bit experienced at it. This fella on the other side, we wanted to buy a good quality calf, and we wanted to buy a sort of plainer type calf. As you'll see, the calves they're quiet, but they're tired after 3 days of demos. He was 250 kilos the day we bought him. He's a February born calf. His dam is the first cross out of the dairy herd, and ICBF looked up the figures. She's 11 years old, had 9 calves. There's some Angus in her breeding, so you see he's a bit light and maybe on the bone in the front. He's from a CF52 stock bull on the farm with very good figures, and he won't make, say, as good as a calf as this calf, but he will be a nice calf. He's a good farmer's calf. Probably going to be a steer sort of system. If you had calves like this, 24 month system, if you had calves like this, and I suppose getting them ready for sale, you'd be likely to give this fella maybe 1 kilo to 2 kilos of meal. any more than probably what you get. He's a bit sort of easy flesh, and you get sort of a bit of puppy fat around here, and it's not really, I suppose, desirable in a buyer's market. You want to buy a calf that maybe go on, and it won't have been pushed too hard. Probably the system for him, he'll be castrated maybe in 10 days' time. We let him recuperate again after the ploughing, and sort of he get his 2 kilos a meal from now until the house, depending on grass quality. And I suppose then he'll probably go for a sort of 22-24 month system. You could put him into the traditional 20-22 month bull system, but you probably aren't going to get the chive or the wake end or the carcass at the end that you probably want from him, but he could go down that system. What you want for him over the winter, feed him average to good quality silage, 70 DMD and 1 to 2 kilos meal. You do 0.6, 0.7 of a kilo, get him out early next year and get him thriving. As I said, he has that sort of easy fleshing tendency. He's not going to be a huge animal at the end. No. He won't make as big as an animal as what we're going to bring out here in a few minutes. But he'll fit what the market wants, and he'll be a long way towards a very, very good forward store this time next year.
I might bring in Joe Burke at this stage from Board B, Joe, in terms of the red fella. If he was put back in the market now, I suppose, is there an export trade for him? Or maybe how has the export trade been going over the last couple of weeks, and is it some are saying it's warming up a bit?
I suppose he would be very, very typical of the animals that would be exported, to the Italian market and a couple of other smaller markets, Jack. But as Darren touched on there, Darren was in the mart one day and he took out an exporter buyer. He was able to buy this animal against the competition from an exporter who was buying for exporting him live. And that has been also typical of what's been happening throughout the year. That Irish farmers in general have been more competitive. They've been more optimistic in their restocking. Cattle prices here in Ireland have recovered by 9 or 10% so far this year in comparison to what was the case last year. Whereas around continental Europe, around many of the markets that we'd be normally exporting live cattle to, their cattle prices in general have been lower than the prices here in Ireland and haven't picked up to the same extent that we've seen here. So the live export market has been somewhat quieter. So far this year, there's been about 25% less cattle exported. So last year,
in
overall,
total for the year, no?
Yeah, in total for the year, last year there was 240,000 exported, Jack. And so far this year, we've only exported about 150,000. And it's likely to be down overall for the year, maybe 60, 70,000.
No, they weren't all weanlings. The 240 weren't all weanlings.
No, it has to be said that out of that 240, there was 160,000 of those were calves. And most of those would be male dairy bred calves, Frisian bull calves. But at this time of the year, Frisian or good quality suckler bred weanlings tend to make up the majority of the animals that are going out. And for the Italian market, that fella there is 350 kilos. He's a really well developed type of a bull. He has very good conformation. He's a nice long sort of a bull. He has a very good hindquarters on him. He'll make a U plus there in the continental feedlot if he was being pushed on hard. And the reason that they like him is that he'll put on weight, he'll have a very good kill out, and he'll be a lovely lean carcass as well too, which is what they favour in the Italian market. The animals that are normally sent out as well too at this time of the year, there'd be a good demand for weanlings even a bit heavier than that, up to 400 or even 430 or 40 kilos if they were good enough quality.
How many weanlings are going out per week at the moment?
Yeah, it had been very, very slow, Jack. There was only, in the region of 100 or 200 going out per week up until quite recently, and that increased then last week up to 700 weanlings went out to Italy last week. And part of the reason for the pickup would be one of the main exporting regions in France. There was a case of blue tongue announced there a couple of weeks ago, and that has actually spread. So within a 150 kilometre radius of that, it's more or less closed down. They're not allowed to export stock out of that region in France.
Stock are not going to Italy.
Exactly, yeah. So as a result of that, it's just resulted in a few more orders for Irish cattle. We're still a good bit more expensive than the equivalent French cattle are over in France. Over in France, the same quality of cattle, or very similar quality cattle as to what we have, would be 20 or 30 cents a kilo cheaper, Jack. And also their transport costs would be significantly less as opposed to sending cattle from Ireland to Italy. So there are a few more orders. There's a bit more demand for Irish weanlings, but at the same time you would expect that most of the weanlings being sold in weanling sales over the coming months are going to continue to be bought by Irish farmers as opposed to export buyers.
Okay, Darren, would you be confident if the red lad went back out into the market, you'd get the
I suppose in the last few days, Jack, we've had a good few market managers in here. We David Quinn from Carnew in the other evening did a special weanling sale. Very, very good sale. Brendan Egan was in here from Castlereagh, came in to look at them and said that good quality animals the same way. El Flynn had a fire over sale the other night. So that type of animal, there is a bit of demand, I suppose, in the last few weeks. There's also been a good lot of demand this year, and there's been, I don't know whether you'd say there's been good value for the selling farmer, but say where some of the 16-1 bull beef finishers were actually making gains last year, is this fellow was costing maybe €3 a kilo, but if you went up 150 kilos in weight, they were getting them at 220, 230 a kilo last year. They're costing 240, 250 a kilo for that good bull this year. So that good animal, the good quality animal, is still selling well, and we'd be confident that he'd probably even leave a few pounds, go back out to the ring now.
Okay, we'll move them out. Is there any questions while the cattle are moving out, and we'll move up to our next? Here we go. Yeah.
Oh, should we get for the white one?
Yeah,
sorry. I just said that quickly. 825.
2 months ago.
He's put on 50 kilos since we bought him. 250 kilos when he was bought, and I suppose the same day, say, prices came back since maybe 10-15 cents for that type of an animal.
Okay, perfect. We'll rock on. So, Joe, you're going to bring in a few finished animals, I suppose, closer to the slaughter line now. We're going to come into the ring. And be sensitive, Joe, because there's a couple of owners around the ring, so we just want to go. We want to keep everyone on side. You've two suckler bred animals coming, and you've 2 dairy bred animals coming into the ring.
Yeah, that's right, Jack. What we want to focus on here is, I suppose, to look at market requirements, to look at really, what kind of markets is Irish beef being exported to, and what are those customers looking for. And we have to obviously process the full range of animals that are produced and that are brought to finish in the country. We have animals from the suckler herd, we have animals from the dairy herd. Ireland is a major exporter of beef. We export 500,000 tonnes of beef every year. 90% of the beef that we produce is exported. And what you have here is obviously a fairly mixed bag, or a fairly big range in terms of quality, and in terms of, I suppose, the potential carcass weight as well too at the end of the day. You have 2 very big Charlie animals, good quality animals out of the suckler herd. You have lovely orange Charlie bullock here. He's 23 months of age. And super bullock, really well conformed bullock. You'd say he's an out and out U-grade bullock. Really good wide shoulders on him, wide hindquarters, good deep body as well too, without having too much of a belly, and just a really, really nice thick bullock. If any of us had him at home at our farms, would be real happy with him, because he's obviously going to come into a big amount of money when he's slaughtered. And a similar animal then, the white Charlie animal, he's 21 months of age. It's worth saying as well too that these 2 Charlie cattle are taken from ICBF in Tully, where they're on a feeding trial there. In the performance test station, they're measuring how much weight they put on, how much feed they're eating, and after they're slaughtered, then looking at the grades, looking at their killouts, everything like that. So that's referenced, and it's I suppose it's able to track that back then to their parentage and to the dam and to the sire that they're out of.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Okay.
Then also the other 2 animals that I'm going to come back to slightly later on are 2 obviously slightly plainer cattle. They're just 18 months of age, so they're a bit younger, Jack, as well as coming from a dairy background, a Frisian bullock and a Hereford cross bullock out of the dairy herd. But firstly, the key point that we want to emphasise in relation to the 2 Charlie cattle, even though they look quite similar there's actually a fairly significant gap in terms of the weight between those 2 cattle. The orange Charlie bullock is quite a good bit heavier than the white Charlie bullock. Anyone want to hazard a guess as to what weight this bullock is here that's in front of me? And just bear in mind, he's probably a bit heavier than what you're looking at, what you think. You're kind of maybe looking in on him there, but he is a heavy bullock, or he's
Joe,
well,
keep it serious. We get a jacket for the closest prize, like, yeah.
825, he's actually a small bit heavier than that again. 855 here. Very, very close. 855. He's actually 858, so we'll have a jacket here for this man from County Clare. So, the challenge really in relation to a bullock of this weight, and he's done a really good job to put on weight as quickly as he has. He's 23 months of age. He's ready to be killed. He's a U-grade bullock. Any of us would be saying, geez, what a great bullock. But the challenge in relation to him is that the market has moved on in the last few years. there are no longer that many customers that are looking for, you know, the high value beef that's coming off a carcass to be coming from such a heavy carcass. The challenge from him is that when he's slaughtered, he's going to have a carcass weight of somewhere around 460, 470 kilos of carcass weight. And the steak cuts then that are along the line of the animal, the strip loin and the ribeye as well too, are going to be very, very large. The strip loin will probably be about 10 kilos, whereas in general, Jack, what most customers are looking for is a strip loin of about 6 to 7.5 kilos, both for our supermarket customers as well as our high value food service customers or wholesalers. And the difference from that really is it's effectively the difference in looking at the yellow Charolais bullock and the nice white Charolais bullock. The white Charolais bullock is actually 150 kilos less. He's 700 kilos weight. So it doesn't look that significant, but it is actually. It's the main difference is, I suppose, the conformation, as well as, you know, he's not quite as well finished of a bullock. He hasn't quite as much flesh on him. But if he was slaughtered now, he'd be about 390 kilos carcass weight. And at that carcass weight, he's going to produce that strip loin a good bit smaller. It'll still be on the upper range of what customers are looking for, but you know, in terms of, I suppose, portion size and the size of his eye muscle on the steak cuts, it'll be more in line with what customers are looking for, Jack.
Okay, Joe, or Phelim, I might hand over to Phelim O'Neill from the Journal in terms of Phelim looks at as a market specialist for us in the Journal on the beef side of things. Phelim, Joe has built this orange bullock up to be the best bullock, and all of a sudden he's told us that it's not what the market wants. Like, I mean, I'm going to verify that for us.
And I suppose I have to say straight up, I feel something of a fraud to stand back here and talk about a quality animal like that there. That'll be the pride and joy of my farm if I had it on it, and certainly I haven't had anything like that very often. The trouble is, and the trouble with that animal in the context of today's market is, that was the perfect carcass, that's the perfect beef animal in Ireland 20, 25 years ago, even 15 years ago, when at that stage the market Irish beef would essentially went into EU supported intervention buying or EU supported aid to private storage, where basically they bought the meat at the market. It was then sold outside of Europe to third country markets with the aid of substantial subsidies. Back in the 1990s, the EU subsidies went straight to farmers. And from that point on, basically the beef from Irish farms had to find its way in the commercial market in the world. It had to go out and find customers. Now, just picking up on the loin point that Joe was had left off on there, in terms of the eye. Just a couple of weeks ago, we would have killed Cumriad cattle for these here, and this here, the steak that I'm going to just go around here now with, is from a similar type animal to the big orange Charolais here. I should highlight, by the way, that there's samples of carcasses and other cuts up on the board BS stand above. We have just a flavour of them here. So in the terms of the context of what the steak looks at from an animal like this big Charolais here, if you just see this steak here, and again for most of the men in the audience, and certainly for me anyway, I'll not take on to speak for anybody else, if you had sent that out to me on a plate, I'd be absolutely delighted with it. I'd be thrilled with it. It's a 500 gram steak. It's retail value in this price here, and this is assuming that it goes out at full retail value, and I'll come back to that point in a minute. It would be €10.41 per kilo, Jack. So that is the perfect steak, as I say, for many of us men that would enjoy our steak. But the problem with the present retail market and the future retail market, that's simply too big for it. The consumer that's gone down the supermarket aisle will look at that, Jack, and walk past it.
Okay. So that's the big orange Charolais steak.
So that's the big orange Charolais steak. So then, looking here, and Joe has described the white Charolais and the type of animal that it is and the weight that it's likely to kill out at. We have killed a similar 380, 390 kilo animal, and from that we've produced this pack here. And you can see straight away, and you look at this one, that the steaks in this are, for a start, there's two as opposed to one. And when, I'll not say housewife, whenever the customer is walking down the supermarket aisle and lifting a pack of steaks to the buy, this is here's what you look for. And indeed in many cases they would look, was there a pack with 3 smaller ones, and there even up to 4 small, what we would call 6-ounce steaks. So the reality is that the market, the consumer of Europe, the UK, maybe to a slightly lesser extent Ireland, heads towards a smaller steak. That is the effect then of immediately limiting the market prospects for a big quality animal like this. I'd say limit the market, Jack, not eliminate, because I think in future the market for the big heavy carcass, it'll be a bit like the Aberdeen Angus or the Hereford market is today. It'll be a specialist niche market where factories will have a programme, they'll have a booking in system, and there will be an arrangement for a limited number of these that can go in and get full value. But they won't be able, I think, in the next year and the following year to just turn up at the factory and hold the same price, because we have priced these here at the same value. And sorry, just another interesting point, these before I leave them. These two steaks here actually cost slightly less if they're priced at full value than the big one does. So here you're getting two steaks for your tenner, whereas on the other one you're just getting one. Where this animal gets devalued is, I say, but there's a limited niche opportunity for them. If you're not getting the quality steak from that animal into the highest value market, if it's going into a secondary market, it's losing in and up to €4 a kilo. And if you think on this animal here, you have a 4.5% yield of steak meat of it, you have 22 kilos of steaks on the back of that big orange animal, and if you're taking 4 kilos or less for that in the beef market, that's €80 on the value of the animal. So that's a very, very big hit in its own right.
Okay, super. So very clearly you've shown us that the big orange bullocky has the bigger steak. It's just too big for the shopper of today.
For the vast majority of shoppers across Europe today, that's correct.
Okay, I mean, and the two steaks is more comparable to the white Charlie, the maximum 390, 400 kilo carcass.
Absolutely, that's the one, and then we'll talk about more of what the steaks are like with the two plainer animals in the second half.
Well, Joe, maybe we'll move into the two dairy bred animals that are in the ring. Obviously, a different, still in a different market. Just talk about the two animals and maybe where they should go.
Yeah, no bother, Jack. Obviously the Frisian animal here, the Holstein Frisian, very typical of a male animal coming out of the dairy herd, really. He's not the real British Frisian-y type bullock. He's got maybe a bit more size to him or a bit more frame to him, but at the same time he's a nice bullock. He shouldn't be a P grade because he has been kept going. He's not in bad condition, he's not in bad order. He should hopefully make an O equals grade by the time he's finished. Given that kind of level of conformation, there is potential there for him to still, get into reasonably good conformation, reasonably good carcass, and for the farmer to hopefully get him into a reasonably good price as well too by the time that he's finished. Again, he's typical of a lot of the animals where there's not very high of a level of uptake of sexed semen in the dairy herd, so we still have an awful lot of Frisian bull calves. In other years, more of those would be exported live as calves to Holland or Belgium or Spain. This year there weren't very many calves exported, there were more of them kept in the country. Calves here were relatively expensive, but a lot of farmers reared calves. And if you had a bundle of those, he's a year and a half old now at this stage. If you had a bundle of those together, you'd have done a good job rearing them and bringing them through. Obviously, the next stage up then from that would be a crossbred animal out of the dairy herd. This animal here is a Hereford. So sire was a Hereford, dam was a dairy cow, Frisian dairy cow. And there's a big increase in the number of these in the country as well too, along with a few more Frisian bull calves as well too in the country, Jack. In fact, there's 70,000 more Angus and Hereford calves in the country now than was the case this time last year. Such has been the increase in the popularity of crossing the dairy herd with Angus and Hereford. So that's a 20% increase in 1 year. It's a big increase. But these are slightly superior, obviously, in their conformation, in their beefability. Given that the Hereford is bringing a bit more shape to the animal has a bit better conformation. He'll probably be an O plus in his conformation as opposed to probably an O equals for the Frisian animal, and that animal will finish easily enough as well too without too much feeding. You'd say he has the potential to be slaughtered at probably 22 months of age, probably next February, Jack, at a carcass weight of around between 300 and maybe 320 kilos possibly. He'll fatten away. You can see he's already starting to put on a little bit of flesh, even with the good grass as well too that he's been on out all summer. And that's the advantage really of those earlier maturing breeds. They'll fatten easily at a light carcass weight. You definitely won't have either with the Frisian animal or with the early maturing crosses an issue of heavy carcass weights and that impacting on their value. They're never going to be up in the U grades, that are going to be up in the plus 12s or 12 plus 18s or anything like that in terms of the QPS, their value in the grid, but they will get they'll be eligible for hopefully their in-spec bonuses, and in the case of the Hereford or Angus animals, they'll be eligible for the premium bonus schemes, the Angus and the Hereford bonuses, Jack.
Yeah.
So there's potential to make money on these. I know they're from a dairy background, and they're maybe some dairy farmers might regard them as being a byproduct of their system, but they have a good value, and they're never going to be anywhere near like the U-grade cattle out of the suckler herd, and the main difference there is going to be the yield of beef that comes from either type of carcass. The really good conformation cattle from the suckler herd maybe might have a yield of 75% saleable meat yield when those carcasses are deboned in the meat factory, and these would be down around the 70% saleable meat yield from their carcasses. But that's not to say that the meat itself isn't going to make it into the higher value or the higher paying customers. In fact, when you take the steak cuts out of these animals, they are actually going to be acceptable for most customers. They'll be in the right weight range. They won't have excessive fat cover. In the case of the Hereford animal, he'll have a nice level of marbling as well too in his beef, which will hopefully give it good eating quality, good taste properties, good tenderness. So, most customers will actually accept the steak cuts, the beef coming from these plainer animals, and in a lot of cases, even in the Angus and Hereford, they'll even pay a premium for it.
Okay, Phelan, do you see a market for these dairy bred animals in the future?
Very much so, Jack. These, as opposed to beef producers, will be the ugly ducklings of the business, are certainly very, very suitable from a commercial perspective. Joe just touched on it there. These will produce your smaller steaks. There'll be no issue with weight penalties or overweights or anything like that here. They will come in, and you will be able to get perhaps 3 of those in your retail pack. You will for your tenner, and you will certainly press all the buttons that goes along the way. There's a couple other points worth pointing out about these as well. When the hides off them, and we're thinking of them as beef as opposed to cattle, how suitable they are. First and foremost, present now, over half the carcass, basically the most of the forequarter and part of the hindquarter and the flank goes into goes into manufacturing meat. Sorry, that's ground beef for mince, burger meat, and some bits of dice and stir fry as well. For that product, it doesn't really matter, apart from what Joe said about a slightly less yield of meat of the carcass, but in terms of the product itself, it's all minced up and it's all equal, it's all the same, and the colour of the hide makes no difference at that stage. The other point that's worth referring to at this stage, and was someone that actually was touched on by the Taoiseach when he spoke to the Farmers Journal a week or so ago, the issue of the carbon footprint for Ireland in the wider sense of the word is back on the agenda again. I believe there's some discussions in New York at the minute. One of the big causes of greenhouse gases is ruminant livestock around the world, and indeed if you were to listen to the real purist on the environmental side, they'd be saying to get rid of the cattle and everything will be alright. But I suppose what Ireland needs to do, and I know Board B has started this journey with Orange and Green here in the context of measuring the carbon footprint of our herd. The next move on that is we have to show progress in terms of reducing that. And the simplest way to reduce the carbon footprint of ruminant beef animals is to get the maximum numbers of kilo of beef in the shortest possible time. And again, it's interesting to note, in terms of these high quality, high performance Charolais cattle behind here, Joe was talking about getting them away at 23, 24 months or thereabouts. These animals here finish even younger, they're producing smaller carcass, but in terms of the carbon footprint, that's where we can demonstrate real progress and real achievement in reducing it. So that's another, if you like, side point. In market terms, as say, these ugly ducklings, they press virtually all the buttons of the market down. If you can get an animal to hit O grade or better, you're getting an acceptable enough steak, and the rest, the roasting cuts, etc. follow.
Okay, Joe, the two dairy bred animals, in terms of what might happen then now, in terms of they're at a weight now and where they need to go to over the next couple of weeks and months.
Yeah, that's a good question actually. We have weights for these animals, and I haven't actually touched on that now yet. We might have a jacket there, lads.
Yeah.
Anyone we'll throw it around. What weight do you think that Frisian bullock is? I know that some of the audience here would be more used to looking at this type now rather than the good continental cattle. They'd be more reflective of down around Tipperary, Jack, and down around Limerick as well.
The good land, is that what you're saying? Yeah. What weight have we? 580.
No, not quite that heavy. He's a bit lighter now.
460 here.
540. 490. Had you someone at 460, Jack? He's the closest anyway so far. Yeah, 450 kilos, the Frisian bullock. So he's a tall bullock. He's not just that well filled out yet. So I'll have a jacket for that man there. The plan for him, Jack, would be, I suppose, to keep him out for another month, maybe possibly 6 weeks. It depends on the weather conditions, but certainly by end of October you'll be thinking about putting him in, because you don't want him to go back. You don't want him to get shelly or get story in himself.
Yeah.
Keep the bit of flesh that's on him, keep him going, and get him into the shed. Give him probably 100 days of relatively heavy feeding. By that now, I don't mean putting him onto an ad-lib meal diet, but to put him onto good quality silage, plus maybe 6 kilos a meal for about 100 days. Build him up to that over the space of the first 3 weeks inside the shed. And that's kind of the potential for him to kill him in the month of February, I'd say, would be about the best plan now to aim for him. A similar feeding regime as for the Hereford bullock.
Okay.
Both of those cattle, I think there'd be a reasonably good outlook for them to kill them there around that time. The outlook would be that cattle supplies are likely to be tight for the next 6 months, given the numbers of cattle that are in the system now.
He'd make a good turn in the market if he went in as it is now, like.
Yeah, and certainly the Hereford bullock would do very well. Those kind of cattle at the moment are selling for anywhere from 210, 215, 220 a kilo. And he's a nice quality one, Ori. He's not
950, 1,000, 1,050. Yeah.
The Hereford bullock is actually slightly heavier. He's 470 kilos. He could make 1,000 to 1,050, easily enough, Ori, in the market at the moment. Frisian bullock, and probably a nice bit less, Ori, given that he's not eligible for the bonus schemes for any Angus and Hereford schemes. The lads there, he could make anywhere for 750, 800, 850, depending on quality. He's not just the best quality one, but still there's plenty of buyers for him as well too. We had a few people questioning this morning: is there a margin in that? Should we be selling them in the mart altogether if they're worth that already to cash them in? And there are budgets there, Jack. People need to be doing their figures. They need to be costing. Well, what is realistic for my system? What kind of performance am I likely to get? Will I get them out in February? Will I get them into a 310 or a 315 kilo carcass? How much is that going to cost me in terms of meal, to feed them for 100 days? And is it going to cost me €2.50 a day? Or, maybe meal is costing a bit more and my silage isn't as good. Maybe it'll cost me nearly €3 a day. So it's very, very important to do those figures and do your budgets. Some farmers reckon, no, actually I have a good bit of feed and I have my own feed and I have good quality silage. I reckon I will get a margin. Others were saying, no, geez, I think I'd definitely sell them because it's a reasonably good price and I can't see myself getting that margin or maybe getting that price. The other thing as well is, in the case of the Angus or the Hereford, to book those animals in advance and maximise the bonuses that would be payable through those schemes. That could be an extra 30 or 40 euros there that could be got out of the market, and it could just maximise the bit of a margin that would be achievable in the system.
Okay, we keep it going. Any final questions as this bunch of cattle leave the ring? Yeah, here's a question. Why didn't the beefmen get support from Europe like the dairy farmers? Because you got it all before, like.
You might think so, I couldn't possibly say so.
And this man just got a free jacket as well. Like, what's he giving out about?
There's some people you can never please. Like, no. So we're going to leave the cat. Have you a question, Darren? Have you?
No, that was the camera, baby. Sorry. No, wait, no, you're more important than him.
Yeah.
If he can't buy him, you might.
A couple of questions here, Jack, very quickly.
To explain how the equivalent of the good yellow bullock at the minute in the Wainland sales is making the top price. How would you explain that?
Again, there's not always full transparency in the system. You sometimes see it taking a certain amount of time to feed through, like that very good quality yellow Wainland bullock, or bullock. If you fed him back down to a Wainland, if he was only 380 kilos, he could make 1,100 in a Wainland sale. And then we're saying, if he carries him on for another 12 months, that we'll give out about him that he's too heavy, or maybe that the market might decide that he's not as valuable as another bullock that maybe is reaching a lighter weight. That unfortunately there isn't full, I suppose, reality maybe in a lot of cases in some of the prices that are being paid. But likewise, that suckler farmer that bred that animal needs to be getting a good price as well. And the market signals that he's getting are the signals from the Wainland sale that he's gotten a good price for producing that type of animal. So you know, there's a bit of maybe a contradiction there in some terms.
Yeah.
All right, Jack.
Joe, I'm gonna have to cut it. You come over here and talk to a couple of questions here still. No, I can't take him, Peter. No, I want to move into the sheep because we're supposed to be finished for 3 o'clock, and it's 3 o'clock now. And so you're not going to get the talk unless we talk now. We've 10 minutes to get the sheep sector wrapped up. So,
no worries, Jack.
Peter, you've 6 lambs. You've 6 lambs here in the ring. 3 lowlands, three from the hill. Talk to us about the differences and what's the plan.
That's right, Jack. Okay, there's been a lot of interest, as we said before. There's a lot of beef price has been so high, so there's more interest now in the sheep trade. People have been switching from beef to buy lambs instead of maybe paying very high prices for beef cattle. So here in the ring now we have a 44 kg lamb. For a fellow,
the blue head.
The blue head lamb here. He's right in front of the purple head. He's weighing 44 kilos, Jack. He'd be a short keep lamb for someone buying him in the store trade. You'd want to be getting him on nice grass and a little bit of meal as well, and keep him pushed for 4 weeks and try and get him into a carcass weight of 21 to 22 kg. As he stands now, Jack, he's coming in at, let's say, 87 to 90 euro if you were to buy him in the mart. So you want to be getting him into a good weight carcass of 22 kg, so he comes into over 100 euro to be making a margin. The lamb here with the purple on his back, he's weighing 40 kg as it stands. So now he'll take a little bit longer, Jack, to push on. What we'd be saying to do with him is maybe keep him 2 months, put him on good grass again. He'll be gaining about 150 kg or 150 grams per day at grass. So let him build a bit of a frame, get him on meal, and try and again get him into the 22 kg carcass. But again, he'll take a little bit longer. As he stands, he'd be costing about 80 to 85 euro in the mart.
Okay.
This fellow with the purple on his back. So you want to be making a margin. You'd want to be trying to get over the 100 euro mark to make a margin. So you want to have them well fleshed and to reach the top grades. We also have some hill lambs here. There's some exceptionally light lambs. You can buy heavier lambs, but this is the lightest bred lamb from County Kerry. What weight would you think he is?
20 kg.
20.
He's
on the button. Yeah, this lamb is 20 kgs. Now, the light lamb trade hasn't been great the last few years, but what we're saying is there's been a lot of research done in Chagasat and Rye on hill-bred lambs and how you can potentially make a margin on them, and it is possible. But what you should be trying to do, if we were to buy him now, you wouldn't put him in an intensive finishing period. What you'd be aiming to do is to build him up on grass, build a frame, try and get as big a frame on him as possible. Now he'd be coming down from the hills, so he would benefit from compensatory growth on good quality grass. So if you can build a good frame on him, and then maybe from January onwards put him in the shed intensive grain and get good flesh on him, he'd be ideal. Then you get him maybe into 15, 16 kg and you'd hit the spec, and Declan Finnell will just explain why that's so important, to try and hit that European spec, the French trade.
Thanks very much, Peter. So let me hand over to Declan Finnell from Board B, just to kind of relate the type of lambs that we have here with the market requirements or the shopper requirements.
No
Declan,
problem.
yeah.
And to pick up where Peter was talking about, and it's more talking about where the markets are. Obviously, I got starting the hills there. These light hill lambs, I suppose,
push them around there, Declan, for the camera there.
A number of years ago, these would have been going out to Portugal or going out to the likes of Spain. Correct. And important markets first. But probably what has happened in the last number of years, going back to 2008 and 9, those markets have fallen into an economic recession, and I suppose those markets were no longer exporting it. Would they take them tomorrow morning? The answer is yes. Will they pay for them? The answer will be no. In fact, what's happening a lot now in Spain is a lot of the Spanish lambs are being exported into likes of North Africa and into the Middle East. Probably the big thing is, and I suppose the important thing is, there is a market for these, but probably the big thing really is, it's about finishing them off to a sufficient weight, and we're talking about French weights, and we're talking about getting sufficient fat cover on them. Peter mentioned that there's work being done in Attenry in terms of getting up to a weight, but we're talking about getting these light lambs or hill lambs up to 35, up to the high 30s, and getting the kill out rate of 16 to 17 kg and getting enough fat cover on it. looking at the stores, and there was a lovely store lamb here, this one here, the blue head on it. I think that's coming in at 44 kg live. I'd say about another 2-3 weeks and we get that up to 47, 48. He'll kill out at around 21. And I suppose that's our target. That's when we hear factories talking to us in terms of what's the ideal way we want to get to, where we're talking about 21 kg. The reason for that is, and here's the interesting angle, 10 years ago, the vast majority of what we were exporting was exported and it was a carcass. And if you look at what we were doing is we were sending into the likes of the UK and France, big markets for us, but what we were doing is we were giving the value of the carcass to somebody else, where they were breaking it out, selling the loin, the rack, the leg onto individual customers. If you look at 2015, 70% of what we will export will be a primal or a product that it's a leg or a loin. And probably the big thing now we're doing is it's about delivering to a customer and about delivering to the best customers. And the best customers we have out there is it's about getting the retail market. And what I have here is that this is a sort of a nice retail pack of lamb chops, centre loins. And you can see there nicely the 4 uniform chops there sitting in the pack. That's retailing at €8.70. It looks well, and I always say is customers always buy with their eyes and also buy with their pocket. Lamb is a relatively expensive meat relative to other proteins, and I suppose we have to deliver value to them, but nice little fat cover on it, you put that on the frying pan or on the grill, and that'll feed 2 people. And that's the ideal. So to bring that back, the ideal carcass, we're talking about anything from a 19, 21, 22 kg. Bring it back further again, we're talking about a live weight of about 46, 47, thereabouts. So that's our ideal. Now, what can we want to avoid? And as I said, the prize now is all about getting the value and maximising the value. There's another sort of centre loin chops. As I said, over beyond the Board B standard, we have carcasses, and we've an ideal and overweight and under fat. In this one here, we've 4 centre loin chops. You can see the level of fat on it. I reckon there's a good 15-20% fat on it. That's retailing at €10. Now, when you look at the level of fat on it, the first thing that the consumer is going to do, if it ends up on a retail shelf, they'll cut the fat off. That's €2 out of the €10 being thrown away. In fact, what's going to happen with this, Jack, is that won't make the retail. And probably the first thing is that'll be discounted. You've Nevin Maguire in there for the last couple of days. That wouldn't go into his restaurant. That won't go into a consumer's restaurant. If I bought that home, I'll be shafted in terms of there's no value. Too much. Interesting. We have a carcass over beyond there, and it came in at just under 21 kg. And when you look at it, it was an over fat. So again, it's about drafting. And it's about making sure that there's sufficient fat cover, not too much. Probably the last one, and here's maybe an exaggerated one, but it's really to get a point across. Here's 4 centre loin chops. And what you can see here, it's retailing at €5.70. Okay, it's a lot cheaper. But probably the big issue is, and I said, think of that consumer going into the supermarket, shopping with their eyes. Value is good, but what you look at there is not enough fat cover. And again, that's not what we're looking for. That would have been coming from a carcass weight of about 15 kg, and again, not fat covered.
Super stuff. Thanks, Declan. Very quickly, you've brought together the message in terms of the hill lamb and the carcass and the type of chop that the consumer is looking for. Last but not least, we're going to introduce Eamon Wall from ICBF. Eamon, you've 6 different lambs in here. They're on a particular trial. Tell us, I suppose, the differences between the 6 lambs that you have here and what the trial is about.
Yeah. So thanks, Jack. So a lot of you probably have heard of Sheep Ireland. So you've heard earlier about the genetic indexes in dairy and the genetic indexes in beef, and we're endeavouring to produce the same for sheep. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to identify within each of the breeds that are in the country, we're trying to identify the more profitable genetics for you, the sheep farmer. So we have an example. We have six fine lambs here. Probably by eye you'd say there's not much of a difference between the 6 of them, but the tree with the red spots on their back are bred by one particular Texel sire, and the tree without the spots are bred by another sire. So they came from one of our CPT flocks, so our central progeny test. We have a number of flocks involved in this central progeny test, and where we AI 2,500 joes. The reason we AI the ewes is it allows us a chance to take rams in from different breeds around the country. By using AI, all those ewes lamb down in a tight period of time over 4 or 5 days, so we can really fairly compare the performance of lambs such as these born into the trial. So we collect the data, and by using that data, then we can identify the more profitable genetics for across the different breeds. So for these two particular sires that were used across these 6 lambs, there's a difference. There's an average difference in the progeny in terms of weight gain of 3.5 kilos. So both rams were mated with 100 ewes, so there was 200 ewes in total across the 2 rams, and there was a 3.5 kilo difference between the lambs from both groups of ewes. So
on average per lamb.
On average across all the lambs.
For the same age.
For the same age. So the 2 rams used, and this is the point we're trying to get across to farmers is, from a physical point of view, they were identical in almost every way. They ticked all the boxes from a physical point of view, but their genetic potential was different, and that was illustrated by the indexes. One ram was a 5-star on the days to slaughter, a 5-star high index ram on days to slaughter. The other ram was a low index ram on days to slaughter, and that was the difference that on the ground that John Large is seeing now at the minute. So look, to put that into, I suppose, practicalities, John is drafting lambs every week at the minute. So the ones without the dots are, today they're 47 kilos, so they're ready for the trailer. So they, except for the fact that they're here, they'd be gone, they'd be hanging up now. Those lambs with the dots, John's lambs are doing about 1 kilo a week at the minute. On grass only, he's not feeding any lambs, so they're going to be around John's farm for an extra 3 weeks. So there's going to be costs, and there's going to be there's costs associated with that from John's labour and from treatments, veterinary treatments, foot bathing, whatever the treatments are, and they're also eating grass and taking grass from John's ewes at this critical time of the year when he's trying to build condition on his mature ewes to get them back in land for next season. So
Last Saturday, I had one of the most amazing experiences I've ever had in my life as a chef. I was in Marion Finucane's show, and Anya Lawler, I'm sure you're watching the programme every night from the Ploughing. Anya Lawler, I love her. She's such a great cook. She's such a passionate woman about food, and she talks the talk because she grows so much of her own produce. I just think she's so brilliant. So after I'd done the Marion Finucane show, which Anya was covering for, I went down to Athlone, and I'd done a junior master chef for 7 blind children. Unbelievable, guys. I have never ever had an experience like it in my life. The way they cooked, the way they chopped. They cooked 3 dishes for me. A chicken and rice dish with tomatoes. They cook it in the microwave. They grilled chicken with Cajun spice, a George Foreman grill, so it cooks both sides of the chicken. They done that with some salad. And then what they did for dessert is a lovely kind of lemon pudding with raspberries and chocolate. Amazing, amazing. To see people like that, these are aged 10, 11 and 12, young children. And next year, I invited them all up to spend a half a day in my cookery school with their carers. And I just thought it was one of the nicest things I've ever experienced. To see that love, and their parents were there. It was a very emotional day. I was very emotional, to be honest with you. I'd never seen anything like that in my life. And they just loved food and the smell, their sense of smell and touch. It was incredible. That's our stew on there, okay, the tomatoes. We bring it to the boil, we let that cook. These are the butter beans here. And this is a can of butter beans. And I recommend you always have a can of these beans in your cupboard. Butter beans, haricot beans, any kind of dried. There's a new, I see bachelors do it, 3 different kind of beans. Black beans, haricot beans, I'm not sure the other one, maybe butter beans. And you're soaked in brine, and then you wash them, and that's what you have there. But you all cook mince, I do at home. Big pot of mince, lean mince. I put smoked bacon into mine, garlic and onion, and then I finish it with canned tomatoes, fresh basil and butter beans. Try these in mince, they're gorgeous. So I'm going to put them in at the very end because they're already cooked. They're cooked. We just need to warm them up, so they're already cooked. There's no need to put them in now. And why would you boil beans when you can buy them like that? Honestly, in the restaurant we would cook our own beans, but to be honest with you, at home I'd always have them in. So let's have a little look at our tomato here. We're just stewing that up there, guys, nice, and it's a wee bit too fast. I'm going to move it over here, and then we're going to cook our lamb. So I'm just going to turn up this. I'm going to move this over. So move over, sorry. That there, let that cook, and then we're going to prepare our lamb, everyone. And this is the fillet of lamb, which I want to talk to you all about. So we're going to do this in some lemon oil. So this is one of the flavoured oils from Donegal. And I love the lemon oil when I cook chicken. When I cook even lamb cutlets, beautiful. No point in buying a flavoured oil and leaving it in the cupboard and saying, well, I don't know what to use it for. What do I use it for? My brother Kenneth loves that lemon oil over ice cream, yeah? I've never tasted it, but he loves it. Good quality vanilla ice cream. So we've marinated the lamb. This is the lamb fillet, which is the most expensive cut of lamb. We have the best lamb in the world, grass-fed. It's one of the most popular meats in the restaurant. I have to be honest with you, beef is number 1, and then lamb whenever we have. This is the lamb loin, everyone, okay? You get your butcher to trim off any excess fat, so it's a very lean cut. We must cook this pink, or else it will dry out and it will toughen up, because it's a very lean cut. Now you can use the rump of lamb, which is the top of the leg, or else what you can do is, well, I would do that, or lamb cutlets. Now something else you could do is we cook the lamb shoulder very slowly. And in the restaurant we have lamb shoulder, lamb fillet and sweetbreads. Has anyone tasted lamb sweetbreads? They're beautiful. Absolutely. They're awful, they're gorgeous, they're soft. I love them. Some people are put off by the thought of them. They really are full of flavour. So in a good hot pan, everyone, we're going to put in a little bit of butter. We just marinated it. Claire has just marinated it with some rosemary. You always season your meat just before it goes onto the pan. Sea salt from Ackle, a little bit of black pepper. I think we're in such a great place for food now. For salt, for oils, for meat, for vegetables, for dairy. Never been a better time. It's just a great time to be a chef, to be cooking, you know, whether you're, well, for me as a chef, but also for you at home. Like, look at this show here. The food element has grown and got bigger and bigger and bigger. And we're all foodies now. You know, we're all kind of food critics because we know a lot more about food. So guys, we seal this off, get it nice and hot. We're going to season up the other side. And this is going to cook in about 8 minutes, 8 to 10 minutes. We're going to sear it off, and then we're going to pop it into the oven. This oven here, Claire? The other one. Okay, perfect. So the oven is preheated. Claire has that on. Have you it nice and warm for me? Well done. Good woman. So about 190. So just back on to our tomato sauce, everyone. So that you're stewing the tomatoes. The plump tomatoes, break them down. A little bit of sage. If you don't have sage, don't worry. Finish it with basil. We're going to finish it with parsley. I don't want you going out and buying 2 or 3 herbs, okay? Now, watch the lamb, everyone. Turn it over. That's beautiful. And you know what happens when you cook anything with rapeseed oil and butter? You get that wonderful golden brown caramelization on the meat. It's full of flavour, absolutely delicious. And the butter gives so much flavour, doesn't it? You wouldn't beat the Irish butter, would you guys? It's amazing. Now, unfortunately, in the new healthy book, I had to cut back. And you know me with my butter. You know me with my cream. I love it. And I was in a butcher shop about 5 years ago in Cork. And this woman came up to me and she grabbed me by the cheeks here, not down here. And she said, Neville Maguire, you're using far too much butter. And I said to her, I know. I'm trying to promote and support the Irish farmers in Ireland. And she said, my husband's always given out. And I said, I love butter. And if you use it sparingly, it's a natural product. It's delicious. Nothing will beat it. But at the same time with butter, everyone, it will burn. So that's why with the oil, it stops it from burning. Now, are we happy with that? It's completely raw in the center, or blue. I don't want that. I'm going to cook it medium. We're going to put it in the oven, okay? This oven here, which Claire has preheated. Thank you, Claire. At 190. Don't cover it. So say you're cooking a piece of steak, piece of chicken, same process, room temperature for about half an hour. Season it with salt and pepper, hot pan, 2 minutes either side and into the oven. And don't cover it, because then it stews. So there's no point in you cooking a nice piece of meat or steak, and then you overcook it, and who do you blame? You blame the butcher. But, you know, it's kind of our fault too if we overcook it, because it will dry out. So cooking it is very, very important. And I think food is all about trust, would you agree? Trust in who you buy your food from. That's really important. Right, I'm going to let that, Claire, check that after 5 minutes. Will you remind me, good woman, okay? So if you just set the timer for 5 minutes. Excuse me. We're going to show you a nice marinade for you. She can read my mind. Thank you. More vodka. I'm only joking. It's water. We're going to show you a nice marinade for chicken kebabs. Delicious. Thank you, Pet. Okay. Mild curry powder. This is such a cracking little dish. We're going to make a sauce for this, a satay sauce, but this marinade is delicious on its own. So, we have some mild curry powder. Thank you, Claire. We have some soya sauce. And it's really interesting because I know Kenneth, he's on the phone, but a woman kept asking him about this soya sauce. This is ketchup mayonnaise. Come up and take a picture on your phone if you want to afterwards. Worth getting a bottle of this. It's only about €10. It's really, beautiful. Not expensive, sorry. It's really, really good because it's low in salt. It's sweet. Has anyone used this before? Oh, it's excellent, guys. I couldn't recommend it enough. We use it in the cookery school. I use it at home. We use it in the restaurant. So I know M&S, Marks and Spencer's do a small bottle, a small regular bottle, ketchup mayonnaise. Can you see that there? Just get a shot of that. It's sweet, low in salt. We leave it here. You're not taking it home with you. Take a picture on your phone and then you'll remember it. It's excellent. It really is. Okay, a little bit of honey. And the honey I'm using is from Kilkenny, Maleven honey, or also known as Sarah's honey. I'm sure you know that, Sarah's. So a little bit of honey in here. Just a small amount. Thank you. You mix this all together. And then we're going to add in our chicken. And Thomas, who has been working busily in the kitchen from Donegal, is with me here. So he prepared the chicken. And I want to show you. He done a wonderful job. Every time he does this, first time he got 3 pieces of chicken. Next time he got 4. Now he has 5 pieces of chicken. So the chicken breasts we must be getting are bigger. But what we've done is cut the chicken lengthways, everyone. Not across, lengthways. And on bamboo skewers. Can you all see that? So this is good quality assured Irish chicken. Okay, so we're going to put this in. Same as the lamb too, by the way, I should have said that. We're going to toss that around, but I already have one done. How long would I marinate that for? I would marinate this chicken, after you turn it, for at least, if you can, 3 to 4 hours in the fridge. Now we have ours marinated since, what time is that done? Earlier on, about 1 o'clock? Yeah. 1 o'clock, okay. So you can leave it overnight in the fridge. And I just want to show you what it looks like. This is it here, all right? So it kind of changes the color of the chicken and it will definitely change the flavor. I'm going to turn this over. We're going to cook this chicken and you can do this recipe here, excuse me, with the likes of pork chops, turkey breast, full chicken breast is gorgeous. Curry powder, honey, soya. You can put ginger into it. You can put garlic. So guys, just back on to our stew. Now I'll get a little close-up shot of that. Okay, now that's a little bit drying out. I want to put a little bit of stock, Claire, if you don't mind. I'm going to take the lamb out and we're going to check the lamb because I do not want to overcook it. Whoever wins the lamb, because we're going to raffle off all the food, everyone. Would you like to win the food? Come on, who wouldn't? That's a definite yes. A good woman. It's a great thing to win. So I'm going to cook it pink. So I'm just going to check this now, 1 minute. Don't cover your meat when it goes into the oven. You keep it really moist and succulent. You all right? Good woman. So I'm going to flip it over, but before I do, I'm going to press this. So I think that needs about another 3 more minutes. So I want to show you what that means. I'll get the oven for you. Thank you. Guys, will you all do this for me here? Your thumb and your index finger. Everyone now, please. This is a really good tip, and you will thank me for this. Press underneath your thumb. Feel that muscle. See that muscle underneath your thumb? That's lovely and soft. So that's rare. So rare for steak, rare for lamb. If you like it, venison, whatever you're cooking, not for chicken, it can't be rare. If you like your meat rare, that's it there. Move up to your next finger. That's medium. Okay, not as soft as your first finger. Your next finger is medium well. And your last finger is well done. So we'll go through that. Don't be pressing your elbow. I know you wouldn't. So let's go through this, okay? You have rare, a bit like myself. You have medium. Are you all okay over there, guys? Medium well and well done. So I want to cook it to the second finger. Okay, so let's do that all together. One more time. We're going to get a photograph. Claire, will you take a photograph? We'll put this on Twitter. You ready? All put your hands up. Oh, this is good. Okay. Now press here. Look at this, Claire. Oh, yeah, I'll do this. So rare, medium, medium well, well done. And we give Claire a big wave, will we, for Twitter? Big wave. Come on, guys. Big waves. Come on. Here we go. Yeah. Last demo. Thank you, Claire. I know I look like an idiot. I'm sorry. Anyway. All right. So, everyone, that's our lamb. We're going to cook it medium. Thank you. You're a wonderful audience. We are going to now just let this finish off the tomato. Okay? While that's on cooking, I want to show you a really simple satay sauce. Does anyone know where satay comes from? What country? No? Thailand. Thailand. You're not far off. Thailand, very good. Indian, well, there is, you can put curry powder, and I suppose in Indian restaurants they have their own version. As far as I know, it originates in Thailand. That's where I've enjoyed it, and I have great memories when I make this dish. I think of my mother, and myself and Ken, our mother, she used to love traveling. We used to bring her away every January, and she passed away just over 2 years ago, and she loved satay. So this is a great dish that I always think of her, and it's one of my favorite dishes. It's actually very easy to make. We're going to use peanut butter, crunchy peanut butter. We're going to use some soya sauce, which I've already spoke about. And I want to talk to you about a couple of ingredients here. Sweet chili sauce, palm sugar, and coconut milk. And this is all from an Irish company called Thai Gold. They're based in Wexford. Have you heard of them? They're super. They have the best rice, the best curry paste. They are super. So I'm just going to put this all into the pot. We're going to use 2 spoonfuls of crunchy peanut butter. Okay? So try and get the crunchy one for a little bit of texture. Now, there we go, Claire. A little bit of sugar. This is palm sugar, which is slightly sweeter. It's kind of like caramelized flavor. It's kind of hard to describe it to you, but it's very different to brown sugar. But if I hadn't brown sugar, I would use brown sugar at home. So just literally 2 large pinches of this. Okay, into the pot. We're going to put in some sweet chili sauce. Okay, a large tablespoon of that. I'd say you love the way I measure everything. And then we're going to put in some soya sauce. Now, do you notice on television, I never give out measurements? Because I want you to buy my books. No, I'm only joking. It's because the programs are shown in America and the measurements are very, very different. And that's the reason why. Okay, coconut milk, guys. Get a couple of cans of this. Dunnes Stores sell it, Super Value has it, Craft Butchers have it, and health food shops definitely sell it. And it was Dunnes Stores, in fairness, introduced me to it. Can I show you the best coconut milk, in my opinion? Claire, will you take the lamb out, please? It's thick, it's creamy, it's so delicious. And when I make a rice pudding, a simple rice pudding with pudding rice or a Boreo rice, everyone, is made with, risotto rice. A little bit of the coconut water goes in there. When I make a rice pudding, I cook it with full fat milk, some Avamore milk, no sugar, lemon zest, lime zest, and then I put a full can of coconut milk into it. And then what I do is I put in sultanas. And my little twins love it. Great packing for them before they go to bed. Make sure they sleep the night. So the two. We're going to warm this up, the satay sauce. I'm going to bring it over here, and then we're going to cook our chicken, and we're going to have a little look at our lamb. So Claire, just put the lamb here, good woman. And I'm going to just check on this. Perfect. It's soft. It's not rare. It's still pink. If I leave it on the pan, thank you, it's going to overcook. So what we do, everyone, just watch this. You put it into tin foil. This is how you rest meat, and you wrap it in tin foil. And that will keep it warm, but you want to keep the juices in the meat. If you're hungry, wait 5 minutes, and then slice it and enjoy it. Because if you cut this now, all the juices come out. Right, in case I forget, I'm going to put the juice of 1 lime into the satay. Now, Claire's going to keep a little eye on this. We may need a little bit of stock. We'll just keep an eye on it, Claire. I don't want a really thick, heavy satay. This satay you can make ahead. It'll keep for a week in your fridge, and then you can put cooked chicken into it. So say you've leftover roast chicken or something like that, or roast pork. It's fantastic. Or roast beef. It works really well with that. So are we happy enough? Are we all hungry? Really hungry? Well, listen, after I'm finished the demo, you can go out the door and take a left, and the food courts are all up there. I know, there's nothing worse than watching someone cook, is there? Could you imagine if I invented a book that you could scratch, sniff, and taste? It would be number 1, wouldn't it? We're still working on it. Okay, guys, I'm going to just finish off my little stew here. Butter beans, put them in. I'm going to chop a little bit of parsley, Claire, if you don't mind. Flat leaf parsley. So I'm just going to warm this through, everyone. I did put salt and pepper, didn't I, into that, guys? Did I? Not sure if I did. I'm not sure. I'll put another wee pinch in here. So Ackle sea salt. You know, there's Dingle sea salt. I think there's about 4 or 5 different producers of sea salt that I know of. There's always Jordan's and Donegal. There's always lots of new products. And that's why shows like this and Bloom, you know, you meet new producers. It's great. Guys, a little bit of flat leaf parsley. And I'm just going to tear that in. Okay, just tear that in there. No need to cut it. And that's our cassoulet, the little beans done. And that is absolutely delicious on its own, with grilled fish. But with the chicken, with the lamb, it's going to work really well. So I just want to warm that. So do you mind if I just get my chicken on to cook? We're going to warm up our satay. I'm just going to whisk it. And I'm going to use a little bit of plain rapeseed oil for cooking. Okay? The little chicken kebabs. So we get each kebab, everyone, and onto the griddle pan. With that marinade, I'm going to get Claire in a few minutes to pour it over, and it will begin to caramelize. Now, we started off the pan really hot, but then I turned it down, okay? So I'm just going to wash my hands over here. Thank you, Claire. You're a good woman. We're going to serve up, first of all, our lamb, so we are. Now, we haven't forgotten about the chocolate. We're going to do that now very, very shortly. Okay, so let's go over. Bring over your pot. Get your lovely kind of like butter bean stew. And we're going to pile this up here. Are you okay, Niall, with that? You happy with that? So big pile of the butter beans. And I'm actually making it extra big. Now, you are going to win the food, but you're certainly not going to take away my lovely bowls. We have lovely takeaway foil containers for you. And Claire's going to organise that. Thanks a million. Okay, so let's have a little look at our lamb. Chicken's on. Let's whisk this here. I'm going to put that onto a faster jet. Just before I slice my lamb, Niall, I'm just going to flip over the chicken. All right? So look at that there. Beautiful golden brown. You okay, Catherine?
You know who was just there
Who is?
to our attention, Mairead McGuinness, MEP
Mairead McGuinness is in the area. Where is she? Come on up and say hello. Come on up here. Mairead, give her a big round of applause. You're very welcome. Now she's going to sing a song for you all. Come on up here. Come on over. You're hungry. We get your microphone here. You're very welcome. How are
Okay,
you,
round
Ray?
of applause for you, because I don't know how you've been doing it all week. So well done.
Oh, thank you. How's life going?
Life is good.
Yeah?
I've tasted your produce, as they say, so we know you're good. What are we doing here?
So
I've always wanted to do this.
We're doing a chicken satay. So we have the chicken marinated in curry powder, soya sauce, and honey. And then we have a satay sauce. But this is the star of the show here, is the Irish lamb. And you know we have the best meat in the world.
Absolutely.
Don't we?
Yeah,
Do you get
absolutely.
time to cook much?
When I'm at home, do you know what I
Yeah.
miss most?
What?
A spud.
Ah,
So, oh yeah, that's gorgeous.
I know, the spuds.
I miss a spud.
Yeah.
So when
Well,
I come home, I eat
can,
a lot of
Can
potatoes.
I be honest with you? I would never dream of serving, or of not serving potatoes with any of my meals in the restaurant.
Really?
Well, they're so versatile. We
Yeah.
grow potatoes, they're a part of our culture. They're part
Hands
of
up
what we are.
those who still eat potatoes. Will somebody shout up the spud?
Up the spud!
Up the spud!
We want spuds.
Exactly.
That's brilliant. So how's life? Are you busy at the moment?
Yeah, I just flew in today.
Wow.
I would never miss a ploughing championship,
Ah.
so I was delighted when I landed. And the weather's been fantastic.
It has
I mean,
been
we've
brilliant.
had an occasional bit of rain,
Yeah.
but actually it's been great.
It's been really good, hasn't
And
it?
of course, what I would love to do is come here tomorrow to see everything, because it's
Ah.
so hard to. But I mean, you have such a huge following.
But it's brilliant.
Did
But
you
the
ever
whole
think of going into politics? Because there's an election come. Oh, that's a terrible thing to say. What did you say?
She's joking you. Don't wind her up. She was just drinking the bottle of Cool Swan before you come in. Jesus, no. Listen, I admire what you do. I couldn't. Everyone to their own.
Yeah,
you know what I
sure,
mean? I really mean that. You know.
And do you
cooking,
enjoy the cooking,
Oh, I love
or is
it. I've been cooking from the age of 12. That's all I ever wanted to do. And my mother gave me the love and the passion for cooking. And that's
what's
where it
your
comes
favourite dish?
from. Ooh. I love making for the twins a nice chicken casserole.
What age are your twins?
3.5.
What age are my
Yeah.
twins? Guess.
Go on, tell me.
21.
No way.
Yeah.
Boy or girl?
Boy and girl.
Oh, wow.
What's names? What's
Connor and Lucia, a boy and a girl.
And James and Orla.
You know we get 2 for the price of 1 in calf, and I did tell you that.
Oh, I knew it was from Cavan. Well, my fella's from Meath, so I don't know what
I
happened.
used to-
But anyway, we're delighted to have them. They'll grow up very quickly.
They do, don't they?
They do.
Like that.
Yours must be great fun.
Oh,
now.
they're magic. They're into everything.
Yeah.
Started them cooking now, and they're nearly jumping into the pots. I
It's
swear to
good to
God, they're
start
brilliant.
early.
They're brilliant.
Yeah,
They
oh,
are
good,
magic.
yeah. No,
they're
they're
so.
lovely.
And it's what it must be difficult when you're traveling with the family and all
Well,
that
it is
for
because
you.
I had 2 more, which was a bit careless of me. But anyway, I think once children are settled and
Yeah.
at home,
Yeah.
I can come and go. And they're
That's true.
In
That's
fact,
true.
They never miss me in the sense of pining,
Ah.
which I wonder about, because they're at home with their father
Yeah.
and he's farming and they're into sport
Of course.
locally. Some MEPs bring their families over.
Really?
But I've suggested that once, and there was a look of, no way. So they love Ireland.
And
I
how do you
love
find
it
the
at home.
culture over there?
Well, truthfully,
Yeah.
I work long days. So
Yeah, of course,
I don't
okay.
really. I mix with a lot of obviously MEPs from other places. And every nation and country
Yeah.
has its own personality.
Okay.
So what I've learned over 11
Okay.
years is to just understand where people are coming from,
Yeah.
and then you'll get things done. It's probably the same in the.
And are
the
we in a good
kitchens for
place in
you.
Ireland when it comes to, is things getting better?
Yeah,
And,
I mean, people here will know the awful problem of migration that we're facing, which is, we're all worried and upset, and we're not sure about what's happening. And Europe has been a bit uncertain as well.
Yeah.
So what we're trying to say is look after the persecuted,
Yeah.
the children and the mothers and fathers. But obviously mind our borders, so people who shouldn't be coming in
Yeah.
can't come in.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's a big political difficulty.
It must be.
And I suppose when you see the riches we have in terms of food and comfort, even though Ireland has been through difficult times.
For sure.
For those countries, they would view what we have as being almost, heaven.
Unbelievable.
And I
Different
think
world.
if my children were starving or hurt or being, bombed,
Yeah.
I think I'd do
Try and
anything
help
I
them.
could too.
Well, I think the Irish people are very generous, aren't they?
generous,
They're
yeah.
great people.
But people are also
Great
very
people.
worried about
Yeah,
what's happening.
yeah, that's
so
true.
we try in the work we
Yeah.
do to bring a little
True.
stability to
Wow.
it. So
how long are you
each
home
to
for
their
now?
own. I'm travelling on to Westport for a conference tomorrow morning.
Wow.
I'm going to be home tomorrow afternoon, and then there's a famine commemoration in Uri on Saturday afternoon.
Super.
And then I'm up at 5 o'clock on Monday morning.
Back over.
Not to milk the cows, unfortunately, to
Wow.
fly again.
Maria, thank you so
Not
much.
at all, it's been a
and
real
I have a little
pleasure.
gift for you. I'm going to give you my copy of my new book. Is that okay?
And there's not one for everyone in the audience. You're very
Don't worry, I'll
kind.
invoice you. Just give me the address.
this
I'm only
is
joking. I'm only joking, yeah.
This
I'm gonna
is
sign it to you.
embarrassing, but I'm
no,
glad
it's not.
I'm embarrassed.
Well, listen,
You're
we
really
wish you well and
kind.
good luck with everything.
Oh, thank you
know,
so
people, I know the
much.
hours that you work. It's serious, yeah.
You're very good.
So this is
And
my
I would
new.
stay and cook, but
You have people to
I've
see.
people to see
Yes,
and places to
exactly.
go.
Well, thank you for coming. Give her a
And
big
then
round of
thank you ver-
applause.
and thank you,
Mairead.
Can I just
Good to see
say,
you.
on behalf of the Irish farming and food industry, to thank you for your
Ah.
constant support. And I love the way it's very balanced. You're not a man that goes with the trend. You're very balanced about food
I hope so.
and nutrition. So
Hope
thank
so.
you very
Ah,
much.
Thank you. Wow, that's lovely.
God bless everyone.
God
Have a
bless.
lovely
Travel
day.
safe,
Thank
safe
you.
travels. Bye bye.
And
Thank
in
you.
Europe, twice in Europe. Remember.
Wow. Well done. Great to see you. Now, everyone back onto the cooking. We're going to slice up our lamb. We're going to serve up our satay, and then we're going to do a chocolate brownie. We already have a brownie done. Thank you so much. Lovely to see you, Maria. Thank you. Okay. Right. Let's slice our lamb. Look at the screen. Perfect. I'd like it a little bit pinker. Okay. That's just gone a little bit over medium, but it's still lovely. I'm going to switch off all my saucepans. And then what we're going to do is just slice this nice and thinly. So the thinner you slice it, obviously the quicker it will go cold. So we're going to sit this on top of our butter bean. Okay? Arrange it like this. And then we're just going to get a little bit of feta cheese. So this is our wonderful Irish lamb. When I trained as a chef, everyone, I worked in Luxembourg with Leah Leinster, the only woman to win the best cook in the world. And she used all Irish lamb and used all Irish beef. She came over and stayed in my house, and the one thing she always said is the quality of the milk, the butter, and the cream. This is one of the best female chefs and chefs in the world. Unbelievable endorsement in Irish food. Guys, that's my first dish for you all. The lamb fillet, okay? Loin of lamb with the butter bean and tomato stew. Thank you. Right, we're moving on. Let's check on our chicken, okay? Satay is done. Just want to give it a little whisk, make sure it's okay. There's a little bit of texture. Okay. Now, when you make the satay, everyone, I'll pour it into the dish and I can show you a little bit better. Just bring the dish over here, okay, Niall? Switch that off, bring the saucepan over. Just look at the colour and a little bit of texture, and that's from the crunchy peanut butter, okay? You get that lovely, lovely, kind of like lovely texture, so you do. Now, for our chicken skewers, how good do they look, guys? The honey, soya, curry powder, even on their own, forget about the satay, you'll be making these. Try them with pork chops, try them with chicken breasts. So I'm just going to place them on the plate. And it's great because you can just lift them up like this. So we arrange 3 or 4, whatever you want. I think we'll arrange 4. And that's a very generous, I think you can have that as a main course. That's my second dish for you all. The chicken skewers with the satay sauce. Thomas, can I give you that? It's very hot. And I want you to give Thomas a big welcome, the whole way from Donegal, who's been helping us all week. Thank you. Brilliant, Thomas. All right. Guys, can I show you our dessert? It's a not sticky toffee pudding, we've done that. It's the brownie. So we are going to talk about chocolate in a minute. It's a very simple brownie, nothing fancy about it, but it's made with good chocolate, good Irish eggs, quality assured eggs, and it's also, we're going to put some pecan nuts into it. So, caster sugar and eggs. We're going to whisk this with the hand mixer, like this, okay? Full speed, 2 minutes. Now, when that is whisking there, I'm going to give it to Claire. Okay? You can give me just all the chocolate. Just give it over to me, the little block of chocolate. I want to talk to you about chocolate. All right? This is Lindt. Lindt is a very good chocolate, but what's even better, the brand is important, but this is what's important. 70% cocoa solids. I'm just going to show it to you all. So 70% means that there's less sugar in it. 90 is very bitter. 65, 50 has more sugar in it. So 70 is a very good chocolate. Do you know what is lovely also? Is green and black is a really good chocolate. Really good. So try and get this now. What we use in the restaurant is these little buttons. Okay, if you look on the screens, there is a screen above you guys. You can see them. They come from Belgium, but I get them from a company, BD Foods. You know Tommy Bowe, the rugby player? His father runs one of the best companies in the country. We've been dealing with them for 30 years, BD Foods. You might have seen their vans on the roads. They're wonderful. So we get the chocolate through them. We also get another chocolate called Valrhona, which is a brand of chocolate, very expensive. And then we use Cocoa Barry. So we have 3 different suppliers. This is one you'll all be able to get. All right? Now, what Claire has done, thanks a million, Claire, is just whisk this. I just want to show you this here. So, eggs and sugar. Nothing else. A sabion. That's what we call a sabion. In goes I was going to say pine nuts, pecan nuts, which are just roughly chopped. In goes the chocolate buttons. And they'll melt and they'll keep it soft. And everyone, what I've done here, okay, I'm not just sure where the screen is, but we'll just look at it there. I have some chocolate and butter melted there. Can you see that? And that's what we call a bain marie. So it sits, everyone, just over there on top of a saucepan. Never let the water get in or it seizes. And then all we do is just empty this in. So this is the recipe in your booklet. It's no more or no less. I don't think you can make a smaller brownie than this. You know, it's just a nice, perfect size of a recipe. So it is. This is a recipe that we make for our half-a-day class in the cookery school with parents and kids. And they're aged from the age of 5 to 15. And I love that course. I love that because the love, the bond of food and cooking, that's where it all starts at home. Self-raising flour. And this is cocoa powder, but there's no sugar. It's from a company called Green and Black. You've heard of them, have you? Yeah, Green and Black. Very good product. Okay, thanks, Claire. Give you that. Sieve it. Just like that. See the way I knock it just with my hand? Lovely. And then we mix this all together. And then we just mix the whole thing there. So everyone, just with the dish while I'm mixing this. This is the little Pyrex dish. We've just simply lined it with some parchment paper. And then with the parchment paper, nothing will stick to it. And underneath the parchment paper, a tiny little bit of butter. A tiny, tiny, tiny little bit of butter. So that's our brownie, everyone. Can you see that? And what you're looking at, you think that's very lumpy. That's the little chocolate drops, and it's the nuts. So if you have any of your children or family that have a nut allergy, just leave them out. That recipe will work really good. And then we pour this in. Claire, you will not want to see another brownie for at least another 6 months. We have been making this every day, and it's delicious. I tasted it this morning. It's so good. When you make a brownie, everyone, this will keep happily in your kitchen in an airtight container, not in the fridge, for a week. It's a great thing to keep. I know it won't last an hour. I know that. You're too quick. You must be a real chocoholic. And then what we do is just spread that out. Okay. And that's what we have there. Can I give you that? That's our brownie, everyone. Have a look at the screen just up there, guys. Can you see it? So you can see it there. Am I holding that okay, Niall? You just zoom in there. Now, we're going to do our sauce next, Claire, if that's okay. I'm going to put this into the oven. Claire has this preheated at 180, everyone, and 20 minutes should do that. We're going to set a little timer, which we have there. Now, I'm going to show you, everyone, how to make a little fudge sauce. It won't take long. Just a quick fudge sauce to serve with this. So let me get a pan. Have you a pan there? Okay. Yeah, saucepan. Good one. Thank you. All right, we're just going to warm this up here. So this is going to be for our fudge sauce, everyone. Now, so what goes into it? Good woman. We're going to use some cream. Just some Avamore cream. Thanks, Claire. So roughly about 1/4 pint of Avamore cream in here. We're going to put in some vanilla extract. Do you have any there, Claire? Yep, okay. We're going to put in Cool Swan. Does anyone know this liqueur? Oh, it's lovely. We were drinking this at 9:30 this morning. Just a little shot of it. And they're just beside the ICA tent. I'm going to talk about it in a minute. Guys, a little bit of vanilla extract. Can I give you, does anyone buy vanilla pods here? Anybody? Can I give you a company you can all go online and buy? They're called vanillabazaar.com. Write that down, you won't remember. And they're based in London. And I've been buying vanilla of this lady for 15 years. Do you know how much the vanilla pods are? 23 cents a pod. Same price for you as me. There's no difference. You won't beat her for quality and price. And you know what you pay for vanilla, don't you? It's expensive. So you can buy 1 pod, 10 pods, 5 pods a kilo, wherever you want to. And it's free postage and packaging, which is brilliant. And each one that you buy individually is all wrapped individually. Brilliant product. So everyone, this is the vanilla extract, which is much better than the essence. So I'm just going to whisk this here. Going to bring it to the boil. I'm going to put in my Cool Swan. This is a liqueur made in Cavan. It's single malt Irish whiskey, good Cavan cream, and there's cocoa, white chocolate, and vanilla. So a good splash. Tell me when to stop. I must have gone deaf. Huh? My God. Okay. Brian, I must give you a wee drop of that. You love it. Absolutely delicious, so it is. Now, we're going to add in our chocolate when it comes to the boil. So whisk this up. It's very simple sauce. Very simple. Then we're going to do a little bit of sugar, and that's going to be my demo finished. I'm going to get somebody up from the audience to have a go with the sugar. All right? Now, I'm just going to sprinkle this in, guys. You whisk in the chocolate, And I'll just show Niall. I know it's a deep saucepan. It's kind of impossible for you to look into this. Just while that's coming there, Niall, I want to show you the pot here. And this is our caramel. Sugar, water, and glucose. So Claire has just warmed that up. And what we're doing is softening it up. Now, why do we add glucose into this? Because it keeps it lovely and clear and stops it from going lumpy, which is really important. So we just whisk this. It just takes a minute for the sauce, everyone. We're going to whisk it. I'm going to show it to you. Switch off the gas. This is so delicious. It's rich. No sugar. No sugar. But there is white chocolate in the Cool Swan, so there's a little bit of sweetness there. Now, I'm just going to get a spoon. Niall will get a shot of that, guys. Just look at that. That's our hot fudge sauce. That will keep happily for a week in your fridge. Probably won't last an hour. And it's delicious. It is delicious. With some, you want some, Claire? It's delicious with ice cream, sliced pear, and pecan nuts. Really is. My mother used to do that as a little ice cream sundae. Now, put that in there. Scrape that all out. And that's my sauce, everyone. Now, we're going to have a little bit of fun doing some sugar. So I do have one lady that I've asked to come up. And I think I wrote her name down. Antoinette, where are you, pet? Come on, front row. You're here with your dad. So come on up. That's our sauce. Give her a round of applause. Yeah. And we'd love to get a young boy up. What about a young boy? Would anyone like to come up? Front row again? Come on up here. Good lad. Come on up, Antoinette. Come on. Antoinette, and we'll introduce the other gentleman now. Now, how are you feeling?
Good.
Good. Are you going to say hello to everyone?
Hello.
Hello. What's your name?
Antoinette.
And we know that. Your second name?
Riley.
Riley?
Yeah.
Where are you from?
Longford.
Longford. What part of Longford?
Granard.
Granard. I know it well. So come here. You love cooking?
Yeah.
How old are you?
11.
11. What do you like to cook?
Cakes. And
Cakes?
buns.
You love baking?
Yeah.
What's your favourite thing? Do you like making brownie? Chocolate brownie. Have you made it before?
No.
Will you taste mine?
Yeah.
And see what you think?
Yeah.
And if you don't like it, I'm never going to talk to you again. I'm only joking. So who are you here with your dad? Your dad's here?
Yeah.
Who else?
My auntie and my brother.
And do you have any brothers and sisters?
I have one brother and one sister.
One brother, one sister. Would you like to be a chef?
Yeah.
Wow. Isn't that great? Now, can I give you some advice? You're very young. You get a little bit older, you go and work in some restaurant or some cafe, and when you get a little bit older, you can come up and work for me for a few days. Would you like that?
Yeah.
To experience a kitchen, and you'll get to see how a real kitchen works. Because if you get into the wrong kitchen, and they're not very nice, don't stay there. There's too many good people, okay? We don't want to ruin good talent and people who want to. And we have a lot of young people that come up in transition year. Will you do transition year?
Yeah.
Down the line? Will you come up and spend a week in my kitchen, will you?
Yeah.
Good one. We'd love to have you up. No problem. We'll do that. Come on over. Come on. You're going to do some cooking. Now, who have we got here? You have the wellies and all.
I'm Cahill.
Cahill?
Yeah.
What age are you?
12.
12. Where are you from?
Mayo.
Mayo? What part of Mayo?
I'm,
Go on. You have a fan club?
I'm from Kilmaine.
You're sure?
Just outside Ballinrobe, yeah.
Good man. That's a long journey for you to come. How many hours did it take you coming down?
Well, we left at around 6:30.
6:30. Are you enjoying the ploughing?
Yeah.
Have you been here before?
Yeah, I've been here, I think, 2 years ago.
2 years. And who's here with you? Who's here?
Dad is. He was here earlier, but
yeah?
He's gone off somewhere now.
Lovely.
He's
gone off somewhere. I wouldn't blame him. Good. Do you have a girlfriend?
No.
No, not yet. Okay. You never know. Antoinette might be with you. I'm only joking. Yeah. We're going to have a little bit of fun doing sugar. Do you like to cook?
Yeah.
Yeah, and do you like to bake?
I don't really do baking.
Bake.
No,
Okay, so
really.
what do you cook? Tell me what you cook.
Sometimes I cook the dinner at home. I might do a spaghetti bolognese.
Wow.
Like
Lucky the woman that gets you. What else?
Well, sometimes I make scrambled eggs
Yes.
in the mornings, but that's all I really
Scrambled
know how to
egg. Do you
do.
know how many people can't even boil an egg? I'm telling you. That's brilliant, isn't it? And that a great skill. Well done. I'm proud of you. So, your full name again, Cahill, is it?
Cahill, yeah.
Cahill, okay. Cahill, great to see you. Okay, Claire, I'm going to give you that. Guys, we're going to have a bit of fun. Come on in nice and close. So we have sugar, water, and glucose. Now, we're going to have fun, but this is also very hot, so I don't want you to get burnt. We have the back of the ladle oiled. So watch this now, okay? So, Antoinette, you're going to go first. You're so excited. Look at your face and your smile. And look at. Now, this is a little bit hot. What I'm going to do, sorry, now, Carl, I'm just going to reach over, just put the base of the pot into some cold water, and then we're ready to go. Now, watch this, everyone. So, sugar, water, glucose, you have it at the back of your little Farmer's Journal Ploughing booklet. I want to thank Mairead and Kieran, the whole team, for organising the booklets. and for looking after us so well. We have been so well looked after. So, Mairead, I know you're there. Thank you to you, Jamie, the whole crew. You're just a joy to work with, and David. Love being here. 8 years, and look forward to next year already. Now, what we're doing, okay? We're going over and back. We're finishing the basket. So you go crisscross, and then you break this off. And then what you do, I want you to twist it, and I want you to hold it up to Niall, our cameraman. Look at that. Wow, look at you. You're all excited, okay? I'm going to help you, Antoinette. Are you left or right-handed? Right. Right, okay, come on over here, Pet. So you're going to be doing it like that. Hold that there. You grab the spoon, myself and yourself together. Okay. And then we just work nice and quickly. Good girl, over and back. Yes. Hold a wee bit higher. Oh, yeah. Claire, I think she's going to be a pastry chef. She has that natural touch. Isn't she doing brilliant? What about a bit of encouragement? Would be great. Yeah. This is a great audience. Mairead, we save the best to last. Look at you. Good girl. Well done. Yeah? Yeah? I think you're trying to do a bit of dancing. You're trying to impress Cathal over here, are you? I think you are. Now, you take that off, Pet. You're doing really well. And I want you to take it off and then just hold it up to Niall, our cameraman. It's not fragile. Look at that. Brilliant. Are you proud? I am proud of you. Hold on to that for a moment. Now, Cathal, come on over to me. Good lad. Okay. Just hold on. You're going to bring that down. Show your dad. Okay, the sugar's gone a little bit cool. That happens. And the reason why, guys, I just put the base of the pot into cold water. So just 20 seconds. So just to recap what I have in the sugar. Caster sugar, water, glucose. These are the booklets here, okay? So we are live on YouTube. Is that right, Claire? Live on YouTube. Wow, that's exciting. It's my first time. And these are the booklets here that I want you to take home with you. So my thanks to Marie and the whole team for handing out the booklets all day. So there's lots to take away with you. Okay, Carl, come on in nice and close. Okay? Now, you left or right-handed? Right-handed. You're right-handed. So you're going to hold that with your left. Good lad. This here with your right. And I'm going to help you. And the secret into doing this, whoops-a-daisy, we'll just put that in there. Okay, you hold it nice and high, and you move really fast, over and back. Brilliant. Good lad. Higher. Isn't he brilliant? A bit of encouragement. You have a fan club here. You know that? Isn't he great? I'll tell you, be the lucky the girl that gets you. Scrambled egg for breakfast, spaghetti bolognese in the evening. I'm telling you, this is great. Would you like to be a chef, do you think? Not sure. You're young.
Not sure.
Yeah, you're not sure.
It's one of my preferred.
It's one of your preferred options. Isn't that great? Well, that's lovely to hear that. These are two young people who are very young, have their whole life ahead of them, please God, with good health and happiness. And, you know, to enjoy cooking and food. That's brilliant. Give that a wee twist. Hold it up. Show Niall, our cameraman. That is brilliant. Look at that. You should be... Look good. And not a shake in his hand. Wow. Okay, guys. Can I show you two other types of sugar? And then we have a little surprise for both of you. So, come on in nice and close. You're going to bring that. You're going to show your dad if he bothers his head coming back for you. And I'm only joking you. You know I'm only joking you. I'll give you a lift home, okay? I'll bring you as far as Black Lion. I'm going to show you spun sugar here. So this is what we call angel's hair. So your dad mustn't be into the cooking or watching me. I'm only joking you. That's good. That's a great show. And the weather has held up. I know there's been a shower or two, but we've been very lucky. Very, very lucky. Right, guys, this is not hot. When it comes from the spoon, it begins to harden, and this is what we have here. How cool is that? If you sit that on top of ice cream, on top of desserts, the baskets you've both made, and this will keep for 3 weeks in an airtight container. All right? And the last one we're going to do, we're nearly finished, guys. We'll be done in 5 minutes. No, well, you're going to bring it with you, but you're going to help me do the brownie. Is that okay? And I'm going to give you some brownie to taste, and you can say if it's good enough. Will you do that? Okay. Guys, this is a steel. You can't stop smiling. Look good. Isn't she great? Absolutely. We're just run the sugar around the steel. And a steel is used to sharpen a knife. So just around. This is a perfect one here. All right. I'm going to switch all them off. Sorry, Carl, I should have done that earlier. And then run this. Just watch the camera. And you have the coolest little curl there. How nice is that? Now, a nice pair of earrings, huh? Okay. That's that done. Let's do our brownie. Claire, you pass me the plate. This is the brownie we done this morning for the first demo. So Claire has just baked it off. We're going to unmold this, and we're just going to serve this up. Now, here we go. Watch this, guys. We're going to cut the end off, and then we're just going to open this. And I just want to show you the consistency of the brownie. Just get a shot of that there, Niall. Now, that's too big of a portion, so it is. We get 10 portions out of that in Cavan. I'm only joking, yeah. We're just going to split that in half. Look at the gooiness of the chocolate. Can you see that? Can you see that, Antoinette? So it's really gooey, and that's the chocolate buttons. Okay, I'm going to do that, and you're going to put the fruit on for me. Claire's going to organise some brownie for you to take with you. All right? But you're going to just help me now for a minute. Guys, did you get to taste some strawberries? Well, that's from Pat Clark. He's one of the best growers of strawberries, of soft fruits in the country. So, Carl, will you pass me a wee knife there? Just the small wee one there. Yep, perfect. Good lad. Stem picking. Do you know what stem picking means? So it means that every single fruit is cut, never touched. It's cut with the stem. So next time you buy strawberries, look if the stem is on them. When you touch fruit like this, it bruises after a couple of days. These are the best strawberries, and in 50 years of growing strawberries, Pat Clark told me this year that it was the best year ever for picking fruit. The earliest, it was phenomenal. He started picking fruit in April. It says a lot about our weather, doesn't it, guys? It's been so, and you work a lot of you in the farming industry. It must be very challenging, sometimes very frustrating. So guys, come on in nice and close. I want you to do one with the raspberry, one with the strawberry. So if you do the raspberries, okay, Antoinette? You do the strawberries, okay? And you can get in nice and close together now. Yeah, that's lovely. That's lovely. Now, and you can exchange telephone numbers afterwards. And we put the raspberries there. Don't they look lovely, the two of them? Don't they? Sorry, don't stand on my foot. Don't forget about the rest of the strawberries. Here, a couple more strawberries. You're doing great. Brilliant. Just here. Always keep over here. That's it. Well done. And one more there. Now, what we're going to do, we're nearly finished, guys, and then you're off. We're going to just pour over our sauce. We're nearly finished. We're going to get our basket. No calories, because you have lovely fruit, which is great. Your lovely little curl. And that's and what I would serve with that is ice cream or whipped cream. That's our chocolate brownie. What about that, guys? Nice? Now, I have a little goodie bag for both of you. There's chocolate brownie. There's a cookbook each for you both. I think you may have this, and I'll give you the other nation's favourite. So there's a little goodie bag with strawberries. Give them a round of applause. Cathal, Antoinette, well done. Well done. So that's my demo finished, everyone. I want to do a couple of thank yous. So to our video man, Niall, who has played an absolute blinder, and to Brian and sound, guys, well done. Great to see you both again. Look forward to next year. Give them a round of applause. Well done. They have been flat out. You have no idea how hard they work. To my right-hand woman, Claire Bear here from Cork. Absolutely wonderful, hard-working. To Thomas, my brother Kenneth and Jerry. Guys, thank you so much. Jerry, you haven't left there all day. Thank you so much. And that's my wife's uncle, Jerry. So it's lovely to have family involved. Guys, you have been so brilliant. And just the ploughing is, I love it. I love it because I love the people who come and it's so much fun. I hope you'll cook some of the recipes. There is lots of these booklets left. I'm going to be over here afterwards signing copies of my book if you want the fast, the healthy book, or the baby and toddler family cookbook. It's any two books for €35 and I'll sign them. So guys, have you enjoyed that? We're going to do the raffle next. Are you all right? So if you're not in, you can't win. Mairead's going to do it. Are you okay? Sorry. Yeah, good woman yourself. I'm going to eat a strawberry
Now,
here.
have you got the raffle tickets all open there, yeah? So, number one out of the bag is a green ticket. It's $2.76. $2.76.
Yeah.
Have we got somebody? Come on up along here now. And we get you... Maria, we have the first one here.
Lovely.
You've got your supper sorted. It looks gorgeous.
Here. Maria, just give them a wee strawberry.
The next one we have is it's a pink ticket this time. So we're being equal. $2.61. $2.61, a pink ticket. We have it. Great. Now, number 2. Good man.
Oh, good lad.
Right. The next ticket is a green one again. It's $2.51. $2.51. Who has $2.51?
Here, this lady over here. That's for the brownie. Well done. Thanks, Maria. Okay, lovely, guys.
The last ticket is
Cookbook, here.
Cookbook, yes. Is a pink ticket. 303.
Who's got it, guys?
Someone has it.
Here? Oh, you're waving at me. Sorry. Anyone got it? Put your hand up.
303 once.
303. We'll call it out one more time. Anyone?
303 twice.
They're gone.
303, third time. And
Carl, it might be your
that
dad.
means we have another chance.
I'm only joking.
Where
And
are
one
they
more,
gone?
one more. Sorry, Maria. Have you got the? Oh, you have the tickets there. Apologies. This is for the cookbook, okay?
And it's another pink ticket. And this ticket is 398. We've got
Super.
a lady down here in red. 398.
Well done. That's it.
Thank you very much.
That's
Thank
another
you for your
ploughing over.
patience. 3 cheers for Nevin, who's paid a blinder here.
Thank you
He's
all.
signing books, and he's absolutely great supporter of Irish farmers and Irish produce, and we love having him.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you, and thank you to you, Mairead, and Jamie down there. Jamie, thank you so much for looking after us so well. Absolutely
and to all our
brilliant.
team
Guys,
as well.
enjoy the rest of the ploughing. God bless you. That was amazing.